Chapter 626. After leaving Mount Zhouhua, Li Changsheng took Zhu Hong back to Qin City. At this time, Wei Gengqiu had also returned. Li Changsheng met with Wei Gengqiu and told him some things. Then he went to the university to find Yu Yuwei and play with Yu Yuwei for a few days. Now Yu Yuwei was a famous talented girl on the university campus. She showed off her talent in a poetry competition held by the university recently. After spending a few days with Yu Yuwei, Li Changsheng took Zhu Hong back to the capital. Zhu Hong had been practicing the withering wood spring technique these days and had entered the best state. Between each breath, there was a strong vitality coming out of his body. In Li Changsheng's opinion, it would not take long for him to reach the peak of the innate realm and enter the Vajra realm. Once he entered the Vajra realm, he would be at the peak of martial arts in the world. That was the real top expert. At that time, Li Changsheng would officially accept him as his disciple. "Master, didn't you say we were going to your big villa in the suburbs of the capital? Why are we in the city?" The two of them left the train station and took a taxi to a building in the city. Before coming, he had contacted Yi Shuang through the phone. He knew that Yi Shuang was now in charge of the Yi family's company and was a famous beautiful president in the upper-class circle of the capital. The capital was the economic and cultural center of the country. It was a modern metropolis, so it was especially congested. It took more than 2 hours to walk from the train station to the Yi family's Golden Tree building. Even though Zhu Hong had been practicing the withering wood spring technique these days and had become calmer, he could not help but sigh when he saw the tortoise-like taxi after being stuck in the traffic for such a long time. "That's why it's not easy to live in the capital," Li Changsheng smiled. If he hadn't been in a taxi, he would have regretted it. If he had walked, with his and Zhu Hong's speed, they would have been sitting in Yi Shuang's office drinking tea. 2.5 hours later, they arrived at the parking lot in front of the Golden Tree building. The Golden Tree building was built by the Yi family, where the head office was located. It was one of the landmark buildings in the capital. To be able to own such a building in this place where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, the Yi family's wealth was obvious. After paying for the taxi, Li Changsheng led Zhu Hong directly to the entrance of the building and sat down on the steps. Just now, he had sent a message to Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang said that she would come down soon. He did not intend to go in. This was Yi Shuang's company. As the manager of the company, Yi Shuang's every move would be watched. If a man went to look for her, coupled with Li Changsheng's closeness to Yi Shuang, it would probably cause a lot of rumors. The two of them sat on the steps. Li Changsheng casually took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. "Hello. Who are you people? Why are you sitting here? Also, you can't smoke here." A middle-aged man in a security uniform walked over. "Really?" When Li Changsheng heard this, he put the cigarette back into the box and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I didn't know. What do you two do?" "This is the office building of the Golden Tree Group. If there's nothing else, you should leave quickly," the middle-aged man said coldly. His behavior and expression were somewhat arrogant. Although he was only a security captain, who did not know the power of the Yi family in the capital, in front of the Prime Minister's door was a 7th-grade official. Moreover, in his opinion, the two guys sitting on the steps, the slightly more handsome one with 2 long knives on his back was strange. It was as if he had run out of a mental hospital. As for the one next to him, although he was slightly normal, looking at his dressing, he looked like a bumpkin. He sat on the steps in front of the company and did not go in. He was definitely not a guest of the company. Of course, he could not let them affect the appearance of the Golden Tree Group. It was better to drive them away quickly. "We are waiting for a friend here. She will come down soon." Li Changsheng smiled. When he smiled, the arrogance on the security guard's face became even stronger. He thought to himself, "Sure enough, I guessed right. These two guys don't look like customers who came to the company to discuss business. If they were customers, how could they be so polite to a security guard like me? What did they say about coming to the metal group to look for someone? Even if they were looking for someone, why did they need to sit on the steps? Couldn't they just go directly into the hall?" It was clear that they were two bumpkins from nowhere. They wanted to see the Golden Tree Group and ran to the steps. If he did not appear in time, He was afraid that they would take a selfie with their mobile phones as a souvenir. After all, the Golden Tree Group was a big company under the Yi family. It was very famous in the capital. I say, you too, if you want to take a photo under the Golden Tree building as a souvenir, then I'll give you 1 minute. Quickly take a photo and leave. This is the Golden Tree Group. Although it's not a problem for you to sit here, but if the company's leaders see this and are unhappy, then they will blame me, the security captain, and it will be difficult for me. The head of security tried his best to persuade him. Usually, he could only bow and scrape in front of those big shots in the company. Today, he finally met 2 country bumpkins. He always felt that this security captain was not a small official and could also put on the attitude of a superior. Big brother, we are really waiting for someone here. She will come down soon. This is a box of cigarettes. You can take it and smoke first. Li Changsheng often heard that when he met this kind of gatekeeper, giving a box of cigarettes and a few money often had a miraculous effect. Sure enough, when the other party saw Li Changsheng take out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, his eyes suddenly lit up and his face showed embarrassment. We just met. How can I ask for your cigarettes? Although he said so, his hand was very honest and took the cigarette. He laughed and said, "Little brother, you must have just entered the city. You want to take a photo in front of the Golden Tree building as a souvenir. I can understand that. After all, the Golden Tree building is one of the iconic buildings in the capital. How about it? Do you want me to take a photo for you? No need. We are really waiting for a friend." Li Changsheng emphasized again. Well, but brother, you can't stay here for too long. I will wait here with you. If your friend doesn't come down in half an hour, then you can't stay here anymore. Otherwise, if the company's leaders see you, I will be scolded again. The security guard was reluctant to open the box of Zhonghua cigarettes given by Li Changsheng and put it in his pocket. Then he took out half a box of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes from another pocket and handed one to Li Changsheng. When he was about to give it to Zhu Hong, Li Changsheng waved his hand to indicate that Zhu Hong did not smoke. Then he put the cigarette in his mouth and lit it. Didn't you say that smoking is not allowed here? Li Changsheng asked with a smile. Only then did the security guard remember that he had just reprimanded Li Changsheng. He was a little embarrassed, but soon his face returned to normal and said, "Rules are dead, people are alive." Li Changsheng also returned a smile and lit a cigarette. The two sat on the steps and chatted casually. The security guard captain was also a talkative person. After being flattered by Li Changsheng, he was a little complacent. Later, he patted his chest and said that in the Golden Tree Group, even their manager had to call him brother. He had a lot of power in Beijing. Li Changsheng nodded in agreement with a serious look on his face. After smoking a cigarette, Li Changsheng patted the ash that fell on his clothes and stood up. The security guard captain laughed and said, "How is it, little brother? I knew you were talking nonsense at that time. You know people in the group. In this company, even a small security guard in our security team has to have a college degree. I didn't lie to you. Look, my friend is coming down." Li Changsheng smiled and pointed to the entrance of the building. "You really have a friend." The security guard captain looked back and did not see anyone. When he was about to say that Li Changsheng lied to him, he saw 2 doors in the distance open and a beautiful figure came out. Chapter 627. It was a gentle and elegant middle-aged man in a suit. His hair was combed back, and the golden ring on his right finger was particularly eye-catching as it shone brightly. After he appeared, the brawny men who had been knocked down immediately got up from the ground and stood respectfully on both sides. There were a few brawny men behind him, all of whom regarded him as their leader. Obviously, he was the leader of this group of people. After he walked in, he first glanced at the people in the room without leaving a trace. Finally, when he saw the men with bruises on their faces, he frowned slightly. "Boss, we chased them in. They started it first." A subordinate who had been beaten into a sorry state reported to the middle-aged man while pointing at Gao Chang. He was the one who started it. The middle-aged man nodded and scolded, "Trash." Then he looked at Gao Chang. "My men didn't know the rules and broke into your room, causing you inconvenience. I apologize to you first." Hearing the other party's words, Jiao Chang snorted coldly, thinking that the other party was afraid of him. His expression became more and more complacent. Unexpectedly, the other party continued, "But you hurt my men first. This is another debt. Take 200,000 yuan of medical expenses and apologize to my men separately. Then we'll write off this matter. How about it?" As soon as the other party finished speaking, Jiao Chang scolded, "T. Your men couldn't beat the two of us because they weren't good enough. Seeing that you're reasonable, I didn't want to argue with you. But I didn't expect you to ask me to pay. I definitely don't have the money. If you're not convinced, I'll let you have a taste of my fist." Jiao Chang waved his fist, feeling that he was the brightest one in the room at this moment. "In that case, I can only seek justice for my brother." The middle-aged man smiled gently and wasn't angry. He just unbuttoned his suit and took it off. He clenched his fist and hooked his finger at Jiao Chang. Jiao Chang suddenly became furious and raised his fist to hit the middle-aged man. But just as he moved, the other party quickly grabbed his wrist and then hit Jiao Chang's abdomen with his knee. Jiao Chang, who was still alive and kicking just now, fell to the ground directly holding his stomach. His moves were straightforward and nimble, without the slightest hesitation. He defeated the enemy with one strike, displaying his powerful skills and attack power. At this moment, Wang Dongsheng and Jin Wenwen stood out at the same time, but they didn't act rashly. Because they could determine that the middle-aged man's strength wasn't something they could deal with. "I wanted to talk to you nicely, but you didn't listen. You wanted me to attack. How annoying." The middle-aged man shook his head. Looking at Jiao Chang, who was curled up like a shrimp on the ground, he ordered his men, "Take this guy out and break his leg as punishment." "Wait." At this moment, a voice sounded. Wang Dongsheng stepped forward. Although Jiao Chang was a little reckless back then, he was still Wang Dongsheng's friend. Wang Dongsheng couldn't just watch him get his leg broken. "What? You want to stop me?" The middle-aged man sneered. "You were the one who attacked just now. Don't worry, after breaking his legs, it will be your turn." Wang Dongsheng already knew that he was no match for his opponent, but there was no reason for him to retreat. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure standing in front of him. It was Li Changsheng. Originally, Li Changsheng didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but since Wang Dongsheng was involved, he had no choice but to step forward. His opponent's strength had reached the Grandmaster realm. Even if Wang Dongsheng and Jin Wenwen joined forces, they would definitely be no match for him. Seeing Li Changsheng step forward, Wang Dongsheng's heart settled down and he obediently retreated to the side. The others in the field were curious. They wanted to see what was so special about this young man who could be Wang Dongsheng's coach. Ning Xin and the others were looking forward to it and were a little excited. They were also aware of Li Changsheng's strength. Seeing Li Changsheng step forward, the middle-aged man couldn't help but frown. Because in his eyes, Li Changsheng's footsteps were unsteady, and he didn't have the fierce aura of a martial artist. He was more like an ordinary person. However, an ordinary person dared to step forward after seeing his strength. Could it be that he had some special family background? The middle-aged man didn't speak, but waited for Li Changsheng to speak. Li Changsheng just made a gesture of invitation and said lightly, "Make your move. If you lose, take your people and leave here obediently. If you win, I'll give you 200,000 yuan. You can break anyone's legs you want." Li Changsheng's words stunned the other party. He originally thought that Li Changsheng would come up to introduce himself, but he didn't expect that he wanted to fight with him. In his eyes, Li Changsheng was clearly an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts. Unless Li Changsheng's martial arts realm had reached an unfathomable level, how could he not see any clues? But how old was the other party? How could he be more powerful than him? The middle-aged man had always thought highly of himself. He thought that his martial arts was already a master of a generation. There were very few people in the world who could beat him, so he waved his hand. "Young man, I just want to find trouble with the person who injured my subordinates. You'd better not force yourself. If I make a move, you can only lie in bed for the rest of the year." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Li Changsheng said lightly, "Based on what you said, I'll be merciful later. Hearing that, the middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Interesting, interesting. I've seen many people who don't know the vastness of the world, but you're the first one who's as ignorant as you. With that, the middle-aged man took 2 steps forward and put his hands behind his back. Young man, I'll let you make 3 moves. If you can hurt me, it'll be my loss. How about that? Arrogant. Very arrogant. He didn't take Li Changsheng seriously at all. Are you sure? Li Changsheng's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly had a bad premonition. However, he had already said it. Moreover, he had already determined that Li Changsheng was an ordinary person who didn't know any martial arts, so he nodded his head. All right then. Before he finished speaking, Li Changsheng's body had already rushed out like a cheetah. His fist brought with it the sound of the wind. The middle-aged man's face changed color. He cursed in his heart and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Following that, he felt as if his body was hit by a speeding car. His whole body flew backward all the way out of the room and landed heavily on the floor of the corridor. Boom! The floor under his feet shook. At that moment, everyone's mouths were wide open. They were completely dumbfounded. Li Changsheng's small body actually contained such explosive power, it was simply inconceivable. Chapter 628. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Not only because Li Changsheng defeated the middle-aged man, but more importantly, Li Changsheng's punch sent the middle-aged man flying a few meters. Li Changsheng's thin and weak body was very different from the middle-aged man's, but he achieved such an effect. It was like a stunt in a TV series. Everyone looked at Li Changsheng in a daze. For a moment, the whole room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shocked. The middle-aged man's subordinates swallowed subconsciously. Jiao Chang, who had fallen to the ground, barely got up while clutching his stomach. He just happened to see the scene of the middle-aged man being sent flying. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Originally, he looked down on Li Changsheng, but now he understood the gap between him and Li Changsheng. He used to think that karate was better than Chinese martial arts. When he thought of the toast with Li Changsheng just now, he said that he wanted to ask Li Changsheng for advice. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous to the extreme. After a full 5 or 6 minutes, everyone in the room finally reacted. At this time, the middle-aged man also got up from the ground, but his eyes were full of shock when he looked at Li Changsheng. It was not only the strength that Li Changsheng showed when he sent him flying, but also the fact that he found that there were no injuries on his body, only some faint pain on his skin. Logically speaking, under such a powerful force, his ribs should have been broken. There was only one possibility: Li Changsheng was really merciful. For a person to control his strength to such a fine point and send people flying without hurting them, such a method was simply amazing. The middle-aged man originally thought that he had reached the Grandmaster realm by combining strength and gentleness. No matter how big the world was, he would be a top expert no matter where he went. It was not until he saw Li Changsheng's strength that he realized how ridiculous his idea was. Sir, you are very strong. I am sincerely convinced. Thank you for being merciful. The middle-aged man cupped his hands. He knew the gap between him and Li Changsheng. Just now, Li Changsheng was merciful. If he provoked him again, he was afraid that he would die miserably. Let's go. Keep your subordinates in check in the future. Li Changsheng casually waved his hand. Such a person was not qualified to be taken seriously by him. My name is Xing Mingjue. I opened a dojo in Suzhou. Sir, you are welcome to visit anytime. After the other party finished speaking, he cupped his hands in salute according to the Jianghu etiquette and turned to leave. The group of brawny men followed behind him. As for the man who was knocked to the ground by them at the beginning, he stood up with a bloody nose and a swollen face and limped out of the room. It wasn't until the other party had completely disappeared that the people in the private room exclaimed in surprise. In particular, the girls were sizing up Li Changsheng from head to toe. They couldn't wait to tear off Li Changsheng's clothes to see how such a small body could contain such a powerful force. Several men also gave Li Changsheng a thumbs up, full of admiration. As Hu secretly curled her lips and thought to herself, These guys are really a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. They haven't seen the world. Li Changsheng only defeated a Wu Dao master. Is it necessary to be so surprised? Indeed, Azhu was now in the innate realm. A Wu Dao master was not qualified in her eyes at all. They then went to the KTV together. Li Changsheng, who was not originally the main character, became the focus of everyone's attention at this time. Ning Xin took the initiative to talk to Li Changsheng, while An Xiaoran's eyes kept rolling. No one knew what she was thinking. They played until very late before going back. Wang Dongsheng arranged a hotel for them. Early the next morning, Wei Hu came to Suzhou. When he saw Li Changsheng, he kept smiling foolishly. Li Changsheng observed for a while and found that Wei Hu had stepped into the master realm. In comparison, Wei Hu's talent was not the best among the 3 members of the martial arts club. Now, he was one step ahead of Wang Dongsheng and Jin Wenwen. But after thinking about it carefully, it could be understood. Wang Dongsheng was the son of a rich family and was destined to inherit the family business. Jin Wenwen was a woman after all. She could be admitted to a foreign university to study abroad, which meant that she would put most of her attention on her studies. Relatively speaking, Wei Hu was more pure. Moreover, Wei Hu was strong and could be considered talented. It was not surprising that he was one step ahead of the other 2. The path of martial arts had its own opportunities. For Wang Dongsheng and Jin Wenwen, martial arts was not the most important thing in their lives after all. Wei Hu's martial arts strength had skyrocketed. Recently, his momentum had been strong, and he gave people a sense of oppression when he spoke. Someone quietly asked Wei Hu whether he was stronger or Li Changsheng. Wei Hu just stretched out 2 hands. That person did not understand why, so Wei Hu explained, 10 Wei Hus would not be enough to slap Coach Li. Everyone suddenly had a better understanding of Li Changsheng's strength. After Xing Mingjue was defeated by Li Changsheng, he returned to his martial arts club with his subordinates dejectedly. Xing Mingjue had reached the master realm and was already an expert among ordinary martial artists. Although today's defeat had caused his martial arts to suffer a setback, it also made him put away his arrogance. After returning to the martial arts club, he had a faint breakthrough and his strength had reached a new level. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. He sat in the room and closed his eyes, recalling the scene of the battle with Li Changsheng. He frowned and still could not understand the profound meaning of Li Changsheng's punch. The reason why experts were experts was that they could learn from every battle and improve. Xing Mingjue was one of the best. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng's punch was too brilliant and was not something he could understand at all. Just as Xing Mingjue was feeling distressed, a subordinate came in and reported, "Club Master, Mr. Bai is here." "Mr. Bai?" Xing Mingjue's face showed some joy. He hurriedly stood up and walked out of the room. He saw an old man in white training clothes quickly walk in. "Brother Xing, I haven't seen you for many years. I heard that you've reached the Master Realm and opened a martial arts club and sect. Congratulations. Brother Bai has been a Master Realm martial artist for a long time. I've just caught up to you." Xing Mingjue chuckled. He stepped forward and took the old man's hand. They walked into the hall together. Immediately, a subordinate served tea to them. "Brother Bai has been developing in the south for the past few years. Why have you come to Suzhou this time? What a rare guest." Xing Mingjue sized up the middle-aged man in front of him. Before the 2 of them broke through to the Master Realm, they had a martial arts competition. Later, they admired each other's skills and turned from enemies to friends. They improved together. Now, one of them was in the north and the other was in the south. They were called the leaders of the northern and southern Wulin by the secular martial artists. "Me. One of my disciples got married and moved to Suzhou. The wedding is going to be held tomorrow. As her master, I naturally have to come. I also wanted to take a look at Brother Xing." Looking at Brother Xing's temperament, could it be that your martial arts have improved again? Why don't you have a try? Bai Henian suddenly reached out and hit Xing Mingjue's chest. Xing Mingjue hurriedly raised his hand to fight back. While blocking Bai Henian's attack, his fingers grabbed Bai Henian's cheek like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Bai Henian hurriedly waved his hand to block. His arm hit the 2 fingers, and the chair under him shattered. However, Bai Henian's body did not fall to the ground with the chair. He seemed to be sitting on the chair, but in fact, his butt was always 1 centimeter away from the chair. He was practicing martial arts when he was walking, sitting, or lying down. Haha. It seems that your martial arts have really improved. You made me lose a move as soon as you made a move. Bai Henian sighed with emotion. The two of them stopped at the same time. Xing Mingjue asked his subordinate to bring a new chair. Bai Henian was older than Xing Mingjue and had practiced martial arts for a longer time. He was originally ahead of Xing Mingjue, but this time, he found that he had fallen behind Xing Mingjue. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. If Brother Bai had come to Suzhou yesterday, I might have tied with Brother Bai at most. Oh. So, Brother Xing, you just broke through today? Yes, I met a young man today and had a fight with him. As a result, he was very powerful and sent me flying with 1 punch. If he hadn't shown mercy, I'm afraid I would be lying in a hospital bed now. This martial arts competition has sharpened my spirit and allowed me to take another step forward. So that's how it is. I just don't know who this young man is and how he has such strength. I don't know his name, but this person is very likely to have reached the legendary innate realm. Even if you and I join forces, we can't survive 1 move in his hands. Hearing Xing Mingjue's words, Bai Henian could not help but shake his head. Brother Xing, the other party can defeat you, so he must be a top master. But you and I are both gurus. It's a bit exaggerated that we can't survive 1 move in his hands. Xing Mingjue sighed. If I hadn't done it myself, I wouldn't have believed that there would be such a strong person in the world. That person's strength is really high. Now that you mention it, I also want to see the other party's skills and see if he is as powerful as Brother Xing said. It's a pity that I don't know his name and don't know where to find him. Bai Henian said with some regret. Chapter 629. I've been so busy these days that I've only come to visit you now. Please don't blame me. Wang Dongxing's father, Wang Heng, came to visit Li Changsheng shortly after he returned to the hotel. Wang Dongxing's brother, Wang Dongshu, and Wang Dongxing and Jin Wenwen were also with him. Li Changsheng was of noble status, and the Wang family was indebted to him. Naturally, Wang Heng did not dare to neglect him. Uncle Wang, you're welcome. I'm Dongxing's friend. Dongxing's wedding is around the corner, and he has a lot of work to do. How can I blame you? Li Changsheng smiled. He was not being polite to Wang Heng, but telling the truth. If he didn't treat Wang Dongxing as a friend, he wouldn't have come to the wedding. That's good, that's good. Wang Heng was still a little reserved in front of Li Changsheng. After all, Li Changsheng's identity was there. By the way, Wenwen's master is also in Shiruozhou. He wants to see Mr. Li. I'll arrange for him to sit with you tomorrow. How about that? Okay. Li Changsheng nodded. Jin Wenwen had been learning martial arts since she was a child. She had a master who practiced Xingyi boxing. Her master heard from Jin Wenwen that Li Changsheng was powerful, so he wanted to see Li Changsheng. However, he never had the chance. Now that Jin Wenwen was getting married, he happened to meet him. My master is the #1 martial arts master of the southern sect. He's very arrogant. I told him a few days ago that Mr. Li is powerful, but he's not convinced. When he meets you this time, he might ask to learn from you. Mr. Li, you must be merciful. Jin Wenwen begged. She knew that although her master was powerful, he was not on the same level as Li Changsheng. Don't worry. Li Changsheng smiled. Since the other party was Jin Wenwen's master, he would not be merciful. Thank you in advance, Coach Li. Because it was getting late, Jin Wenwen and the others left. The next morning, Li Changsheng took Azhu to the hotel where the wedding was held. The Wang family was also a big family in Suzhou, so there were many guests. Li Changsheng was arranged to sit at the innermost table. At the same table were Ning Xin, and Xiaoran, Xu Yang, and Lin Kuan. Wei Yi, who was naturally at the same table as Li Changsheng. An old man in a white training suit was arranged to sit next to Li Changsheng. With Jin Wenwen's reminder last night, Li Changsheng naturally knew that this was Jin Wenwen's master. However, the other party obviously didn't know Li Changsheng. He just sat there and didn't speak. Because of the other party's solemn expression, Wang Dongxing's friends at the same table didn't dare to talk to him. As they arrived early, they waited for more than half an hour before the wedding officially began. Jin Wenwen's parents were both relatively young. After the process was over, Jin Wenwen and her father came down to propose a toast. The first one they came to was Li Chongqing's table. Bai Henian was Jin Wenwen's master. He had taught Jin Wenwen martial arts since she was a child. He was like half a father to her. Li Chongqing was the Wang family's benefactor and the coach of Wang Dongxing and Jin Wenwen. Therefore, the second one they proposed a toast to was Li Chongqing. Mr. Li, thank you for coming to our wedding banquet. I wish you to be respectful to each other, help each other in times of need, and grow old together. After Li Chongqing finished his blessing, he drank the wine in one gulp. As soon as he sat down, Bai Henian said, "You are Wenwen and Dongxing's coach?" Wenwen said, "You are very strong, but I don't believe it. After the banquet, why don't we find a place to compare notes?" Li Chongqing didn't expect the old man to be so direct, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he nodded. Hearing that Li Chongqing was going to compete with Jin Wenwen's master, the news spread quickly. Many people were looking forward to it. Jin Wenwen's parents were a little worried. "Wenwen, your master is a well-known grandmaster in the southern martial arts world. If he fights with Mr. Li, what if Mr. Li gets hurt? Your master practices Xingyi fist. It's said that he doesn't go out for 10 years in Tai Chi, and he can kill people in 1 year in Xingyi fist. If something really happens, what will happen to this big day?" Jin Wenwen's parents were also martial artists. Their family was a martial arts family. They didn't know how strong Li Chongqing was, but they knew Jin Wenwen's master very well. Hearing her parents' words, Jin Wenwen just smiled. "It's okay. Mr. Li is much stronger than my master. It's good enough that he doesn't hurt him. Wenwen, you always say how powerful your coach is. I thought he would be at least 30 or 40 years old. I didn't expect him to be so young. How powerful can he be at such a young age?" Jin Wenwen's father shook his head. At this time, there was an empty space beside Li Chongqing and Bai Henian. The crowd gathered in a circle, wanting to see who was stronger and who was weaker in the fight. Bai Henian said coldly, "Stay away from us. It's not good to hurt you if you can't hold back later." Although Bai Henian didn't think that Li Chongqing was his opponent, he had seen his apprentice's progress in the past year. Naturally, he wouldn't underestimate Li Chongqing. Masters generally didn't hold back when they fought, especially for someone with Bai Henian's strength. He could split stones. A pair of sleeves had great power. If he couldn't hold back, it would be enough to seriously injure people who didn't know martial arts. There's no need to expand the circle. We should be able to determine the winner in 3 moves. We won't get involved. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Bai Henian was stunned and said doubtfully, "Young man, although I'm the #1 martial arts master of the southern sect, I saw that you taught Wenwen's kung fu, which shows that your strength is not ordinary, so you don't have to belittle yourself at all. I'm afraid I can't beat you in 3 moves." Bai Henian thought that Li Chongqing was afraid when he heard his name, so he wanted to encourage the younger generation. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing shook his head. "I mean, you can't last 3 moves against me." Li Chongqing said it as a matter of course. He didn't mean to show off at all. What he said was also the truth. But in Bai Henian's ears, it was extremely harsh, making his face instantly angry. He was the #1 martial arts master in the southern Wulin. Li Chongqing was so old, but he was just a junior. How could he talk so arrogantly? "Young man, you're very good." Bai Henian sneered twice and made up his mind to teach this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth some lessons. The only trace of good impression he had of Li Chongqing completely disappeared. Juniors nowadays are really arrogant. Just don't let the wind cut your tongue when the time comes. Let's do it. Li Chongqing didn't bother to listen to the old man's long-winded words and made a gesture of invitation. On the other side, Jin Wenwen's parents frowned at the same time. Bai Henian had a very high position in their hearts. Seeing that Li Chongqing didn't know how to respect his elders at all, they were a little unhappy in their hearts. They also hoped that Wang Henian could teach Li Changsheng some lessons. Chapter 630. Little brother, I'm going to do it. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Bai Henian flicked his sleeves. It could be seen that the skin on his palm was as delicate as a baby's, without the slightest trace of age. This was the manifestation of the unification of the internal and external martial arts, which was the sign of the Guru realm. Make your move. Li Changsheng said lightly. A Wu Dao guru was a top master in the secular world and could be recorded in the annals of history, but only in the secular world. Not counting Li Changsheng, even Azhu next to him could easily defeat him. Even if Li Changsheng stood there and let him hit him, he would be injured by the shock of Li Changsheng's physical strength. Take this. Bai Henian was a little annoyed by Li Changsheng's attitude. Li Changsheng's lazy appearance made him feel despised, as if he didn't care about anything. He punched out like a whale diving in the deep sea. On the surface, nothing could be seen, but the power was terrifying. Strong masters of the Guru realm practiced martial arts to a very high level, which was indeed unique. However, in the face of this punch, Li Changsheng just gently moved his body to avoid the opponent's fist. Then, he raised his hand to grab the opponent's arm and pulled it forward. Taking advantage of the opponent's unsteady body, he raised his palm and lightly pressed it on Bai Henian's chest. Bang! Bai Henian took 3 steps back in a row, and his cheeks turned red and purple. This was the reason why his qi and blood were scattered by Li Changsheng's palm and could not be gathered for a while. He looked at Li Changsheng with shock in his eyes. He never expected that he would be defeated so easily, let alone that Li Changsheng's kung fu was so high. I lost. Bai Henian lowered his head. Master, are you okay? Seeing Bai Henian's appearance, Jin Wenwen hurried through the crowd to support Bai Henian's body, looking worried. I'm fine. Bai Henian waved his hand. You're an amazing coach. It's just that this old man doesn't know his place. Far away, Jin Wenwen's parents widened their eyes. They were all martial artists and knew Bai Henian's kung fu very well. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a young man? In the past, when Jin Wenwen told them how good her coach was, they didn't believe her. But now, they knew that Jin Wenwen was telling the truth. To be able to defeat Wang Henian, one must be a top expert in the entire world of martial arts. Southern Crane and Northern Xing. As the representative of the Southern Wulin, I lost here today. The representative of the Northern Wulin, Xing Mingjue, also lost in Suzhou. Bai Henian sighed with emotion. But when he thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Li Changsheng. Coach Li, do you know Xing Mingjue from Northern Wulin? No, I don't. Li Changsheng shook his head. What does he do? He is the representative of the Northern Wulin. Like me, he is a martial artist in the Guru realm. He opened a martial arts club in Suzhou and is also my good friend. When I met him yesterday, he said that he lost to a young man. Is there another young master in Suzhou besides Coach Li? Are you talking about the man who fought with me in the hotel yesterday? Li Changsheng thought for a moment. Since he was in the Guru realm and similar to Bai Henian's description, the middle-aged man yesterday was very suitable. Exactly. He really lost to Mr. Li. Bai Henian sighed. When he heard Xing Mingjue mention Li Changsheng yesterday, he was quite unconvinced. Today, he knew that his old friend was not exaggerating. Unfortunately, after Xing Mingjue fought with Li Changsheng yesterday, his martial arts realm had improved, but Bai Henian only sighed with emotion. Sure enough, martial arts opportunities were different. With the same experience, some people could be enlightened, while others gained nothing. Just as Li Changsheng was attending Wang Dongxing's wedding in Suzhou, in the villa on the outskirts of the capital, the mountain protection array set up by Li Changsheng suddenly shook violently. An old man in a white shirt stood at the foot of the mountain. Behind him were many people with extraordinary momentum. There were men and women, old and young. Everyone stood there, exuding a strong momentum. If there were people in the cultivation world here, they would recognize that these were all well-known figures in the cultivation world in the capital. They were very famous in the cultivation world. Some of them were elders of sects, some were headmasters of small sects, and most of them were loose cultivators. Now, so many people gathered at the foot of the mountain, all standing behind the old man in a white shirt. The array shook, and the mountain shook. Liu Chong, who was in charge of guarding the villa, quickly showed himself and shouted angrily, "Who are you, sir? Why did you destroy my mountain protection array? I am Mai Guanjing's master. Where is Li Changsheng? Tell him to get out here. How dare he hurt my disciple? How can I spare him? So it's Mr. Li's enemy." Liu Chong shook his head. "Mr. Li is not here. If there is anything, wait until he comes back." Liu Chong was naturally confident to guard Li Changsheng's house. Although the other party's momentum was strong and he was not an ordinary person, Liu Chong was not afraid at all. A watchdog actually has such a tough tone. Xiao Yuncheng snorted coldly and raised his palm to attack Liu Chong. That palm was like a dark cloud, and when it pressed down, it carried with it a tremendous force. Liu Chong wanted to block it, but he was instantly sent flying. Blood splashed in the air, and his chest became a bloody mess. He was seriously injured in just one blow. In a panic, Liu Chong hurriedly hid in the array. This Li Changsheng has some tricks up his sleeve, but it's far from enough to stop me. Xiao Yuncheng's palm pressed down again and fell on the array in the mountain. Boom! The earth shook, and the clouds rolled. The mountain protection array set up by Li Changsheng began to shrink under the palm. When it shrank to the smallest size, it finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. The entire mountain was shaking. Half of the villa at the top of the mountain collapsed under the palm, and the dragon chi gathered inside instantly spread everywhere. "How dare you destroy my master's villa? I'll kill you." A loud shout was heard. Zhu Hong slashed at Xiao Yuncheng with his blade. However, before he could even get close, Xiao Yuncheng only lightly pointed with a finger, and the long blade in his hand flew out. Then he lightly waved his sleeve, and the clothes on Zhu Hong's chest were torn to shreds. A blue handprint appeared, and Zhu Hong was sent flying while coughing up blood. After sending Zhu Hong flying, Xiao Yuncheng laughed and took a step forward. His body rose into the sky, and he looked down at the shocked Liu Chong. In a clear voice, he said, "Li Changsheng injured my disciple. Since he's not here, then you pass on my message. I'll be waiting for him in the capital. If he doesn't appear within 7 days, then no matter if it's his family, friends, subordinates, or disciples, none of them will live." With that, he descended from the sky and flew away with the experts of the cultivation world in the capital. Liu Chong and Zhu Hong were left with indignation in their eyes. Chapter 631. After Wang Dongsheng's wedding, Li Changsheng received a phone call from Liu Chong. Li Changsheng heard that Mai Guanjing's master had come to make trouble for him and even broke the array. He hurriedly said goodbye to Wang Dongsheng and returned to the capital with Azhu. At this time, Bai Henian took the initiative to ask Li Changsheng to go to the capital with him. His good friend Xing Mingjue also heard the news and came to visit Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng didn't refuse and took the two of them back to the capital. When he hurriedly rushed back to the villa on the outskirts of the capital, he saw the broken array formation and the collapsed villa. No matter how calm Li Changsheng was, he couldn't help but feel some anger in his eyes. Zhu Hong and Liu Chong's eyes were red. When Li Changsheng left, they couldn't even protect the villa. They felt very incompetent. Beside him, Bai Henian and Xing Mingjue were completely dumbfounded. Just what kind of strength could cause such an earthquake? At this moment, the two of them realized that Li Changsheng didn't seem to be from the same world as them. Mai Guanjing's master, Xiao Yuncheng, said that he would wait for you in the capital in 7 days. Liu Chong repeated to Li Changsheng what Xiao Yuncheng had said before he left. Li Changsheng nodded. Last time, when he had seriously injured Mai Guanjing had mentioned that he had a master. At that time, Li Changsheng didn't care, but he didn't expect that the master would really appear and be so powerful. The master could easily break the array set up by him. It was very likely that the master was at the half-step Earth celestial stage like him. "Sir, what should we do next?" Liu Chong asked nervously. The array was broken and the villa was destroyed. Although he couldn't stop the master, he still felt a little guilty. Since he said 7 days later, we'll wait for 7 days. I'd like to see how powerful he is. Because the villa on the top of the mountain was destroyed, Li Changsheng asked Yi Haoran to help him find a courtyard in the capital to stay temporarily. During this time, Bai Henian and Xing Mingjue asked Li Changsheng for advice on martial arts, while Li Changsheng directly asked his disciple, Zhu Hong, to give them pointers. In the beginning, the two of them were not convinced. They felt that Li Changsheng was looking down on them. However, after fighting with Zhu Hong and being easily defeated by Zhu Hong, the two of them realized how wrong they were. They couldn't even beat a disciple of Li Changsheng. He completely put down his pride and asked Zhu Hong and Liu Chong for advice. While Li Changsheng was patiently waiting for the day of the battle, the news that Mai Guanjing's master, Xiao Yuncheng, wanted to challenge Li Changsheng had spread like wildfire throughout most of the cultivation world. Grand Elder Guoqing, Second Elder Teng, and Yi were gathered in the central region of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. I heard that Mai Guanjing's master is going to challenge Li Changsheng. Mai Guanjing is the backer of our Heavenly Dao Union. Should we choose a side in advance? Teng and Yi looked at Da Zhong and Lao Guo. Guoqing frowned. A few days ago, Mai Guanjing was injured by Li Changsheng, and our Heavenly Dao Alliance's central region went to the Yi clan to apologize. Mai Guanjing was already very unhappy. This time, he even asked his master to come. Although Li Changsheng is powerful, we don't know if he can defeat Xiao Yuncheng. I think we should remain neutral for the time being, so as to avoid betting on the wrong person. If that happens, our central region will be consigned to eternal damnation. Guoqing, who had always been blindly arrogant, began to be cautious this time. He was really afraid of Li Changsheng. The day of the battle is coming. When the time comes, we will go and watch the battle together. I hope Xiao Yuncheng can win. Otherwise, our central region will lose its backer. I'm afraid our ranking among the 5 divisions of the Heavenly Dao Alliance will fall. Time passed in a flash. There was only one day left before the battle. Xiao Yuncheng was a famous expert in the cultivation world. When they heard that he was going to fight, many people came from thousands of miles away. Today, groups of cultivators had gathered in the capital. One could feel the aura of cultivators while walking on the street. It could be said that there were many experts gathered here. Li Changsheng, Liu Chong, Zhu Hong, and the others lived in the courtyard house. It was no secret. Today, there was a sudden knock on the door. Someone had come to visit. It was Ding Qingxue and Ding Qingyang. The two were very happy to see Li Changsheng, especially Ding Qingxue. Her eyes lit up. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she treated Li Changsheng differently. In addition to the two siblings, there was also Qing City's sect master, Yang Shuangying, Shu Mountain's elder, Yu Feng, and Wudang's sect master, Song Zhen. These people were all from the Sword Dao Alliance. Mai Guanjing's master, Xiao Yuncheng, was too famous. He had been in seclusion for many years and rarely showed his face. However, several decades ago, he was very famous in the cultivation world. When he was young, he far surpassed his peers. Later on, he took Mai Guanjing as his disciple and went into seclusion. When he came out of seclusion 10 years ago, many experts of the older generation went to visit him. In the end, the news spread that his strength was equivalent to half an Earth immortal. At that time, it caused a great impulse. This time, it attracted not only the people from the Sword Dao Alliance, but also the sect masters of other sects. More than half of the experts in the cultivation world basically gathered in the capital. Li Changsheng had experienced many battles since he woke up, but this one had the biggest impact. If he could defeat Xiao Yuncheng, then from now on, no one would doubt Li Changsheng's strength. The title of the number 1 in the cultivation world would be well deserved. Mr. Li, I have heard about what happened to my uncle, Song Jingheng. I apologize to you here. Wudang's sect master, Song Zhen, said somewhat apologetically. It's okay. He is him, and you are you. What's done is done. Li Changsheng said casually. Last time on Mount Zhohua, Song Jingheng was invited by Daoist Floating Dust to join forces with Fu Gaowu, the master of the Hong sect, Feng Yuze, and Lang Yuanbai to deal with Li Changsheng. As a member of the Sword Dao Alliance, Song Zhen could be considered Li Changsheng's subordinate. His uncle actually went against Li Changsheng, so Song Zhen was afraid that Li Changsheng would blame him. Hearing that Li Changsheng didn't care, he breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, didn't your uncle come to the capital this time? Since the other party was able to break Li Changsheng's array, Li Changsheng knew that Xiao Yuncheng was probably the strongest opponent he had encountered. Logically speaking, Song Jingheng shouldn't have missed such a battle. My uncle is here. Not only him, Feng Yuze and Daoist Floating Dust are also here, but they all went to visit Xiao Yuncheng. Speaking of this, Song Zhen felt a little guilty. Uncle doesn't want to go against Mr. Li. He and Xiao Yuncheng are from the same generation and have some friendship in the past, so he went. Song Zhen was afraid that Li Changsheng would misunderstand. Li Changsheng smiled and said, "It's fine." Li Changsheng had a good impression of Song Zhen. As for who Song Jingheng and the others wanted to see, it was their freedom. Li Changsheng naturally had no right to interfere. As long as they didn't go against him, Li Changsheng wasn't so narrow-minded as to not allow them to visit an old friend. That's good. That's good. Song Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 632. Just as Li Changsheng was catching up with Ding Qingyang and the others, in a courtyard somewhere in the capital, there were also experts of the cultivation world gathered. However, the people here were more important than those in Li Changsheng's courtyard. Wudong Grand Elder Song Jinheng, Sword and Book Duo Feng Yuze, Kunlun's Sect Master Daoist Floating Dust, and many other experts of the capital. Senior Xiao, that Li Changsheng defeated experts consecutively in less than a year. He's extremely ferocious. Several finger-profound realm experts died at his hands. This kind of person would be a great devil in ancient times. Relying on you to save me is equivalent to drowning in fire and water. A middle-aged man fawned over Xiao Yuncheng. With Senior Xiao's strength, that Li Changsheng is naturally not a match for you. Another person also fawned over him. Xiao Yuncheng smiled faintly. He's just a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because he has some talent. If my disciple didn't lose to him, I wouldn't even bother with him. As he spoke, he looked at his disciple Mai Guanjing. Xiao Mai, what do you think about Li Changsheng's strength? Hearing little Mai's address, Mai Guanjing's cheeks couldn't help but tremble slightly. If an outsider dared to call him that, he would have already slapped him to death. That Li Changsheng is very strong. He's definitely at the peak of the finger-profound realm or even higher. He's only in his 20s, but he's definitely a powerful figure. In this world, only Master can deal with him. Mai Guanjing quietly fawned over Xiao Yuncheng. As expected, Xiao Yuncheng enjoyed it very much. Tomorrow is the date of the agreement. I hope that Li Changsheng won't disappoint me. Xiao Yuncheng finished speaking. Mai Guanjing had already prepared a banquet. This time, Xiao Yuncheng challenged Li Changsheng not only to avenge his disciple, but also to establish his position as the #1 person in the cultivation world. Many experts of the cultivation world came to watch the battle. He naturally wanted to rope in and nurture his own forces. The next day, the day of the competition. It was autumn. The weather had gradually cooled down, but for cultivators, they were no longer affected by the weather. Xiao Yuncheng didn't go out. He just sat in the courtyard and waited quietly. The crowd of cultivators knew that this courtyard would become today's battlefield. Naturally, they didn't dare to stay here. They all watched the battle from 100 meters away. The enmity between Li Changsheng and Xiao Yuncheng also represented a battle between the strongest in the cultivation world. The final victor would establish his position as #1 in the cultivation world. This battle was not only about victory and defeat, but also about life and death. The strong were destined to step on the corpse of the other strong to rise to the top. Mai Guanjing, Feng Yuze, Song Jingheng, and the others were among the few who were qualified to watch the battle from a close distance. The Heavenly Dao Alliances Guoqing, Teng, and Yi had all come. Apart from them, even a few elders from the other divisions of the Heavenly Law Alliance had appeared. None of them wanted to miss such a grand occasion. Outside the courtyard, there were also famous figures in the world of cultivation. They stood in a circle and waited quietly. A high number of cultivators were observing the battle from afar. Some of them had brought their sect's juniors to spectate the battle. There were also some loose cultivators dressed in strange clothing. Every one of them possessed formidable auras, causing others to not dare underestimate them. Time passed by minute by minute. When it was almost 9 o'clock, there was a commotion from the crowd of spectators. Led by Li Changxing, Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, Song Zhen, Liu Chong, and the others finally appeared. Xing Mingjue and Bai Henian, the two martial arts masters, also appeared. As soon as Li Changxing appeared, there was a buzz of discussion like bees. Xiao Yuncheng, who was sitting in the courtyard, slowly stood up. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Although Li Changxing was young, he was already famous in the world of cultivation. Li Changxing, I didn't expect you to be at the peak of the finger-profound realm at such a young age. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Xiao Yuncheng's voice came from the courtyard, and the courtyard door that was originally closed automatically opened. The moment the door opened, Li Changxing and Xiao Yuncheng's eyes met. You're the one who broke my formation and destroyed my villa. Li Changxing looked Xiao Yuncheng up and down. Xiao Yuncheng stood there as if he had become one with heaven and earth. The true qi in his body flowed endlessly like a great river. He was also at the finger-profound realm, but he was much stronger than Song Jinheng and the others. That's right. I broke your formation and destroyed your villa. What? If you have resentment in your heart, you can destroy my courtyard and collapse my house. You destroyed my villa, so I'll take your life. Li Changxing snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind rose around him. He took a step forward, and the ground rumbled. A crack split open from the tip of his foot and spread forward until it reached Xiao Yuncheng's feet. Li Changxing had already launched an attack as he spoke. Xiao Yuncheng raised his palm and suddenly slapped the ground under his feet. It was as if he could topple mountains and overturn seas. A strong wind surged and hit the spreading crack head-on. Suddenly, there was a rumble, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. The entire courtyard shook as if there was an earthquake. The walls cracked, and the house behind him collapsed in an instant. Li Changxing had already given his opponent a show of strength with his first move. Good boy. Take my move. Fighting spirit rose in Xiao Yuncheng's eyes. He naturally didn't care about a house, but in front of so many people, he had clearly struck out with his palm, but Li Changxing still destroyed the house. This made him lose some face. He waved his palm continuously, and the palm energy turned into wind blades. With a whistling sound, they enveloped Li Changxing like a storm. This was the true technique of the finger-profound realm. Turning the origin qi of heaven and earth into an attack, the densely packed blades poured down like a torrential flood. The terrifying power wanted to cut Li Changxing into 8 pieces. Li Changxing didn't have much expression in the face of the airtight and surging blades. He only raised his fist and punched out. The fist energy was like a cannonball, rushing straight into the wind blades. Bang bang, bang bang. The collision made continuous sounds. The fist energy directly opened up a path of the fist. Any wind blade that was hit by the fist instantly shattered and turned into the primitive origin qi of heaven and earth. Rumble. Although the fist energy was very powerful, there were too many wind blades. He opened up a path of the fist, but only blocked the attack in front of him. There were still wind blades in all directions that he couldn't block. Hula. Li Changxing's feet moved, and his fist danced like a large spear. The defense around him was airtight, and the wind blades were all shattered under his stirring. At the same time, he opened his fist into a palm, and moved the origin qi of heaven and earth to form a yin-yang pattern. He suddenly struck out at Xiao Yuncheng. The yin-yang pattern spun continuously, and finally formed a huge black and white millstone. As it moved, it drew the origin qi of heaven and earth down. Xiao Yuncheng raised his hand to meet the millstone formed by the yin-yang pattern, but was hit in the chest and took 5 steps back. His face flushed red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was a finger-profound realm expert. Although he didn't specialize in tempering his body was still many times stronger than an ordinary cultivator's. But in Li Changxing's eyes, he was still very weak. You're a body cultivator, Xiao Yuncheng blurted out. He was a Dharma cultivator, and even he felt that he was too stupid to take a blow from a body cultivator. Chapter 633. So you're a body cultivator. No wonder so many experts were defeated by you. Xiao Yuncheng's eyes flashed. He thought he had figured out why Li Changsheng was so strong. Body cultivators were invincible in the same realm, especially when they were in close combat. It was simply a nightmare. It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is that you must die today. Li Changsheng looked straight at Xiao Yuncheng. This was the strongest person he had seen since he woke up. However, 1 in 100 million people could be like Xiao Yuncheng. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have threatened Li Changsheng with his family and friends. This had already touched Li Changsheng's bottom line, so in Li Changsheng's eyes, he was already a dead man. Li Changsheng, don't be so arrogant. I was just tricked by you. I didn't know you were a body cultivator, so I took your blow. Otherwise, do you think you could hurt me? Ridiculous. Xiao Yuncheng pulled apart the distance between him and Li Changsheng, and his face regained its usual calm and composure. Confident, huh? I do walk the path of strength, but do you think you can defeat me by pulling away from me? Li Changsheng's lips curled into a playful smile. Haha. Boy, in my opinion, you won't cry until you see the coffin. If you hadn't been careless just now, do you think you would have had the chance to hurt me? Xiao Yuncheng sneered. Next, I guarantee you won't even be able to touch my sleeve. I'll let you understand what true power is. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his hands formed a seal in the air. Today, you can die under my power. You didn't come to this world in vain. With that, the shadow of a mountain appeared between Xiao Yuncheng's hands. He pointed at Li Changsheng's position, and the mountain grew to 100 feet in size and came crashing down. Rumble. A terrifying force caused the heavens to change. Boundless heaven and earth origin chi surged. Under the powerful pressure, even the void began to tremble. Before it even landed, it already gave off a suffocating feeling. The onlookers who were originally nearby all hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would be implicated. This divine ability is called moving mountains. Li Changsheng, aren't you a body cultivator who uses strength to prove your Tao? Then break apart the mountains and let me see how strong you are. That mountain, however, was like a real object. It crashed down with the power of 10,000 soldiers, causing people to be shocked. Open. Li Changsheng raised his fist and punched above his head. In the air, a fist energy whizzed out and smashed into the mountain above. The mountain, which possessed a gravity of 10,000, was unable to descend any further the moment it came into contact with the fist force. Then, with an ear-piercing roar, the entire illusory mountain exploded, turning into the purest yuan qi of heaven and earth, surging above his head. Xiao Yuncheng didn't seem to have expected Li Changsheng to break his moving mountain's divine ability so easily and violently. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he methodically delivered a second blow. As long as a spell cultivator was far enough away from a body cultivator, it was equivalent to being in an invincible position. They could use the energy of heaven and earth to exhaust the enemy with endless spells. That was why he was able to do it so calmly. A pagoda gathered in his hand, releasing 10,000 rays of golden light. It gave off a sacred and vast feeling. It could subdue demons and suppress everything as it came crashing down from the sky. The pagoda seemed to be made of gold. Light flowed around it, and its power was boundless. Good timing. Li Changsheng once again clenched his fist to meet the golden pagoda. At the same time, he stomped on the ground, creating a crack. His body rose from the ground and rushed into the golden pagoda. Xiao Yuncheng let out a cry of surprise. He didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so bold as to rush into his golden pagoda. One had to know that his golden pagoda was created by observing the birth of the morning sun. Heaven and earth yuan qi flourished. Rays of light like Buddha's light flashed, turning the morning sun into a golden pagoda. It dispelled the darkness of the world and comprehended this move of supreme yang. If Li Changsheng had used his fist to resist, weakening the power of the pagoda, and then escaped, he might have only suffered a minor injury to neutralize this move. However, he never expected Li Changsheng to take the initiative to rush into the pagoda. It was tantamount to meeting the strongest power of the pagoda. It was simply courting death. Xiao Yuncheng couldn't help but shake his head. In the end, he's still too young. He thinks he can break through all techniques with his own strength, but he doesn't know that he's courting death. Since he dares to break into my golden pagoda, then let's end this battle. Xiao Yuncheng's hands constantly formed seals, forming rays of light that shot into the golden pagoda. The golden pagoda grew larger and larger, flickering with golden light like a blazing sun. The spectators didn't dare to look directly at the golden pagoda. They only felt that each ray of light contained terrifying power. Even from a distance, just looking at it made their eyes bleed. This Li Changxing is probably going to die here. Mai Guanjing's face was already filled with pride. Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, Zhu Hong, and the others all had worried expressions. This golden pagoda was too powerful. Even from a distance, they could feel its terrifying aura. It made their hearts palpitate. But at this moment, a fist suddenly rushed out of the golden light. Then, the golden pagoda shattered with a bang. Li Changxing rushed out of the golden pagoda, his fist piercing through the air as he attacked Xiao Yuncheng. You actually used your physical body to shatter the defenses of my golden pagoda. Xiao Yuncheng's expression changed drastically. He spread out his arms and hurriedly retreated. He didn't dare to let Li Changxing get close to him. Once Li Changxing got close, he wouldn't be able to use any of his techniques. Li Changxing's fist landed, and Xiao Yuncheng had already retreated 100 meters. A rogue cultivator who was watching the battle behind him was carelessly struck by the fist energy, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. This scene frightened the spectators quite a bit, and they quickly distanced themselves from the two combatants, retreating a few hundred meters. That rogue cultivator was originally Xiao Yuncheng's follower. At that time, he had been cheering for Xiao Yuncheng, so even though he had exploded, Li Changxing didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. At this moment, he once again stepped through the air and chased after Xiao Yuncheng. Surnamed Xiao, if you have any tricks, I advise you to use them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you can only take them to the grave. Li Changxing spoke clearly. He was like a god of war, unstoppable and domineering. What an arrogant brat. Humph. You only broke my golden pagoda. Do you really think you can defeat me? I admit that I have indeed underestimated you, but the real battle has only just begun. Xiao Yuncheng sneered. The profound finger realm is also divided into different levels. You, Li Changxing, used your body cultivation technique to defeat 5 profound finger realm experts in a row, and you are known as the #1 person in the northern cultivation world. But you don't know that there are realms above the peak of the profound finger realm, and I am someone above the peak. Xiao Yuncheng waved his hands repeatedly, and a transparent wall of light appeared out of thin air, blocking Li Changxing's path. At the same time, a dense array of weapons appeared behind Xiao Yuncheng. This move was both offensive and defensive. It was called Saber Weapon Divine Treasure. Li Changxing, what do you think if I use this move to kill you? Chapter 634. There were long sabers, short swords, long spears, silver spears, and all kinds of weapons in the sky. It was as if there was a torrential rain or a swarm of locusts passing through. Just looking at the dark, cloud-like weapons was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Li Changxing's face finally showed some seriousness. He raised his hand and summoned the heart's willing sword. It instantly expanded to 100 feet and slashed down from the sky. The sword light was resplendent and collided with the densely packed weapons. It was like a fighter jet smashing into the dark clouds. The weapons all clashed with the heart's willing sword. The sword light pierced a hole in the energy light wall in front. I don't think your saber and sword divine treasury is that good. Li Changxing laughed loudly and rode his sword. The sword light was like a galaxy across the sky. No matter what kind of attack it passed, it was shattered by the sword light. It was unstoppable. Li Changxing came riding his sword like a peerless sword immortal. He was unstoppable. Xiao Yuncheng's face became a little ugly. He originally thought that Li Changxing was only a body cultivator and that the saber and sword divine treasury was enough to control Li Changxing. He didn't expect Li Changxing to be so powerful in the way of the sword. Sword cultivators were known as the number one in terms of killing power. Like body cultivators, they were almost invincible in the same realm. Who would have thought that a person was both a body cultivator and a sword cultivator? No wonder so many finger-profound realm cultivators died at the hands of this young man. Fortunately, I have a trump card. Otherwise, I might have really died at his hands today. Xiao Yuncheng's thoughts revolved. He put his palms together and a wisp of golden light scattered from his palms. Finally, it condensed into a golden spear in the air. This spear is called the Scorching Sun Dragon Spear. I created it by gathering the power of the sun. As Xiao Yuncheng spoke, the spear was already in his hand. The golden light was resplendent. He waved the spear and stabbed forward. A golden five-clawed dragon whizzed out. His spear continued to swing, and the surrounding void began to shatter. Five-clawed golden dragons flew out one after another, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their roars shook the 9 heavens, and a total of 9 golden dragons lined up in a row. As he thrust out his spear, a brilliant sun appeared on the tip of his spear. 9 golden dragons supported the sun and pressed down on Li Changsheng. This was a spectacle. If Xiao Yuncheng's previous moves could be called spells, then this was a divine ability. Countless people looked up at the sun in the sky, their minds swaying. Xiao Yuncheng's strength is too terrifying. He actually created a divine ability. Senior Xiao's divine might is unparalleled. With this move, he has already decided the outcome of the battle. Yes. I can't imagine how Li Changsheng would be able to block such an attack. I've heard that Senior Xiao Yuncheng has reached the half-step Earth Celestial stage and is the only person in the world who has come into contact with the Great Way of the Earth Celestial stage. Senior Xiao Yuncheng is definitely the most powerful man in the world. Countless people were sighing. No matter how strong they were, they could feel the power from this move. That day, Li Changsheng defeated the 5 of us on Mount Johua and stepped on our reputations to build his reputation. But who would have thought that the Wheel of Fortune would turn and the heavenly Tao would reincarnate? Today, Xiao Yuncheng will step on his bones and become the number 1 cultivator in the world of cultivation. The Wudang sect's supreme elder, Song Jingheng, sighed with a hint of carefreeness in his tone. After being defeated by Li Changsheng that day, the 5 of them had suffered a disastrous decline in reputation. It was impossible to say that they didn't hate Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng's strength was too strong, so they could only suppress this hatred in their hearts. Brother Song's words are reasonable. It's a pity that Lang Yuanbai is seriously injured and can't see Li Changsheng being defeated with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would drink 300 cups of wine. At this time, the sword and calligraphy duo, Feng Yuze, also spoke. There were many heroes in the world of cultivation, but often, the higher the seniority, the stronger the cultivation. If they lost to Xiao Yuncheng, they would feel much better than losing to Li Changsheng. It's time to end everything. Xiao Yuncheng laughed loudly. The 9 dragons held a sun and enveloped Li Changsheng. The scorching light had the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. Even though the 2 of them were fighting in the sky, the ground under their feet was still scorching hot. It was as if they had really grabbed the sun from the sky. The fire of the sun is the most masculine. Xiao Yuncheng has comprehended the power of rules at the half-step Earth Celestial stage. It's really extraordinary. It's a pity. Li Changsheng sighed. If he hadn't broken through to the peak of the finger profound stage, he might have had to spend a lot of effort to defeat Xiao Yuncheng's attack. They were both half-step Earth Celestials, but in Li Changsheng's eyes, Xiao Yuncheng's strength was a little too weak. I originally thought that the half-step Earth Celestial stage would at least make me use half of my strength, but now it seems that's not the case at all. Could it be that this is Xiao Yuncheng's most powerful combat strength? If that's really the case, then I might be able to defeat a real Earth Celestial. The moment this thought arose in Li Changsheng's mind, even Li Changsheng felt that his idea was a little crazy. Earth Celestials were already Celestials. There was a difference between Celestials and mortals because Celestials were on another level of life. Li Changsheng thought that his current strength could kill Celestials. If others heard this, they would probably think that Li Changsheng had gone crazy. However, This was indeed according to Li Changsheng's estimation of Xiao Yuncheng's combat strength. Master taught me the 9 revolutions of gods and demons. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation method is it? In the midst of such a fierce battle, Li Changsheng was a little absent-minded. By the time he reacted, the sun had already completely swallowed him. At that moment, Li Changsheng was like Sun Wukong in an alchemy furnace. The surrounding flames were about to burn him, and the 9 true dragons opened their ferocious mouths and pounced on his body. It's over. In the crowd below, Ding Qingshue's body swayed and she almost fainted. Ding Qingyang, Zhu Hong, and the others also turned pale. They were originally full of confidence in Li Changsheng, but when they saw this scene, they all despaired. In the sky, Xiao Yuncheng heaved a long sigh of relief. Whenever he fought with Li Changsheng would always show a stronger strength. Therefore, even if it was his most powerful move, he was still worried that an accident would happen. However, when the sun completely enveloped Li Changsheng, he knew that the outcome was certain. He was well aware of the power of his move. Unless it was a true earth celestial, anyone would be burned to ashes by the extreme yang true fire of the sun. However, just when Xiao Yuncheng felt that Li Changsheng had already been reduced to ashes, there was a sudden rumble. A fiend god stepped out of the flames and opened its mouth to swallow the surging grand sun true fire. Even the 9 true dragons couldn't escape. In the blink of an eye, the flames disappeared and so did the scorching heat in the sky. Just like that, the killing move had been broken. What is this? Xiao Yuncheng was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 635. After Li Changsheng used the indestructible body of gods and demons to swallow the flames, he waved his fists and released tens of thousands of rays of light. Finally, it formed an extremely powerful fist energy and roared out. Xiao Yuncheng, take this as well. With one punch, the wind and clouds changed color and the void began to shatter. Wherever the fist energy passed, it seemed to destroy the world and reopen the chaos. Looking from afar, Li Changsheng was like an invincible god of war. His fist was like an angry dragon roaring, opening a path in the sky that crossed the distance of time and space. The whole world was filled with the thunderous sound of the fist. Xiao Yuncheng's Taoism was mysterious and incomparably wonderful, but Li Changsheng's fist was even more powerful. It displayed the strength of a body cultivator to the fullest. No matter what kind of magic art you had, I would break it with one punch. Rumble. This fist carried with it the billowing chi of heaven and earth and pressed forward with an indomitable momentum. Xiao Yuncheng's eyes were also filled with shock. His hands kept dancing, and he displayed one seal after another. At the same time, the scorching sun dragon spear shattered and turned into a golden divine bird, burning with raging flames. According to legend, the 3-legged golden crow was born in the depths of the sun. Whoosh! Li Changsheng's fist destroyed everything in its path. The 3-legged golden crow, which was as big as a house, almost instantly let out a mournful cry and exploded into a pile of sparks. After destroying the 3-legged golden crow, Xiao Yuncheng released a few more magic arts. All kinds of ancient divine beasts condensed and formed in the sky. Tens of thousands of beasts galloped, and the power of each one was no less than a finger-profound realm powerhouse's all-out attack. It could be seen that the flames of several divine beasts in the sky were connected, and even the clouds in the sky were evaporated. This was the power of a half-step earth celestial. They could control the chi of heaven and earth, and their true core was endless, like a bottomless pit. Bang, 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 bang. Li Changsheng's fist broke through all the obstacles and opened a path through the sea of fire. Finally, he arrived in front of Xiao Yuncheng. Xiao Yuncheng's hands transformed into shields, but they were still penetrated by the fist energy. His body flew back. But because the power of this punch had been greatly weakened after shattering countless obstacles, it only caused Xiao Yuncheng some light injuries. Li Changsheng, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age. But do you think that's all I have? Xiao Yuncheng took a deep breath. Endless chi of heaven and earth gathered around him, forming a hazy fog. Standing in the fog, he looked like an immortal. When the mist had completely fused into his body, he opened his arms, and a three-legged cauldron gradually appeared above his head. Although the cauldron was still an illusion, the moment it appeared, the entire world was filled with a mysterious aura. The cauldron was an artifact used by saints to guard the mountains and rivers, and its 3 legs symbolized the birth of all things. Even Li Changsheng couldn't help but be moved. Swordsmen have life-bound flying swords, and I have also forged an artifact to prove my Tao, this cauldron. Li Changsheng, why don't you take a look and see if my natal item can kill you? As he spoke, the 3-legged cauldron flew out of his head and pressed down on Li Changsheng. This cauldron was in between reality and illusion, but Xiao Yuncheng said that it was his life-bound artifact. Li Changsheng only needed to think for a moment to understand that Xiao Yuncheng was very generous. He actually believed that no artifact forged in this world was qualified to be his life-bound artifact. Instead, he chose to condense an artifact out of thin air. Unfortunately, he was limited by his cultivation and could not form this cauldron. Otherwise, it really might have been able to threaten Li Changsheng. Every person who could ascend to the great Tao of the Earth Immortal Realm was a martial genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Zhuanghua, who had been killed by Li Changsheng, was such a person, and so was Xiao Yuncheng. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. On the path of cultivation, since you have become my stumbling block, I can only kill you. Li Changsheng sighed. The giant fiend god illusion suddenly fused into his body with a roar. At this moment, Li Changsheng's aura, which could be considered calm, suddenly became violent. He was like an ancient and brutal fiend god, and a bloodthirsty and cold aura emanated from his body. At this moment, everyone's hearts began to palpitate. Everyone's eyes revealed a dignified expression, knowing that the two of them would probably decide the victor in this move. Bai Henian and Xing Mingjue, who were known as the representatives of the secular northern and southern Wulin, had long been so shocked that their minds had gone blank. Only today did they know that there was such an immortal-like existence in the world. The moment the fiend god fused with his body, the small cauldron also arrived at the top of Li Changsheng's head. The small cauldron was only the size of a palm, but at this moment, it exuded an immense power, as if it carried the power of the entire world and pressed down, about to crush Li Changsheng into pieces. Everyone felt their mouths go dry as they stared fixedly at the sky. Today's battle dazzled even those finger-profound realm experts, and their minds swayed. It could be called a battle of immortals. Open for me. Li Changsheng swung his fist and smashed it on the round cauldron. In just a moment, a powerful roar resounded in all directions, and invisible sound waves spread out with his fist as the center. In the distance, an ancient tree that required several people to wrap their arms around it was actually snapped in half by the sound waves, and the buildings beside it were also flattened by the power. However, Li Changsheng's fist only slowed down the round cauldron's falling speed slightly, and the round cauldron was actually not damaged at all. Could it be that Li Changsheng is going to lose? This thought arose in many people's minds. Ding Qingxue, Liu Chong, and the others were filled with worry. Bang, 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 bang. They originally thought that Li Changsheng's punch just now was already the most powerful, but they didn't expect that Li Changsheng would immediately follow up with 3 more punches, and that the round cauldron that was about to fall down actually rose a little. How is this possible? Xiao Yuncheng's expression finally changed. This cauldron of his had borrowed the power of the entire world. Not only did Li Changsheng have no intention of dodging, he actually used his fist to forcefully beat the small cauldron until it began to rise. How much power did this require? Li Changsheng, the power of the physical body will eventually come to an end. Using the power of the physical body to compete with the power of the world, it will be difficult for you to escape the fate of dying from exhaustion. Xiao Yuncheng's face regained its calm. In his opinion, Li Changsheng's actions were simply courting death. However, Li Changsheng didn't answer at all, and instead smashed his fist on the round cauldron again and again. The round cauldron had already begun to rise under the force of his punches. The 6th punch, the 7th punch, and the 9th punch. By the time the 9th punch landed, the round cauldron had already been knocked back by Li Changsheng's attacks. This time, Xiao Yuncheng was finally no longer calm. He waved his hands and began to inject spirit qi into the round cauldron, causing the round cauldron that was constantly retreating to instantly stabilize its form. Li Changsheng, I'm already a half-step Earth Celestial, and I can continuously extract the power of the world. Aren't you courting death by competing with me in strength? Xiao Yuncheng said with a complacent smile. Li Changsheng's physical strength was really too powerful. Even though he was already a half-step Earth Celestial, if Li Changsheng got close to him, he would still be in danger of dying. However, it was different now. Li Changsheng didn't retreat when facing the round cauldron, and instead chose to meet it head-on, causing the two of them to fall into a stalemate of strength. In such a stalemate, Xiao Yuncheng could continuously extract the power of the world, and Li Changsheng's physical strength would eventually run out, so in Xiao Yuncheng's eyes, victory was already in his grasp. Chapter 636. You can forgive the sins of the heavens, but you can't survive the sins you bring upon yourself. Xiao Yuncheng laughed complacently. This was exactly what he had been dreaming of. However, Li Changsheng didn't care about his mockery at all. Instead, he raised his fist and punched a few more times. The 10th punch, the 11th punch, the 12th punch. Each punch was the sum of all the previous punches. By the time he reached the 18th punch, Xiao Yuncheng's expression had changed. Because of the power of Li Changsheng's punches, even he couldn't remain calm. I don't believe you can continue attacking like this, Xiao Yuncheng said coldly. Is that so? Li Changsheng's body was close to the round cauldron, and he punched 9 more times in one breath, a total of 27 punches. Crack. Finally, the round cauldron was completely shattered under the fist, and Xiao Yuncheng spat out a mouthful of blood. The round cauldron was his natal item. Now that it was shattered, he was immediately seriously injured. How is this possible? Xiao Yuncheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Do you think you're the only half-step Earth immortal in the world? As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, he raised his fist again. The 29th punch. At this moment, with this punch, a crack was torn in the void in front of Li Changsheng. The rumbling fist energy directly entered the crack, cut through the void, and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yuncheng's chest. It's over. Xiao Yuncheng didn't even have time to react before his chest was smashed by the fist. A large part of his chest instantly caved in. At the same time, the fist energy directly penetrated his body and flew out from his back, accompanied by a spray of blood in the air. Rip. It was like the sound of a sheet of iron being torn apart. Xiao Yuncheng's body was split in half along the wound caused by Li Changsheng's fist, and he fell from the sky. I actually lost. These were Xiao Yuncheng's last words. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. However, after being hit by Li Changsheng's fist, his vitality was completely extinguished in an instant. At this moment, all was silent under the sky. Everyone looked at the scene in the sky in a daze. Xiao Yuncheng, who was a half-step into the Earth Celestial stage, had been killed. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about. On the other hand, Mai Guanjing's face turned pale in an instant. His body trembled and tears streamed down his face. Then, he knelt on the ground with a plop and cried bitterly. Master, it's all my fault. As for the others like Song Jingheng, Feng Yuze, Daoist Floating Dust, and the others, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. They were of the same generation as Xiao Yuncheng, but Xiao Yuncheng had left them behind early on. Xiao Yuncheng had long been the number one person in the world in their hearts, but now he had still been defeated by Li Changsheng and had fallen here. Li Changsheng didn't just kill Xiao Yuncheng, he also trampled on the entire cultivation world. From then on, Li Changsheng's title of number one in the world was well deserved. The young Li Changsheng ascended to the supreme position and became unrivaled in the world. Even a half-step into the Earth Celestial stage is no match for him. Could it be that he's a living Earth Celestial? Song Jingheng muttered to himself. On the other side, Ding Qingxue and the others were surrounded by ecstasy. Li Changsheng had won in the end. Xiao Yuncheng dared to threaten me with Li Changsheng's family. Today, he brought this upon himself. A dragon has a reverse scale, and those who touch it will die. Today, I, Li Changsheng, will say that if anyone has a grudge against me, Li Changsheng, they can come to me for revenge. But if anyone dares to touch my family and friends, then Xiao Yunqing's fate will be the same. As soon as his voice fell, Li Changsheng descended from the sky. He looked at Mai Guanjing, who was crying bitterly, and his gaze wandered for a long time. In the end, he didn't make a move. When Li Changsheng looked at Mai Guanjing, the people who were originally on good terms with Mai Guanjing became nervous. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots had always been an iron law in the world of cultivation. They all thought that Mai Guanjing would undoubtedly die today, but they didn't expect that Li Changsheng wouldn't kill him. While they were relieved, they also sighed with emotion. No matter how terrifying the rumors about Li Changsheng were and what kind of devil he was, from his actions just now, it seemed that he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. If Xiao Yuncheng hadn't threatened Li Changsheng with his family, perhaps he would have been defeated today, but he wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everyone had to take responsibility for their own words and actions. After the battle in the capital, Li Changsheng became famous and became the #1 in the world of cultivation. However, such a sensational matter only spread in the world of cultivation. Although there were ordinary people in the secular world who saw the changes in the sky from afar and heard all kinds of strange sounds, almost no news of it spread. If the world knew about the existence of cultivators, it would definitely cause a big mess. However, Li Changsheng didn't need to worry about this matter. Naturally, there would be people who would take care of it properly. In the following days, Li Changsheng asked Yi Haoran to find some people to help repair the villa. He still lived in the courtyard that Yi Haoran helped him find. Almost every day, there would be people from the world of cultivation coming to visit. There were elders from the other divisions of the Heavenly Dao Union, as well as the sect masters of the Sword Union. Song Jinheng, Daoist Floating Dust, and the others personally came to apologize. 10 days after the martial arts competition, the villa at the top of the mountain was finally repaired. Li Changsheng moved back to the villa and at the same time, rearranged the spirit gathering array and the mountain protecting array. This time, Li Changsheng imitated the Kunlun sect and arranged dozens of arrays. The small arrays were connected to each other to form a medium array. The medium array was then combined with the medium array to form a large array. The entire mountain villa was integrated into one. In this way, even if an expert like Xiao Yuncheng came, it wouldn't be easy to break the array. Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue stayed behind to help Li Changsheng arrange the array. However, because they still had some matters to deal with in the sect, they also left on the 13th day. Those who should have come to visit had also come. Li Changsheng's villa was finally quiet. Next, it's time to establish a sect. Unfortunately, I only have one disciple. Li Changsheng was a bit distressed. Suddenly, he remembered that Mai Guanjing had more than 20 martial Dao geniuses. If he took them in, he could immediately establish a sect. However, after thinking about it, Li Changsheng dispelled this idea. Those people were not goods. Moreover, they were Mai Guanjing's subordinates. Even if he took them by force, many of them would not be convinced. After all, disciples could not be taken by force. Since Mai Guanjing can find so many genius disciples, I can do the same. The world is so big that there is no lack of talent. It's just that Mai Guanjing has been in the capital for many years. He has various channels and connections to find genius disciples. However, most of the people I know are ordinary people. Where should I start? While Li Changsheng was distressed, another person came to visit. This time, it was an acquaintance. Ren Juntang, the general manager of the Zhengke Group, used to be Xu Xiaolin's favorite general. Now, he worked for Li Changsheng. Why are you here? Ren Juntang had nothing to do with the cultivation world. He definitely didn't come to see him because he defeated Xiao Yuncheng. Sure enough, Ren Juntang explained, I heard from Yi Haoran, Chairman Yi, that you live in the capital, so I came to see you. Recently, the company has encountered some difficulties. I'm a bit helpless. What difficulties? Li Changsheng was a little curious. With Ren Juntang's ability, he could naturally settle business matters. Moreover, even if he couldn't, Li Changsheng knew nothing about business. It's a batch of goods that we brought back from overseas. However, when they passed through Nanyang, They were detained by a local force. That batch of goods is very important to our junker group, but we sent many people to negotiate, but it was useless. You also know that Nanyang is a place where good people mix with bad people and there are many gangs. I've been worrying about this recently. When I heard that you were in the capital, I came to report the situation to you and see if you have any connections to get the goods back. Nanyang? A name suddenly popped into Li Changsheng's mind. Jiu Mangong. Since he woke up in his previous life, there had been 3 people by his side, Xu Xiaolin, Sick Tiger Kai Yu, and Jiu Mangong. Last time, Chu Yaotian told him that Jiu Mangong was now developing in Nanyang. Moreover, he was very powerful and had connections. Tell me the specific situation of this batch of goods. Leave this matter to me, Li Changsheng said. Mai Guanjing had found more than 20 geniuses to nurture. It was likely that he had collected all the easily found geniuses in the entire north, or even the entire country. If he wanted to find any fish that had escaped the net, it would undoubtedly be very difficult. Thinking about it carefully, the only place that Mai Guanjing had not plundered was the Nanyang region. Moreover, Jiu Mangong had been operating there for many years and had many eyes and ears. He could help Li Changsheng find people. If he went to Nanyang, he could not only find some disciples of the sects, but also help Ren Juntang get the goods back. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Changsheng instantly made a decision in his heart. Chapter 637. Sir, are you going to Nanyang in person? Ren Juntang asked in surprise. He originally came to look for Li Changsheng because of his relationship with Xu Xiaolin. He thought that Li Changsheng could use his connections to get the goods back. Mr. Li, the situation in Nanyang is chaotic. I think it's better if you don't go in person. It's too dangerous. Why don't you ask Xu Xiaolin to help you find some connections? Why do you have to take the risk yourself? Ren Juntang advised. He didn't know Li Changsheng's identity as a cultivator, so he was naturally a little worried. Countless people disappeared from the world in Nanyang every day. It was no different from a tiger's den. It's okay. I have other things to deal with in Nanyang. I have a friend in Nanyang. I'll ask him to help me get the goods. I see. Can you take me with you, sir? Our company is doing international business. We need a large number of goods to be transported by sea in the future. We need to find a suitable transportation company to avoid this incident. You're going to Nanyang too? Li Changsheng thought about it and finally nodded. No matter what Ren Juntang did, it was to make money for him. He had no reason to refuse. When do we set off? Ren Juntang was more anxious than Li Changsheng. Tomorrow then. Okay, I'll go prepare. After Ren Juntang left, Li Changsheng went to the city to say goodbye to Yishuang. The next morning, a Mercedes-Benz business car stopped at the foot of the mountain. Ren Juntang got out of the car and saw Li Changsheng on the mountain path before he went up the mountain. Let's go. Li Changsheng got into the business car and saw a strong man sitting in the front passenger seat. He was big and had a pair of bell-like eyes that gave off a fierce feeling. Ren Juntang hurriedly introduced, "This is a bodyguard I hired from the country. He's a boxing champion and has reached the peak of martial arts. He's very powerful." The boxing champion was also very arrogant. He knew that Li Changsheng was Ren Juntang's boss, but he still looked arrogant. Ren Juntang whispered, "What do you think, Mr. Li? Isn't this bodyguard powerful? With his protection, our safety on this trip to Nanyang can be guaranteed. Nanyang is a ruthless place, especially foreigners like us. It's very easy for us to become the target of various bandits." Li Changsheng smiled and didn't say anything. In his eyes, the boxing champion in front of him had only practiced the obvious strength to the peak. Coupled with his tall stature and extraordinary talent, he was indeed a good fighter, but he was only good enough to deal with those boxing matches with rules. Although he exuded a domineering aura, there was no killing intent in his eyes. This meant that he had never experienced a real battle of life and death. Such a person could deal with people weaker than him, but once he met someone stronger than him, he would have no chance to protect himself at all. Even if his opponent was slightly weaker than him and had gone through a life and death battle, there was a high chance that he would be defeated. I wonder how much his annual salary is. Li Changsheng asked casually. Ren Juntang stretched out 2 fingers. 2 million. Li Changsheng immediately understood and nodded. This price was not high, but it was definitely not low either. In fact, he wanted to tell Ren Juntang that it was better to find one from a bodyguard company than to hire such a bodyguard. After all, the bodyguard had undergone special protection training. Although this burly man was very strong, he was far inferior to those professionals in dealing with unexpected situations. By the way, is the bodyguard paid out of your own pocket? Li Changsheng was puzzled. Of course not. I run around all day for the company. Even if I encounter danger, I offend people for the benefit of the company. Of course, the company pays for it. Ren Juntang said confidently. The car soon arrived at the airport. The driver was brought to Beijing by Ren Juntang. After sending Ren Juntang to the plane, he returned directly to the company's headquarters. As for the bodyguard, he naturally followed the 2 to the south. In the first-class cabin, Li Changsheng observed the bodyguard. This guy was big and burly, but unfortunately, he had not undergone professional training. He only knew how to sit there and act cool without any awareness of vigilance. This made Li Changsheng feel that his money was somewhat wasted. Ren Juntang was worried all the way. For him, Nanyang was purgatory on earth. If it were not for the company, he would not be willing to go there even if you beat him to death. Mr. Li, did you talk to Xu Xiaolin on the phone? Mr. Xu is very resourceful. Maybe he has connections in Nanyang and can help us get the goods back. I heard that the power that detained our goods is not ordinary in Nanyang. If we can't find a middleman and rashly go to negotiate with him, we might even be detained. They never reason with people. It's okay. If they are unreasonable, I will reason with them. If I can't reason with them, I will use my fists. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Ren Juntang sighed and became even more worried. He was afraid that Li Changsheng would not listen to his advice and go head-to-head with the other party. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing his worry, Li Changsheng patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I have connections in Nanyang. I guarantee that they will obediently hand over the goods. There is no need to call Xu Xiaolin. Ren Juntang nodded. Since Li Changsheng said so, then he would treat it as a last resort. What if Li Changsheng really had connections in Nanyang? After all, his boss was not ordinary. The plane flew for more than 10 hours. By the time they arrived at their destination, it was already evening. The sky was filled with clouds, making the entire sky red. The 3 of them got off the plane and followed the crowd outside. Mr. Li, you must be tired from the journey. Let's find a hotel nearby first. Tomorrow, I will send someone to contact the force that intercepted our goods and see what conditions they have and how they will be willing to return the goods to us. At the same time, I will make an appointment with the manager of a transportation company to discuss cooperation. This place is a family-run business. I heard that the manager is a rich second generation who has just taken over the family business and intends to make a career for the elders in the family. Our cooperation is very important to him. Okay, you can arrange these things. However, there is no need to stay in a hotel. There are already people outside to welcome us. Before they came, Li Changsheng asked Kai Yu to find a way to inform Jiyu Mangong. I wonder who is Sir's friend. Ren Juntang looked at the crowd outside and stopped in his tracks. Li Changsheng was also looking for Jiyu Mangong. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. More than 30 strong men in suits, led by a middle-aged man, walked out of the crowd. They were holding a photo in their hands. After glancing at it, they walked straight to Li Changsheng. You must be Mr. Li Changsheng, right? My name is Pang Tai. Boss Jiyu had something to do and couldn't make it back, so he asked me to come and pick you up. Then, he said to the subordinates behind him, why aren't you greeting Mr. Li? Hello, Mr. Li. More than 30 people cupped their hands and bowed in unison. This attracted the attention of the surrounding people. They were all guessing what kind of big shot had come to make these people welcome him in such a grand manner. Chapter 638. More than 30 strong men bowed at the same time, instantly attracting the attention of most of the passengers in the airport. Ren Juntang and the bodyguard were also dumbfounded. When Li Changsheng said that someone would come to pick them up on the plane, they didn't think much of it. Only now did they realize that Li Changsheng's backer in Nanyang was not ordinary. Why are you making such a big fuss? Li Changsheng shook his head. Back then, Jiyu Mangong was a guy who didn't know how to keep a low profile. He had been criticized many times, but he didn't change. He didn't expect his subordinates to be the same. Pang Tai seemed to have noticed that Li Changsheng didn't like to be in the limelight. He quickly waved his hand to get his subordinates to straighten their backs. He was also helpless. After knowing that Li Changsheng was coming, Jiyu Mangong was overseas and couldn't make it back in time. He called his assistant to welcome Li Changsheng. He also repeatedly reminded Pang Tai to show that he valued Li Changsheng and let Li Changsheng feel like he had returned home. Pang Tai immediately understood when he heard this. Jiyu Mangong usually liked to be in the limelight. That was why he made such a fuss. Let's go. We'll talk in the car. Pang Tai's subordinates tactfully went up to take the luggage from Ren Juntang's hands. The few of them walked to the parking lot and saw a row of neatly parked Rolls-Royces. The one at the front was an extended version and looked very imposing. There were many people around pointing at the row of Rolls-Royces. Luxury cars of this level were rare, let alone more than 30 of them together. Some people even took out their phones to take videos and were preparing to post them on social media. Li Changsheng was also helpless against such a lineup. Under Pang Tai's guidance, they sat in the Rolls-Royce. Ren Juntang and the bodyguard could only sit in the car behind. As the car started to move, Pang Tai couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Li, what's your relationship with Boss Jiyu?" "I've been with Boss Jiyu for almost 10 years. I basically know all of his friends, but this is the first time I've heard of your name. I'm considered friends with your boss Jiyu." Li Changsheng smiled and didn't continue on this topic. Pang Tai nodded. Since Li Changsheng didn't say anything, he didn't continue to ask. However, there were many doubts hidden in his heart. He was originally in charge of entertaining a manager of the Hong Triad in Southeast Asia. As the largest organization in the world, the Hong Triad had many businesses in Southeast Asia. Since Jiyu Mangong was an important figure in Southeast Asia, both parties had many business dealings. The head steward of the Hong Triad had a high status, which was why he, Jiyu Mangong's trusted aide, was sent to receive him. Who would have thought that he would be called over to receive Li Changsheng? If he was asked to receive important figures like Xu Xiaolin or Kai Yu, it would be one thing. However, it had to be a young man whom he had never heard of before. It was easy to imagine the confusion in his heart. Li Changsheng chatted with the other party for a while and then stopped talking. He sat in the car and closed his eyes to rest. Li Changsheng's attitude made Jiyu Mangong's trusted aide feel slightly uncomfortable. As Jiyu Mangong's right-hand man, he was the second most important person in Jiyu Mangong's organization. In the entire Nanyang, even if those tycoons with a net worth of hundreds of billions saw him, they would all be polite and respectful. Now, he was just a young man, yet he dared to put on airs in front of him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. However, even though he was unhappy, Li Changsheng was Jiyu Mangong's guest after all. He would only think about it in his heart and wouldn't say it out loud. The cars moved forward. Because the 30 Rolls-Royces had to line up in a formation, they didn't move quickly. In the second car, Ren Juntang was looking at his phone out of boredom. As for the bodyguard, he was puzzled and asked, "CEO Ren, who is this Li Changsheng? Why are so many people here to receive him?" "I've already told you. He's my boss, the chairman of the Zhengke Corporation." "Then, who are these people?" The bodyguard pointed at the chauffeur. The chauffeur had a cold face the entire time and was even more arrogant than him. Midway, he tried to talk to the chauffeur, but the chauffeur completely ignored him. This inevitably made him a little unhappy and felt that he was being looked down upon. "I'm not sure either. We'll ask Mr. Li later." After Ren Juntang finished speaking, the driver finally said coldly, "We're Boss Gu's subordinates. The person sitting in the car in front is Boss Gu's trusted aide, Pang Tai." "What's Boss Gu's full name?" "I used to fight in Southeast Asia a few years ago, so I have some understanding of Southeast Asia." The bodyguard was very curious. Even a driver was so arrogant. He wanted to know where this driver's confidence came from. There are 30 Rolls-Royces outside, and they have the surname GU. You can't even guess the identity of our boss. With your intelligence, if you were to make a living in Southeast Asia, I'm afraid you wouldn't survive more than a week. How can you say that? The bodyguard was about to fly into a rage when he heard that. At this moment, the driver turned around and glanced at him. At that moment, a chill ran down the bodyguard's spine. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes were instantly filled with shock. Could it be Gu Mangong, Boss Gu? At this moment, the bodyguard's expression changed completely. Ren Juntang had asked him to be his bodyguard and to follow him to Southeast Asia. He had always thought that even if Ren Juntang and Li Changsheng had some friends in Southeast Asia, they wouldn't have much influence. That was why he had been so careful. However, he hadn't expected Li Changsheng's friend in Southeast Asia to be Gu Mangong. In Southeast Asia, why would anyone need a bodyguard if they knew Gu Mangong? Gu Mangong was the biggest protective talisman. Ren Juntang, who was sitting in the back, was also shocked. Before coming to Southeast Asia, he had already investigated the situation in Southeast Asia. Naturally, he knew who was the most powerful and had the final say in Southeast Asia. Li Changsheng was really impressive. First, he knew the two big shots, Xu Xiaolin and Kai Xian. Now, he even knew Gu Mangong. Ren Juntang's originally anxious state of mind calmed down instantly. The car drove for more than 40 minutes before stopping in front of a huge manor. There were already many people waiting at the door to welcome them. Since Gu Mangong had instructed Pang Tai to make the scene bigger, Pang Tai called many of his subordinates to welcome Li Changsheng. Even a few of Gu Mangong's subordinates who had quite a bit of authority appeared. The scene at the airport was already big enough. Who would have thought that the scene at the manor's entrance would be even bigger? Li Changsheng wasn't used to such a high-profile scene. Thus, he said to Pang Tai, "Ask them to disperse. What's the point of making such a big scene?" Li Changsheng's voice was very calm. However, when Pang Tai heard it, he didn't feel comfortable. In the car, Li Changsheng had displayed a very casual attitude, which made him feel neglected. Now that Li Changsheng had asked him to disperse the welcoming team, he was even more dissatisfied. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. Then, he got a subordinate to bring Li Changsheng and the rest to rest. After Li Changsheng and the rest left, a few powerful people surrounded Pang Tai. "Old Pang, who is this kid? He actually asked so many of us to welcome him. From what he said just now, it seems like he doesn't like such a lineup." An old man who had followed Gu Mangong for half his life asked. "I don't know either. He's young, but he's quite arrogant." Pang Tai shook his head. "Then, old Pang, we'll disperse first. During the welcome banquet later, we brothers must have a good drink or two." Hearing the old man's words, Pang Tai snorted coldly. "What welcome banquet? Since he doesn't like crowds, I think we should just forget about it." "How can we do that? The welcome banquet was ordered by the boss. If we just forget about it, what if the boss isn't happy when he comes back?" "Don't worry. We've followed the boss for so many years. Even if the boss isn't happy, he'll at most scold us a little. He can't possibly punish us because of an outsider, right? Furthermore, I was the one who ordered the cancellation of the welcome banquet. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. I'll naturally explain it to the boss. Since that's the case, we can only drink another day." The old man patted Pang Tai's shoulder and then dispersed. Pang Tai looked in the direction where Li Changsheng had disappeared and sneered. "Kid, I wanted to receive you grandly, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being petty. Not only will there be no welcome banquet, but you'll also have to starve for dinner tonight." Chapter 639. Li Changsheng and the rest were arranged to stay in a large villa in the manor. Along the way, the arrogant bodyguard's attitude towards Li Changsheng had undergone a complete change. Those who had never been to Nanyang would never know what the name Gu Mangong meant. Since Mr. Li is welcomed personally by Gu Mangong, why would he need a bodyguard like me in Nanyang? The bodyguard, who had always been confident in himself, suddenly felt that his existence had lost its value. Li Changsheng did not say anything about the bodyguard's change. Ren Juntang also felt a little emotional. This boss of his was really omnipotent. Li Changsheng and the rest confirmed their rooms. It was already past 7 p.m. Logically speaking, there should be a welcome banquet for Li Changsheng. However, as time passed, no one came to invite Li Changsheng for a meal. There wasn't even dinner, let alone a welcome banquet. At 9 p.m., Li Changsheng's face was completely gloomy. Ren Juntang and the bodyguard beside him were also complaining. It's already 9 p.m. It's obvious that there's no dinner. What's going on? Isn't Mr. Li Jiyu Mangong's friend? Why isn't he even eating? The bodyguard said with a frown. Ren Juntang took out some snacks from his bag and gave them to the bodyguard. Li Changsheng did not eat them. At his level, it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't eat for half a month. Looks like this subordinate of Jiyu Mangong is an interesting person. Li Changsheng walked back to the house and started cultivating. Although it was difficult to increase his strength by blindly cultivating at his level, cultivating was like breathing. It had long become a part of his life. The next morning, someone finally came to invite Li Changsheng and the rest for breakfast. After all, Li Changsheng was someone that Jiyu Mangong wanted to entertain. The other party did not dare to go overboard. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. I was busy yesterday and forgot to prepare a welcome banquet for you. You're a magnanimous person. You won't blame me, right? Pang Tai walked over with a fake smile. Did he forget or did he do it on purpose? Li Changsheng slapped Pang Tai's outstretched hand aside. Pang Tai's face turned extremely ugly in front of his subordinates. He originally thought that no matter how unhappy Li Changsheng was, he would still be polite on the surface. After all, he, Pang Tai, was Jiyu Mangong's most trusted subordinate. However, he never thought that Li Changsheng would not give him any face at all. There were still many important people under Jiyu Mangong in the canteen. When they saw this scene, their faces were filled with anger. They had known Pang Tai for a long time, and Li Changsheng was ultimately an outsider. No one would side with him. Pang Tai's face alternated between red and green. Finally, he could not help but say, Mr. Li, I, Pang Tai, am a well-known figure in Nanyang. I hope you can take the initiative to apologize for what happened just now. After Pang Tai finished speaking, the several brawny men behind him all stared at Li Changsheng with unfriendly expressions. The smell of gunpowder was thick in the air. I'm Jiyu Mangong's friend. You didn't even prepare dinner for me last night. Aren't you afraid that your boss will blame you? Li Changsheng walked to a table in the canteen and sat down. Ren Juntang and the bodyguards were all trembling with fear. Although Li Changsheng knew Jiyu Mangong, and Jiyu Mangong had also asked Pang Tai to bring out such a big lineup to welcome Li Changsheng yesterday, none of them knew what the relationship between the two was. Now that they had offended an important person under Jiyu Mangong, if the other party turned hostile, they might not be able to leave Nanyang alive. They felt that Li Changsheng's actions were too reckless. I already said that I didn't prepare dinner for you last night because I was busy and forgot. Why? It's just a meal. Do you want me to kowtow and apologize? That's right. Pang Tai snorted coldly. Yes, Boss Gu's friend. To be honest, I don't dare to do anything to you. However, I prepared this breakfast carefully. I don't want to give it to you, so please leave the canteen. Pang Tai pointed at the door. If not for the fact that he had not figured out the relationship between Li Changsheng and Jiyu Mangong, he would have already attacked him. As Jiyu Mangong's #1 subordinate, who would dare to embarrass him in front of everyone? All right. Since I can't even eat, I think I'd better move out. At least my friends won't have to starve with me. Li Changsheng instructed Ren Juntang and the bodyguard. You two pack up your things. We'll leave this place. Okay. Ren Juntang nodded hurriedly. Seeing that Li Changsheng and Pang Tai had seen through him, he felt uneasy staying in this manner. So Mr. Li wants to move out. It's not that I want to chase you away. When the time comes, just don't complain to Boss Jiyu. Pang Tai said sarcastically. I definitely won't complain. However, when your boss Gu comes back, if he wants me to move back, you'll have to kneel down and beg me." "What did you say? Kneel down and beg you to come back?" "Lee, who do you think you are? Even if you're Boss Gu's brother, based on the contributions I've made for Boss Gu all these years, he won't ask me to kneel down and beg him." "Is that so?" Li Changsheng smiled, got up, and walked out of the canteen. At this moment, many people surrounded him. "This brat is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? How dare he ask you to kneel down and beg him to come back? That's right. Who doesn't know that Master Pang is Boss Gu's right-hand man? How could Boss Gu have such a friend? What a joke." The surrounding people were discussing. Pang Tai looked in the direction where Li Changsheng had disappeared, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. After leaving the manor, Li Changsheng and the other two took a taxi to a 5-star hotel. They had originally planned to meet the leader of the organization who had confiscated their goods today, but now they could only settle down first. "Mr. Li, originally, we had a 90% chance of getting the goods back under Gu Mangong's name. However, now that we can't use Gu Mangong's name to intimidate others, I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult to get the goods back," Ren Juntang said helplessly. "Don't worry." Li Changsheng comforted him. "Even without Gu Mangong, it won't be difficult to get the goods back. Furthermore, who said that we had fallen out with Gu Mangong? We only offended one of Gu Mangong's subordinates. It doesn't matter. Gu Mangong will return to Nanyang tomorrow. At that time, he will bring that subordinate over to apologize. Let's go and have breakfast first, then we'll meet the young master of the family who wants to work with us." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Ren Juntang nodded his head. He didn't eat much the previous night, so he was indeed hungry. However, he didn't believe Li Changsheng when he said that Gu Mangong would bring his subordinate over to apologize. What kind of person was Gu Mangong? How could he possibly bow down and apologize to someone? As for Pang Tai, as Gu Mangong's trusted subordinate, Gu Mangong would probably only reprimand him a little for Li Changsheng's matter and forget about it. He might not even reprimand him. The way to control subordinates was to let them feel that they were valued. Only then would they be loyal to you. Ren Juntang was in charge of a large company and knew this very well. Therefore, he felt that Li Changsheng had overestimated him. Chapter 640. The partner that Ren Juntang found was a maritime transportation company with dozens of cargo ships of various types under their name. They were very powerful. In Nanyang, there were all sorts of people, and the seizure of the Junker Group's goods was an example. Without the help of local forces, it would be extremely difficult to do business here. Cooperating with this company and borrowing their ships to transport goods was safe and worry-free. However, both parties were in long-term cooperation, so the price needed to be carefully discussed. This time, the person who came to negotiate was the general manager of this company, who was also the future heir of this family company. It was said that this person used to be a good-for-nothing and did not have a good reputation. Now that he wanted to take charge of the family business, there were many voices of doubt inside and outside the family. He was eager to prove himself in the family, and this cooperation with the Junker Group was also very important to him. Ren Juntang brought Li Changsheng to the headquarters of the other party's company in Nanyang. As soon as they entered the company, the other party personally came out to greet them. The man looked to be less than 30 years old, and there were several company executives behind him. Now that he was the general manager of the company, he was giving Ren Juntang enough face by personally coming out to greet them. "Hello, Mr. Ren. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you're finally here. We've talked a few times through video calls, and now I see you in person. You're really charming." The other party came up and grabbed Ren Juntang's hand. He was incomparably friendly, and there was no arrogance and despotism in his behavior at all. He was more of a smooth and slick person. The so-called good-for-nothing was not simple-minded, but they were born with privileges that ordinary people did not have. They did not have to pay the corresponding consequences when they made a mistake, so their style of doing things was inevitably a little overbearing. Once a prodigal turned over a new leaf and turned over a new leaf, the excellent side of the family nurtured would be shown, just like the general manager, He Xian, in front of him. Under He Xian's lead and the company of several executives, they walked into the conference room and sat down. Because Li Changsheng's image was not that conspicuous, he was naturally thought of as Ren Juantang's assistant, and did not communicate with Li Changsheng at all. After everyone sat down, He Xian said a few more polite words. Then, he asked the secretary next to him to bring a stack of contracts and handed it to Ren Juntang. Director Ren, this is the content of the contract that I asked someone to draft. Take a look. If you think there are no problems, you can sign the contract. You are a big customer, and we are also a big family in Nanyang. If you and I cooperate, it will be a strong alliance. You can rest assured that with the He family's status in Nanyang, the goods that you choose to transport from us will definitely be safe. All right, I'll be counting on you in the future. Ren Juntang took the contract and began to flip through it. A contract between a large company like this must be read carefully. Sometimes, a single word difference could lead to a loss of millions. As he watched, Ren Juntang's brows gradually furrowed. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? He Xian asked. Ren Juntang nodded. Director He, I don't have any objections to the other contracts, but isn't the transportation price a little high? Hearing Ren Juntang's words, He Xian immediately laughed and said, I knew that Director Ren would definitely have objections to the price, but my price is very fair. Cross-border trade involves all kinds of relationships. It's not as simple as it looks on the surface. Not to mention anything else, just the 2 ports in Nanyang and abroad, as well as the various risks that may be encountered on the way, will actually cost more than double the money on the surface, so this price is already our bottom line. Can't it be lower? Ren Juntang knew that what He Xian said was not simple, but the amount of money that would be spent was definitely much higher. There were several companies in Nanyang whose prices were actually lower than this, but those companies were not as powerful as the He family, and could not guarantee that the goods would be transported back without any damage every time. This He Xian was aware of this, so he opened his mouth like a lion and quoted such a price. Director Ren, take a look at this. He Xian took out a piece of paper from the folder with a bunch of numbers written on it. This is a rough list of the various costs for a round trip of our ship. Take a good look. Ren Juntang took it and placed it between him and Li Changsheng. When Ren Juntang saw the middle, he could not help but look at He Xian and said, among the various costs, just the unknown risks alone account for 1/3. What do you mean by risk? It was no wonder that Ren Juntang had this question. If the unknown risks were excluded, the price could be lowered by 30%, which would be 30 million yuan a year. The risks naturally refer to natural and man-made disasters, storms at sea, pirates, and various forces in Nanyang. Storms at sea and the like should not be borne by us. Even if we have to bear it, we should not bear all of it. Moreover, the Junker Group is not the only company looking for you to transport the goods. As for the various forces, what does that have to do with the Junker Group? The reason why we are looking for you to cooperate is because of your status in Nanyang. If all of this requires us to spend money, then I might as well open my own transportation company. Ren Juntang was a little unhappy. This time, he came with sincerity, but the other party was obviously not sincere. Haha. Don't be angry, Mr. Ren. If you think that the He family's price is a little high, you can also look for others to cooperate with. However, they don't want these costs, and I'm afraid they can't guarantee a 100% return of the goods to you. In the end, the risk will still be borne by the Junker Group. The other party's words made Ren Juntang speechless. Indeed, the reason why the last batch of goods was detained was because they looked for a small company. In the end, after the goods were detained, the company immediately ran away. Because Nanyang was a place where various forces were involved, after the other party ran away, Ren Juntang could not do anything. He could only bear the losses himself and think of a way to get the goods back. However, if he signed the contract just like that, Ren Juntang was a little unwilling. Mr. He, you are forcing me to cooperate with other companies. Don't forget your current situation. If I choose to look for other companies, then it will be difficult for you to find a partner as big as the Junker Group in a short time to consolidate your position in the company. This is not something that Mr. Ren should be worried about. He Xian leaned back and leaned on the chair with his hands behind his head. It seemed that he had Ren Juntang under his control. He did need the Junker Group to join to stabilize his position, but even if the cooperation with the Junker Group did not work out, it would not be a big blow to him. The Junker Group was not his only partner, but if he cooperated with the Junker Group, he would have a lot of benefits. The Junker Group was different. In the maritime logistics business in Nanyang, only the He family could guarantee the safety of the goods, so it became the Junker Group's only choice. Chapter 641. What should I do? Ren Juntang couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng. It seemed that he had no other choice. However, the cost of signing the contract was too high. Even if he was a business genius, he didn't know what to do at this moment. Originally, He Xian didn't care about Li Changsheng, but he felt a little strange about Ren Juntang's behavior at this moment. Did the general manager of a company need to ask for the opinion of a subordinate? Or was this young man actually a senior member of the Junker Group, one of the members of Ren Juntang's advisory group? One had to know that a good man had 3 helpers. Many company leaders would have their own team of advisors to give them advice and analyze the market. Li Changsheng thought about it and knew that it was time for him to come forward. It was obvious that Ren Juntang had been checkmated, so he could only rely on himself. Mr. He, the premise of cooperation between the buyer and the seller is integrity. We should sign the contract on the basis of equality and mutual benefit. As far as I know, you also need to cooperate with our Junker Group to prove yourself. As long as you are willing to lower the price, I think we can become good business partners. It seemed that he didn't expect Li Changsheng to stand up directly, but He Xian still shook his head and said, "We have already given the lowest price. There's no room for discussion." Li Changsheng shook his head. "Then it's a pity that I can't work with President He. However, if President He thinks that I won't be able to find a partner if I don't work with you, then I think President He has miscalculated. I can put it this way. After walking out of this door, we will easily find a partner with a satisfactory price." "Really?" He Xian chuckled a few times. "Yes, there are many companies in the ocean transportation business in Nanyang, but have you forgotten how your last batch of goods was detained? I naturally have a way to get the last batch of goods back, and I promise that no force will dare to detain my Junker Group's goods on this route in the future. The reason why your He family is so confident is that you have connections among the forces in Nanyang. I promise that no matter which company cooperates with my Junker Group in the future, I can let them have the same connections as your He family." "Really?" He Xian couldn't help but laugh. "My He family's connections are based on my decades of operation in Nanyang. Your Junker Group is indeed very rich, but do you think you can build such connections with money alone? Don't be naive. If it was really that simple, my He family wouldn't be the only one in the ocean transportation business. Then let's wait and see. It won't be long before you know that any company that cooperates with my Junker Group will become a maritime logistics company no weaker than your He family." After that, Li Changsheng stood up. "I think there's no need for us to continue talking today. If your He family doesn't show any sincerity, there's no possibility of us cooperating in the future." At this moment, He Xian said, "Who do you think you are? It's not up to you to decide whether we can negotiate or not." Although He Xian thought that he had grasped the weakness of the Junker Group and was forcing them step by step, he didn't want this deal to really fail. After all, he also needed the Junker Group to prove itself. It was just that a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Of course he can make the decision. At this time, Ren Juntang also stood up and tidied up the documents on the table. "He's the chairman of my Junker Group. So, Mr. He, think about it carefully." After that, Li Changsheng walked out of the conference room. He Xian didn't realize it until they stepped into the elevator. He didn't expect that the ordinary-looking young man next to Ren Juntang was the chairman of the Junker Group, and he was so young. "Director He, is this deal going to fall through just like that? You know, if you win this business, many people will look at you in a new light. Junker Group is really powerful. Even if we lower the price by 30%, we can still make a lot of money." A middle-aged man next to him said. "Of course, I know the importance of this deal, but we can't rush things. The reason why the Junker Group chose to cooperate with us is that the partner they chose last time was too weak, so their goods were confiscated. Looking at the entire Nanyang Maritime Trading Company, our He family is the strongest, so they have no other choice. Even if they spend tens of millions of yuan every year, they can only cooperate with our He family. Otherwise, they can't afford the loss of their goods. Don't worry, it won't take 3 days for them to come back and beg us. Mr. He, what you said makes sense. If Junker Group spends tens of millions of yuan to sign a contract with us, those who oppose you will definitely shut up. Another person nodded and agreed. Xian's eyes were full of pride. Humph. What a T chairman. He's just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. How dare he be so rude to me today? Let's see how he will lower his head and beg me next time. After leaving the He family's company, Ren Juntang couldn't help but sigh. This He family is indeed a little too much. I also underestimated this playboy. However, if we don't cooperate with the He family, we really don't have a better partner in Nanyang. Those small companies are cheap, but they can't guarantee the safety of the goods. Even if we sign the contract, we can't do anything to them if they turn around and run away. It's okay, don't worry. Don't be fooled by the He family's arrogance now, as if we have to beg them. As soon as the relationship between Junker Group and GU Mangong is exposed, they will have to come and beg us. With GU Mangong's power in Nanyang, as long as he says a word, no one will dare to detain our goods. At that time, it will be a golden ticket to avoid death. No matter which company cooperates with us, it will be equivalent to opening up all kinds of connections in Nanyang without bloodshed. The results of the He family's decades of hard work will be achieved by that company in just a few days. In less than a year, the He family's monopoly will be broken. Not only will the He family lose this deal with Junker Group, but they will also be replaced as the leader in the industry. When Ren Juntang heard Li Changsheng's thoughts, he didn't show any joy on his face. He knew that Li Changsheng wasn't wrong, but this result depended on the relationship between Li Changsheng and GU Mangong. This time, Li Changsheng and GU Mangong's subordinates had a conflict. It was rumored that GU Mangong treated his subordinates like brothers. When the time came, between Pang Tai and Li Changsheng, who would GU Mangong choose to side with? Ren Juntang didn't think highly of Li Changsheng. Chapter 642. At Nanyang Airport, a tall middle-aged man walked out accompanied by 2 bodyguards. He was dressed in casual clothes and was very tall. There was an air of arrogance between his eyebrows, giving people a very flamboyant feeling. He was like a sharp sword that showed off its edge. Even if he just stood there and did not speak, he gave people a sense of oppression. "Boss, the car is parked at the airport. I'll get it," a bodyguard said respectfully. GU Mangong nodded. Soon, a Rolls-Royce drove over. He sat in the car and went straight to his manor. Half an hour later, the black Rolls-Royce drove into the courtyard through the gate. GU Mangong could not wait to go to the lobby. At the entrance of the lobby, Pang Tai and a group of senior executives had been waiting for a long time. "Boss, you're back." Pang Tai hurried over. "Yes, it took me more than 10 hours to rush back. I've never been so anxious before." GU Mangong strode into the lobby. Seeing that there was no one in the lobby, he looked at Pang Tai doubtfully. "Where's Mr. Li?" Pang Tai was a little hesitant. He had already come up with an excuse, but when GU Mangong's gaze landed on him, he forgot all about it. "Mr. Li, Pang Tai stuttered and did not dare to look into GU Mangong's eyes. GU Mangong's face instantly darkened. Thinking of his subordinate's nature, he could not help but say coldly, "Did you do something to make Mr. Li unhappy? Tell me quickly." When he said the last 2 words, Pang Tai's body suddenly trembled. Mr. Li was not satisfied with the environment in our manor and moved out. When Pang Tai finished speaking, GU Mangong's eyes were already cold. He looked at the other subordinates. "What exactly happened? Tell me about it." The old man who was called out by GU Mangong stood up, trembling in fear. "Don't lie to me. If I find out that you're lying, you'll have to bear the consequences." The old man, who had originally intended to speak up for Pang Tai, turned pale when he heard this. Trembling, he recounted the grudge between Pang Tai and Li Changsheng after his arrival. Although he couldn't help but defend Pang Tai during this period of time, it was mostly the truth. You with the surname Pang, how dare you? I told you to treat Mr. Li like how I treat you, and this is what you did. Jiyu Mangong's eyes burned with rage. That Li Changsheng doesn't know the rules at all. I set up a formation to welcome him, but he didn't appreciate it. I, Pang Tai, am also a well-known figure in Nanyang, so I just gave him a small lesson. Pang Tai thought of the many contributions he had made for Jiyu Mangong over the years and felt that his position in Jiyu Mangong's heart was higher than that little brat's. Thus, he straightened his chest. But just as he finished speaking, Jiyu Mangong raised his hand and slapped his face. Pa. The sound was crisp, and Pang Tai's mouth was bleeding from the slap. Pang Tai, you really have guts. You've done something wrong, yet you still speak with conviction. I'm really disappointed in you. Jiyu Mangong said angrily. Now, follow me to the hotel where Mr. Li is staying. Kneel in front of the hotel and apologize to Mr. Li. If you invite Mr. Li back, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. What if I can't invite him back? Pang Tai blurted out. If you can't invite him back, I'll give you a sum of money since you've followed me for so many years. You can find a place where no one knows you and live out your old age peacefully. Pang Tai's eyes revealed a trace of fear when he said this. He was now at the peak of his life. Asking him to retire was as painful as killing him. Pang Tai was stunned that Jiyu Mangong was going to treat him so cruelly just for that young man. Let's go. Jiyu Mangong sighed. Don't think that my punishment is too heartless. This is also because you've followed me for so many years. Otherwise, I would have thrown you into the sea to feed the sharks. With that, Jiyu Mangong strode out of the hall. The group of higher-ups hurriedly followed behind. Pang Tai reacted and couldn't care less about the shock in his heart. He knew that Jiyu Mangong was a man of his words and wouldn't go back on his words. If he couldn't invite Li Changsheng back, he was afraid that he would really have to leave the center of power and live out his old age peacefully. This was unacceptable for a person with great power and limitless glory. It was only now that he began to regret his actions. Li Changsheng, Ren Juntang, and the bodyguard took a taxi back to the five-star hotel they were staying at. The taxi had just stopped by the road when they saw many people crowding in front of the hotel. What happened? Why are there so many people crowding around? Ren Juntang was puzzled. Li Changsheng didn't say anything and walked forward quickly. When he got closer, he saw a few familiar figures. They were the few people he saw in front of Jiyu Mangong's manor yesterday. Hey! There's someone kneeling there. It looks like Pang Tai. Ren Juntang was surprised. At this moment, Pang Tai, who was kneeling there, shouted, Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please forgive me. What's going on? Pang Tai seems to be here to apologize. Ren Juntang was dumbfounded. Mr. Li is here. At this moment, someone noticed Li Changsheng and the rest. Countless gazes were focused on Li Changsheng and the rest. Move aside, move aside. A figure walked out from the crowd. The moment he saw Li Changsheng, he knelt down with a thud. Mr. Li, I finally see you again. It was Jiyu Mangong. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with tears. The surrounding crowd and Jiyu Mangong's subordinates were all dumbfounded. Everyone knew that this was the famous Jiyu Mangong. Now, Jiyu Mangong actually knelt down in front of a young man and looked very emotional. Even Jiyu Mangong's subordinates were seeing this for the first time, let alone the surrounding crowd. When had the Emperor of Nanyang, Jiyu Mangong, ever lost his composure like this? Get up, little Jiyu. Li Changsheng went forward and helped Jiyu Mangong up. At the side, Ren Juntang and the bodyguards felt as if they were in a dream. Li Changsheng actually called Jiyu Mangong little Jiyu, and looking at Jiyu Mangong's expression, he seemed to be enjoying it. What was wrong with the world? Mr. Li, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made you angry. Please punish me. At this moment, Pang Tai knelt in front of Li Changsheng and raised his hand to slap his own face. Li Changsheng looked suspiciously at Jiyu Mangong, who was beside him. Jiyu Mangong scoffed coldly, he dared to be rude to Sir. Letting him kneel is a light punishment. If Sir is still angry, then break his legs to teach him a lesson. After Jiyu Mangong said that, Pang Tai couldn't help but tremble. As Jiyu Mangong's trusted subordinate, he understood him the best. Since he said that, he definitely wasn't joking. "Mr. Li, I was wrong. I was wrong." Pang Tai's begging voice instantly increased by a few decibels. If Li Changsheng just nodded, he wouldn't be able to keep his legs. Chapter 643. All right, you don't have to cry in front of me. You were very arrogant in the morning. Li Changsheng said plainly. Pang Tai's slaps became louder. "Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please forgive me." All right. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Li Changsheng waved his hand. Seeing that there were more and more people around, he said coldly, "Get up first." Yes. Pang Tai had just stood up when he heard Li Changsheng say, "I feel that this hotel is quite convenient, so I won't be going back to the manor. This matter ends here. Jiyu Mangong, tell your men to go back." "All right." Jiyu Mangong nodded and was about to speak when he heard a thud. Pang Tai, who had just stood up, knelt on the ground again with a long face. Before he came, Jiyu Mangong said that if he couldn't invite Li Changsheng back, he could retire early. Originally, Li Changsheng had forgiven him and this matter was over. Now that Mr. Li said that he wouldn't be going back to the manor, he really wanted to die. "What is this?" Li Changsheng furrowed his brows. Jiyu Mangong leaned over to Li Changsheng's ear and whispered a few words. Li Changsheng glanced at Jiyu Mangong. "I see." Then he said to Pang Tai, who was kneeling on the ground, "Get up. I won't be going back to the manor because I feel that I'm quite used to it. As for your matter, as long as I forgive you, Jiyu Mangong won't punish you anymore." "Really?" Pang Tai looked at Jiyu Mangong questioningly. Jiyu Mangong nodded. "Mr. Li's words are equivalent to my words. However, whether you can keep your current position and not retire early depends on whether Mr. Li forgives you or not. Get up first. I have something for you to do. If you do it well, the grudge between us will be written off. If you don't, then don't blame me for being heartless." All right. Pang Tai stood up once again. Today, he had lost all his face. If he still could not maintain his position, then he could only accept his fate. "The reason I came to Nanyang this time is because I have two things to do. One of them is that a company under my name imported a batch of goods from overseas. When I passed by Nanyang on my way back, it was detained by a local force. I want to take back the detained goods." As he spoke, he turned to look at Ren Juntang, who was still in a daze. "Director Ren, tell Pang Tai about the power that detained our company's goods. Didn't he say that he's famous in Nanyang? It's a good opportunity for him to help us get our goods back." Okay. Only then did Ren Juntang react. His face was filled with ecstasy. Originally, he had come to Nanyang to ask for the goods. He knew that the other party would definitely not give up so easily and was prepared to pay a heavy price. However, with Pang Tai's help, it would be completely different. Pang Tai was Jiyu Mangong's second-in-command. If he stepped in, it would be easy to get the goods back. Not only would he not have to spend a single cent, but the other party might even have to apologize to him. After all, the title of Emperor of Nanyang was not for nothing. When Pang Tai heard that it was a power in Nanyang that detained Li Changsheng's goods, he felt relieved. In Nanyang, Jiyu Mangong was truly omnipotent. There was no power that Jiyu Mangong could not afford to offend. Pang Tai got up from the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. He had knelt for more than an hour, crying and slapping himself. Finally, it was not in vain. "The person who detained our goods is called Zhao Dahu. I've asked around and found out that he has quite a lot of power in Nanyang. It seems like there's someone backing him." Hearing Ren Juntang's words, Pang Tai laughed and said, "So it's this guy. The person behind him is called Ao Sen, nicknamed the Dragon King. His strength can be ranked in the top 10 in Nanyang. That Zhao Dahu used to be a pirate, and after he joined Ao Sen, he stopped doing business as a pirate. However, when he ran out of money, he would still return to his old business. The company you chose was too small, so he had his eyes on you. In addition, he knows that you're not a local power, so I'm afraid he'll demand an exorbitant price." However, even his master, Ao Sen, has to be respectful when he sees me. Ren Juntang was overjoyed when he heard this. At this moment, Jiyu Mangong looked at Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, you said that there are 2 matters in Nanyang. This is a small matter that can be easily resolved. Logically speaking, you should be able to settle it with just a word. You must have other important matters, right? That's right. Jiyu Mangong, come with me first. Get your men to disperse first. Pang Tai, stay behind and come with me to get the goods. I want to see what kind of hero dared to withhold my goods. After Li Changsheng finished giving his orders, he and Jiyu Mangong went to a corner. Recently, I've been preparing to establish a cultivation sect and select some disciples with good martial arts aptitude. You've been operating in Nanyang for many years and have many eyes and ears. Therefore, I need to borrow your strength. You must do this well for me. All right. I'll do my best to complete Mr. Li's orders. Jiyu Mangong nodded his head, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. Mr. Li, you know that my men are all ordinary people. Even if they meet a cultivation genius, they might not be able to tell. It's a waste of talent. Don't worry. I've already made preparations. A stack of talismans that had been drawn appeared in Li Changsheng's hands. This is a spirit chi sensing talisman. Let your men hold it. This talisman can sense the spirit chi in a person's body. As long as it's a cultivation genius, even if they haven't embarked on the path of cultivation, their body will definitely produce spirit chi due to their special physique. Once this talisman discovers a life form with spirit chi, it will automatically burn. It's only a one-time use. I'll leave it to you. Jiyu Mangong took the talismans from Li Changsheng's hands. He took one out and examined it carefully, clicking his tongue in wonder. Jiyu Mangong was the only one among the 3 people who followed Li Changsheng back then who had a good cultivation aptitude. Before Li Changsheng's tribulation in his previous life, he had already reached the Xiantian realm. This time, he was already at the profound realm. The reason why Jiyu Mangong was able to reign supreme in the vast Nanyang was because he was resourceful, capable, and courageous. However, the most important reason was that he was a Daoist cultivator. How could ordinary secular forces resist the means of a cultivator? With that, Jiyu Mangong and Li Changsheng returned to their previous positions. Jiyu Mangong's men had already left. Only Pang Tai, Ren Juntang, and the bodyguard who was still standing there foolishly were left. With Jiyu Mangong's protection in Nanyang, his existence as a bodyguard was a little redundant. All right, little Jiyu. Go and do what I've instructed you to do. I'll bring Pang Tai and Ren Juntang to ask for the goods. Li Changsheng made arrangements. Mr. Li, are you really not going to stay in my manor? Hearing Jiyu Mangong's words, Li Changsheng waved his hand. No, it's the same to me wherever I stay. You should understand. Jiyu Mangong didn't say anything else. After bidding farewell to Li Changsheng, he got into the car and left. Li Changsheng, Ren Juntang, and Pang Tai also set off to look for Zhao Dahu. Chapter 644. In a disco, because it was still daytime, it wasn't open yet. Only a few waiters were dozing off on the tables. Mr. Li, that Zhao Dahu usually stays in this place. This is the place he just opened this year. A Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the disco. Li Changsheng, Pang Tai, and Ren Juntang got out of the car. Pang Tai was a famous figure in Nanyang, but he was extremely respectful when he followed beside Li Changsheng. After this incident, he completely understood Li Changsheng's position in Jiyu Mangong's heart. He would never dare to offend Li Changsheng again. The chauffeur in charge of driving opened the door of the disco, and the few of them strode in. In the dim yellow room, a few waiters looked at the uninvited guests in shock. Soon, there was a series of footsteps from inside, and a few burly men rushed out. Who are you? What are you doing here? Nanyang was more chaotic, and there were killings almost every day. Although Zhao Dahu had some power in Nanyang, he had many enemies as well. He had a group of bodyguards with him at all times. I want to see your boss, Li Changsheng said. Immediately, a person jogged up to the second floor. Not long after, a fierce-looking man in a nightgown walked out, yawning. Soon, More than 20 people rushed out behind him. Who's looking for me? The man's gaze swept across Li Changsheng's group and frowned. He should be Zhao Dahu. Pang Tai crawled over to Li Changsheng and whispered in his ear. People like Zhao Dahu were not qualified to come into contact with him. Why are you looking for me? Zhao Dahu saw that there were only 5 people in Li Changsheng's group. Other than Ren Juantang's bodyguard and chauffeur, Li Changsheng's group seemed easy to deal with, so he was relieved. I'm the one looking for you, Li Changsheng said. Some time ago, you detained a batch of goods that were being transported from overseas to the mainland. Those goods are mine. I'm here today to ask you to return them to me. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Zhao Dahu's eyes revealed a hint of sharpness, but his expression did not change. He directly walked down to the first floor and sat down on a chair. A group of subordinates stood neatly behind him, looking very imposing. Even with Pang Tai present, Ren Juntang couldn't help but show some fear. In the end, he was only a merchant and had never seen such a scene before. Dark. So it's a guest from the mainland. Have you prepared the money? Zhao Dahu crossed his legs, took out a cigar from his pocket, put it in his mouth and lit it. He was very calm. This was his territory, and Li Changsheng and the others were outsiders. Of course, he didn't care about them. This Zhao Dahu indeed had some imposing manner. Ordinary people would not even dare to breathe loudly in front of him, but how could Li Changsheng be afraid of him? Of course. Li Changsheng smiled. We've troubled Mr. Zhao to help us look after our goods for more than half a month. How can we let Mr. Zhao work for nothing? As he spoke, he asked Ren Juntang to take out a bank card. There's 30,000 yuan in this card. Take it as Mr. Zhao's fee for his hard work. How about it? Li Changsheng pretended to hand the bank card to Zhao Dahu. When Zhao Dahu heard that Li Changsheng took the money, his face revealed a smile. However, when he heard that it was only 30,000 yuan, his face immediately darkened. Brat, 30,000 yuan, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? I don't have time to joke with you. I don't have time to joke with you either. 30,000 yuan is already giving you face. Those goods are ours. I don't need to spend money to take my own things. Li Changsheng also smiled coldly. The goods were detained by Zhao Dahu for half a month. How many things were delayed and how much money was lost? Looks like Mr. Zhao doesn't want the 30,000 yuan. Li Changsheng took back the bank card again. If you want to take away this batch of goods, you need at least 1 million yuan. According to my investigation, the value of this batch of goods is not cheap. If you don't take out 1 million yuan, then I'll sell this batch of goods to others. Zhao Dahu stood up slowly. I'll give you 3 days to gather the money. After 3 days, I won't wait for you. As he spoke, he was about to walk up the stairs. Wait a minute, Li Changsheng shouted. You don't need to give me 3 days. I won't give you 1 million yuan, but you must give me the goods today. What? Zhao Dahu's figure paused and turned around. His eyes revealed a bit of coldness. Brat, don't tell me you want to play hard with me. You're a foreigner. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how many eyes this Lord Ma has. As he spoke, he ordered a subordinate next to him. This brat has made me very unhappy since he entered the door. You go over and give him 2 slaps to wake him up. Okay. The burly man nodded and walked towards Li Changsheng with a sinister smile. Brat, how dare you be rude to our boss? I'll teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he raised his palm. This burly man was more than 9 meters tall. His large hands were like palm leaf fans. One could see that his hands were covered with calluses. At first glance, one could tell that he was a martial artist. His skills were probably stronger than the bodyguard hired by Ren Juntang. If this palm landed, an ordinary person would have a few teeth knocked out. The bodyguard felt that he was useless after coming to Nanyang. When he saw the other party coming, he stepped forward, wanting to help Li Changsheng block it. However, Li Changsheng shook his head, indicating that he did not need to move. When the other party's palm landed, he easily reached out and grabbed the other party's wrist. The difference in size between Li Changsheng and the other party was very large. However, when Li Changsheng grabbed the other party's wrist, The other party's hand could not be swatted down no matter what. At the same time, he wanted to withdraw his hand, but he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. It was as if an iron clamp was stuck. His face finally changed color. Originally, Zhao Dahu's subordinates were waiting to watch the show. However, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. F***ck. This brat has some skills. The burly man felt some pain from Li Changsheng's grip on his wrist. He immediately clenched his other hand into a fist and punched towards Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng grabbed his other wrist again. Without waiting for him to make his next move, Li Changsheng raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach. Immediately, the burly man took 3 steps back. Before he could stabilize his body, Li Changsheng had already stuck close to him like a shadow. With a simple Xingyi boxing move, his shoulder hit the other party's chest. In the next second, the burly man flew back and fell to the ground. The powerful force caused the entire room to shake. At this moment, Zhao Dahu's subordinates were all stunned. They did not expect Li Changsheng's skills to be so good. Even Zhao Dahu revealed a bit of surprise. Hee. No wonder you dare to come to my territory and behave so atrociously. Zhao Dahu's face had a cold smile. To be able to defeat my subordinates means that you are also an expert. Then I will give you a chance. Zhao Dahu took out a Type 54 pistol from his pocket and opened the safety. Since you dare to come to me, Zhao Dahu, for goods, then you should be prepared to die. Aren't your martial arts quite good? How about this, let's make a bet. I will shoot at you. If you can dodge the bullet, I will give you the goods. How about it, brat? Do you dare to bet? Chapter 645. You can't bet with him, Ren Juntang and Pang Tai said at the same time. To Ren Juntang, although Li Changsheng's move that sent the burly man flying was beautiful, he didn't think that a person's reaction speed could allow them to dodge a bullet. As for Pang Tai, he didn't dare to let Li Changsheng take the risk. If anything happened to Li Changsheng, Jiyu Mangong would skin him alive. Haha. Kid, if you don't dare to bet, then obediently give me $1 million. Don't waste my time and don't test my patience. In 3 days, either you give me the money or I sell the goods. I'll bet with you. Li Changsheng directly interrupted Zhao Dahu's words. What? Zhao Dahu suddenly opened his eyes wide. He just casually said that he wanted to use a gun to intimidate Li Changsheng. Who would have thought that Li Changsheng would actually dare to agree? Were all the youngsters nowadays so crazy? Ren Juntang and Pang Tai looked at Li Changsheng in disbelief. They thought, Li Changsheng must be crazy. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Zhao Dahu said with a face of surprise. I said, I agree to bet with you. Li Changsheng said word by word. Zhao Dahu couldn't help but laugh. There are really people who are looking for death these days. I've learned something new. Li Changsheng ignored Zhao Dahu's mockery. Instead, he said to Pang Tai and Ren Juntang, move aside. Make some space so you don't get hurt. Mr. Li, you can't. You don't have to be angry with Zhao Dahu. Pang Tai said as he was about to reveal his identity. Listen to me. Li Changsheng shook his head. You should have seen your boss's skills. Dodging a bullet is actually nothing. Li Changsheng's words made Pang Tai hesitate. He didn't believe in Li Changsheng, but he had seen his boss's miraculous abilities. Not to mention one gun, even 10 guns fired at the same time couldn't hurt Jiyu Mangong. But was this Mr. Li as strong as his boss? No wonder he was suspicious. Li Changsheng did not look like an expert at all. At this moment, Li Changsheng took a few steps forward and said coldly, open fire. You're courting death. Zhao Dahu was also a ruthless person, and his hands were stained with blood over the years. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Ren Juntang and Pang Tai's minds went blank. Zhao Dahu had a cold smile on his face. However, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. This was because the moment Zhao Dahu opened fire, Li Changsheng had already disappeared from his previous position. When Li Changsheng reappeared, he was standing there unscathed. He had actually dodged the bullet. How is it? Boss Zhao, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Li Changsheng said calmly. Only then did Zhao Dahu react. He did not hesitate to fire 3 shots at Li Changsheng's position. The bullets flew out in a triangle shape, locking onto Li Changsheng's movements on the left and right. This Zhao Dahu was actually an expert with guns. However, in the next moment, Li Changsheng's figure disappeared again. The 3 bullets still did not hit him. How is this possible? Zhao Dahu was just about to continue firing when he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, the gun in his hand disappeared. Li Changsheng had already appeared beside him. The gun was actually in Li Changsheng's hand. Boss Zhao, you should be honest as a person. Li Changsheng casually threw the gun at his feet. Then, he stared into Zhao Dahu's eyes and said word by word, "Now, get someone to return the goods to me. Otherwise, I can take your life at any time." Zhao Dahu subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Being stared at by Li Changsheng made his hair stand on end. He had been in Southeast Asia for many years. He had heard that there were people who were strong enough to ignore guns. He always thought that people were exaggerating. He did not expect to meet such a person today. "Okay. I'll return the goods to you." Zhao Dahu really did not dare to gamble with his own life. With that, Zhao Dahu immediately called his subordinates to release the goods. Ren Juntang also called the person in charge of the transportation. After a series of operations, they waited for both sides to hand over the goods. Li Changsheng and the others also found a place to sit down. They waited for the handover to be completed before leaving. Although Zhao Dahu was more than 10 meters away from Li Changsheng, he did not dare to act rashly. He already had a shadow in his heart towards Li Changsheng. Do you think this Zhao Dahu will play some tricks? Is he going to give the goods to us so easily? Ren Juntang said in a low voice. It's okay. If he dares to play any tricks, let me deal with him. Pang Tai patted his chest and promised. This time, it was supposed to be his fault. He did not expect that he did not intervene from the beginning to the end. Looks like you really need to deal with him, Li Changsheng suddenly said and looked towards the direction of the door. Soon, a series of messy footsteps could be heard. A group of strong men in black rushed in. Each of them had a fierce aura. After seeing these people, Zhao Dahu's face immediately glowed. When he called his subordinates to release the goods, he had already hinted to them to get help. Now, help was finally here. How dare you play with me, Zhao Dahu? Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Zhao Dahu stared fiercely at Li Changsheng. He was not afraid of Li Changsheng's terrifying skills at all. Among the strong men who came in, a man who was dressed very seductively walked out. He was obviously a man, but his lips were painted red. His fingers were painted red with red nail polish. He gave off a very seductive feeling. After the other party appeared, Zhao Dahu immediately went up to him. In the office of the general manager of the ocean logistics, He Xian was listening to his subordinate's report. This Li Changsheng really went to look for Zhao Dahu to ask for the goods. With Zhao Dahu's character, I'm afraid that he will ask for an exorbitant price. This will teach him a lesson. Let him understand that although the transportation fee is higher when working with our He family, if he works with those small companies, his losses will be enough to make him vomit blood. Some money has to be spent. Mr. He is right. Just now, our people saw Song Mingli going to the Golden Shady Hall. The middle-aged man beside him said with a flattering face. It's Dragon King Ao Sen's #1 general, Song Mingli. Why would he be alarmed? He Xian's fingers tapped on the table. He did not understand. That Li Changsheng probably used some connections to force Zhao Dahu to call out his backer. The subordinate guessed. What you said makes sense. He Xian nodded his head. I didn't expect that this kid from the mainland would have some connections in Nanyang. But since Song Mingli is involved, then this matter won't be so simple. Song Mingli is famous for eating people without spitting out the bones. I'm afraid that his ransom will be doubled. This is good too. The more he loses this time, the more he will recognize the situation. When the time comes, he will definitely come to our door and beg to work with our He family. That's right. He's just a foreigner. If he dares to fight with Mr. He, isn't he courting death? His subordinate flattered him in a way that was neither light nor heavy. Xian couldn't help but laugh. He drank a mouthful of tea and instantly felt comfortable. Chapter 646. The young man walked into the disco and Zhao Dahu hurriedly greeted him. Master Song, you're finally here. This brat knows that I'm your man, yet he didn't follow the rules and threatened to kill me. After seeing Zhao Dahu, the young man's eyes showed a bit of disdain, but he still patiently let Zhao Dahu tell him the ins and outs of the matter. His eyes immediately lit up when he heard that Zhao Dahu had seized a ship worth tens of millions of yuan. Song Mingli was Dragon King Aosen's subordinate. Although he dressed like a sissy, he was famous for his ruthlessness. However, he was even more famous for his greed for money. He had an almost crazy obsession with money. You want to take the goods without spending a penny? How can there be such a logic in this world? Song Mingli took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands as he looked at Li Changsheng. Zhao Dahu just said that you can dodge bullets. You're an expert. Only those who have reached the Grandmaster realm can have such strength. Although I don't have any Grandmaster realm experts under me, I brought a few rifles today. I wonder if they can deal with you. As soon as Song Mingli's voice fell, several strong men behind him walked out and pointed more than 10 guns at Li Changsheng. Although Grandmaster realm experts in the secular world could indeed dodge bullets, there was a limit. For example, if more than 10 guns were fired at the same time, even the most powerful Grandmaster would be shot into a hornet's nest. Unfortunately, Song Mingli was wrong about one thing. Li Changsheng was not a Grandmaster realm expert, but a cultivator who even Grandmasters regarded as gods. Moreover, with Pang Tai here, Li Changsheng did not intend to show off his immortal magic for everyone to see. However, while Li Changsheng was calm, Ren Juntang and the bodyguards next to him had extremely ugly expressions. They looked at Pang Tai at a loss. Quickly reveal your identity. Otherwise, if they open fire, we'll be shot into a hornet's nest. Pang Tai looked at Li Changsheng with an inquiring gaze. Li Changsheng did not say anything, so he did not dare to make a decision. Song Mingli had the situation under control. He wiped the chair beside him with a handkerchief and sat down. He asked Zhao Dahu, "How much ransom did you ask them to pay at the beginning?" 1 million. Zhao Dahu whispered. Goods worth tens of millions only need a ransom of 1 million. Tell them to take out 10 million, or else sell the goods. Yes, 10 million. Now that Zhao Dahu had a backer, his back was as straight as a pencil. Not only do I have to fork out 10 million, that brat who dared to threaten me earlier must kneel down and apologize to me. Zhao Dahu said with a sneer. Song Mingli nodded. Originally, he didn't like Zhao Dahu very much. However, seeing that Zhao Dahu had earned so much money for him this time, he allowed him to intimidate others. How is it? Get someone to transfer the 10 million to my card immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of this room today. Song Mingli took out a small mirror from his pocket and tidied up his hair. 10 million is a good suggestion. How about this? You give us 10 million as compensation for detaining our goods and delaying our work. Then, I'll let you off. How about that? Li Changsheng's voice had a tinge of playfulness. What did you say? Song Mingli, who was tidying up his hair, suddenly raised his head with a tinge of shock in his eyes. Zhao Dahu and the others at the side were also stunned. They thought to themselves, is this brat crazy? How dare he talk to Song Mingli like that? You want me to compensate you with 10 million? Brat, do you know what you're saying? Song Mingli licked his lips. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign that he was about to get angry. Of course, I know what I'm saying. Not only do you have to compensate me with 10 million, but you also have to kneel down and apologize to me. Li Changsheng stood up. He was a little dispirited and felt that there was no need to continue pretending. It was like a person watching ants moving by the roadside. At first, he felt that it was quite interesting, but gradually, he lost interest. Brat, who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Song Mingli's eyes revealed a tinge of coldness. It's him who gave me the guts. Li Changsheng pointed at Pang Tai, who was sitting there. Who is he? Song Mingli looked at Pang Tai and asked curiously. Mr. Song, I think it's better for you to do as Mr. Li says. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even your boss will be harmed by you. Who exactly are you? Song Mingli frowned. When Pang Tai stood up, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Mr. Song, you're really forgetful. At the beginning of this year, I had tea with your boss. I remember that you were standing outside the door at that time. It's actually you. Song Mingli's expression changed drastically. He was Jiu Mangong's #1 subordinate. The last time he met with his boss, he could only stand guard outside. It's over. I can't believe I've offended him. Song Mingli's heart trembled. Although he was cold by nature, he knew who he could offend and who he could not. To be able to make a name for himself in Nanyang, he did not only rely on his cruel methods, but also on his ability to judge the situation. Pang Tai said coldly, Mr. Lee is our boss Gu's VIP. You dared to offend him and steal his goods. Mr. Lee is magnanimous and only asked you to compensate 10 million and kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, with our boss Gu's temper, you, Song Mingli, will no longer exist in Nanyang tomorrow. As he said that, he said coldly, kneel down. Song Mingli's body trembled. When he met Pang Tai's cold gaze, he gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground with a thud. Kowtow 3 times and scram. Send the 10 million to the Jiu Manor tomorrow. Yes, yes. I'll definitely deliver it on time. Song Mingli kowtowed 3 times to the ground. There were bloodstains on his forehead. It was obvious that he had used all his strength. Seeing that Song Mingli was tactful, Pang Tai nodded and looked at Lee Changsheng. Mr. Lee, how do you want to deal with him? Forget it. They're just a bunch of ants. However, that Zhao Dahu dared to go back on his words. Just break one of his legs. Hearing this, Zhao Dahu was so scared that his face turned pale. He wanted to beg for mercy, but Lee Changsheng had already walked out of the disco. Pang Tai, Ren Juntang, and the bodyguards followed closely behind. There was no need for Pang Tai to do something like breaking a leg. Song Mingli would do it well. Lee Changsheng left after that. Zhao Dahu gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Song, I'm the one who caused this trouble. Please break one of my legs. Zhao Dahu was a tough nut to crack. Unexpectedly, Song Mingli shook his head. You caused me to lose 10 million and offended Jiu Mangong's people. They are magnanimous and only want to break one of your legs. However, we have to show our sincerity. Don't worry, your wife and children will not be implicated by you. Hearing Song Mingli's words, Zhao Dahu sat on the ground with a thud. His eyes were filled with despair. He knew that he was finished. Chapter 647. Lee Changsheng didn't know what happened after he left. Originally, he thought that breaking Zhao Dahu's leg was already a severe punishment, but he didn't expect Song Mingli to be even more ruthless. Where are we going next? Pang Tai was finally able to play a role in this matter. His anxious heart finally relaxed. Moreover, after spending a long time with Lee Changsheng, he found that Lee Changsheng wasn't a difficult person to get along with. In addition, Lee Changsheng's martial arts skills made him respect Lee Changsheng even more. Next, we should find a maritime transportation company to cooperate with. Lee Changsheng asked Ren Juntang to select a few shipping companies in Nanyang and finally chose a company called Yuan Hua. The few of them went straight to the company's door to pay a visit. When the other party heard that Lee Changsheng and the He family didn't come to an agreement, they didn't dare to cooperate with Lee Changsheng at first, for fear of being suppressed by the He family. After all, the He family was an overlord in Nanyang, especially in the industry. But after knowing the identity of Pang Tai, who followed Lee Changsheng, their doubts were immediately dispelled, and the two parties immediately signed the contract. Lee Changsheng came to Nanyang to do 2 things, one was smoothly completed, and the next was to find a cultivation disciple. This kind of thing can't be rushed in a short time. After Lee Changsheng and the others came out of Yuan Hua, Hexian also received a message from his subordinate. What did you say? That Lee Changsheng signed a contract with a small company? How is this possible? It must be that Lee Changsheng deliberately released a smoke bomb to make us anxious. Don't pay attention to it, in 2 days he will come to beg me. Hexian hung up the phone with a sneer on his face. This surnamed Lee has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, daring to play this game with me, It seems that I have to give him a higher price. Just as Xian was talking to himself, suddenly the office door was pushed open, and a company executive rushed in. Xian couldn't help but frown. What's the situation? Why are you in such a panic? Mr. He, I just received news that Zhao Dahu is dead. What? Xian's eyes were filled with shock. What's going on? Tell me in detail. That Li Changsheng went to Zhao Dahu's place and seemed to have gotten into a conflict with Zhao Dahu. Because of this, Zhao Dahu even brought out Song Mingli, who knew that not long after Song Mingli went in, that Li Changsheng and the others left unscathed. Then, not long after, news spread that Zhao Dahu was dead. It seems that Song Mingli personally killed him. What's going on? Why would Song Mingli kill Zhao Dahu? What else did you hear? Xian's mind was in a mess. I've sent someone to inquire about this from Zhao Dahu's disco. They said that Li Changsheng has a strong background and seems to be related to boss Jiyu. You mean Jiyu Mangong? Xian stood up from the chair with a ting sound, and then slapped his thigh fiercely. It's over. This Li Changsheng is actually Jiyu Mangong's man. No wonder he's so arrogant. With Jiyu Mangong as his shield, he naturally doesn't need to cooperate with our He family. Moreover, no matter which company he finds, our He family won't dare to suppress that company. It's equivalent to obtaining a death exemption card. Soon, he will become our He family's competitor. What should we do? That executive was also a little dumbfounded. Just half a day ago, they were still waiting to see Li Changsheng make a fool of himself. They didn't expect the situation to change so drastically in the blink of an eye. The cooperation with Junker Group is the best choice that I can prove to the elders in my family. It can't be ruined like this. Call Ren Juntang and tell him that we are willing to lower the price to the lowest. We only hope that they can cooperate with us. Yes. That executive immediately nodded. However, after dialing the number, he hung up with an ugly expression after saying a few words. Ren Juntang said that they have already signed a contract with another company and won't change it. Moreover, our He family has no integrity at all and will not cooperate with us in the future. Sigh. Xian scratched his head and only felt that there was a huge stone in his heart. Cooperating with Junker Group was very beneficial to him. It could make the elders in his family who were against him inheriting the family business shut up. Moreover, Li Changsheng knew Jiyu Mangong. If he could build this relationship and get to know Jiyu Mangong, it would be very beneficial to his entire family. It was a pity that he rejected such an opportunity. It was too late to regret it now. The matter of the goods had been settled. Ren Juntang and the bodyguard took a plane back to the mainland the next day. However, Li Changsheng didn't go back with them. Instead, he stayed in a villa with Jiyu Mangong. Sir, there is a spirit vein under this villa that is suitable for cultivation. I usually stay here. There were clouds and mist lingering in the villa. It was a scene that appeared when the concentration of spirit energy reached a certain level. Jiyu Mangong was Li Changsheng's most talented subordinate. Sir, when you disappeared back then, you left a letter saying that you would return one day. We all thought that you were lying to us. Jiyu Mangong was a little emotional when he talked about what happened 30 years ago. Back then, your appearance changed the fate of many of us. Kai Yu, Xu Xiaolin, and Chu Yaotian. You even took Xiao Ji as your disciple. However, it was a pity that he was rebellious. In the 9th year after you left, he betrayed the sect and took away the treasured sword that you left behind. Back then, I went to reason with him, but he broke one of my fingers. All these years, I have been trying to track him down, but he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. However, I recently received some news that he seemed to have joined a mysterious force. I am currently sending people to investigate, but there are no results yet. Hearing Jiyu Mangong's words, Li Changsheng went into deep thought. In his mind, a young and proud face gradually became clear. In his previous life, when he was traveling the world, he met Jiyu Mangong, Xu Xiaolin, and Kai Yu. These three people were very much to his liking. Unfortunately, among the three of them, only Jiyu Mangong had the talent for cultivation. Kai Yu and Xu Xiaolin could only be kings in the secular world at most. Li Changsheng nurtured the three of them. Later on, When the three of them had just started their careers, Li Changxing met a fourth person, Ji Liushui. At that time, Ji Liushui was just an orphan, but he was born with an innate sword constitution. When Li Changxing first saw Ji Liushui, he knew that he was like a lone wolf in his bones, unwilling to submit to others. However, such a constitution was too special. In the end, Li Changxing could not help but take him in as his disciple. He hoped that even if he was hostile to the entire world, it would be enough for him to be grateful to his master. It was a pity that he had chosen the wrong person. Back then, Li Changxing casually created a sect called the Changxing sect. He became the sect master and planned to pass down his teachings. Before he went into a deep sleep, he handed the Changxing sect to Ji Liushui to manage. This was also a gift he left for his disciple. However, he did not know that 9 years after he went into a deep sleep, Ji Liushui's swordsmanship had reached great success. He directly changed the teachings left by Li Changxing and pushed Li Changxing's Changxing sect down from the altar. He also changed the name of the Changxing sect to the Shenyuan sect. He even took away Li Changxing's natal artifact from the forbidden area of the Changxing sect, completely betraying Li Changxing. Li Changxing's followers were furious. Jiyu Mangong, who was the strongest, went to find Ji Liushui to demand an explanation. However, he lost a finger. That natal artifact sword was refined with my blood. It will be found sooner or later. Investigate it well. If there is news of Ji Liushui, you must inform me immediately. Li Changxing said to Jiyu Mangong. Of course. Sir, you can stay in this villa first. I have already sent my subordinates to look for people with the potential to cultivate. However, there is only 1 in 10,000 ordinary people who can embark on the path of cultivation. I'm afraid it will take a long time to find anything. It's okay. I'll wait patiently. Li Changxing then stayed in Jiyu Mangong's villa with peace of mind. He cultivated in seclusion every day and lived a life far away from the city. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Jiyu Mangong came to look for Li Changxing. Mr. Li, just yesterday, my subordinates found a genius disciple. The purple talisman that you gave him instantly burned to ashes. I plan to go and take a look myself. Hearing Jiyu Mangong's words, Li Changxing's eyes revealed a hint of joy. The talismans that he gave Jiyu Mangong were divided into white talismans, yellow talismans, and purple talismans. The white talisman was the lowest level, while the purple talisman was the highest. If the purple talisman burned on its own, it meant that the spiritual energy in the other party's body had reached a very rich level. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. The first was that the other party was an expert who had cultivated for many years. The second was that the other party had some kind of innate spiritual body or an unusual dormant bloodline in his body. That is a young man, only 15 years old. He has never had a master and his family is only an ordinary business family. Therefore, we can rule out the possibility that he has cultivated before. Jiyu Mangong was also a little excited. It had been 3 months and he had sent out wave after wave of subordinates, but they had not found anything. Today, there was finally news, and it was very likely that the person was a cultivation genius. How could he not be happy? Chapter 648. Do you need me to go with you? Li Changxing asked. Since the other party was very likely to be a cultivation genius, he wanted to take a look for himself. Mr. Li, I've come to find you this time because I need your help with something. Jiyu Mangong said. Over the years that I've been in Nanyang, my power has grown bigger and bigger. My subordinates are also a mix of good and bad people. They are divided into several camps and are fighting openly and secretly. Li Changxing nodded. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. Moreover, Jiyu Mangong was such a powerful force. How could there be no conflicts? Originally, I didn't care how they fought secretly. After all, I couldn't ask them to be of the same mind. However, I've taken in a foster son who is very compatible with my temperament. I plan to pass my foundation to him and then find an old forest to cultivate in seclusion. I want to reach the Earth Immortal realm as soon as possible. I've wasted too much energy in the secular world over the years. Ever since I stepped into the profound finger realm, my cultivation has stagnated. However, ever since I took in my foster son, the various forces under me have started to become restless. Moreover, many of them have colluded with external forces. I'm afraid that once I leave Nanyang to cultivate in seclusion, there will be chaos within my camp. My foster son might not even be able to keep his life, let alone take over my foundation. These people aren't very capable in other aspects, but they are very good at scheming. Even I can't find out who is colluding with external forces. Recently, as my foster son has been taking over, many people with ulterior motives can no longer sit still and are ready to make a move. However, with me around, they don't dare to make a move. This time, when I leave Nanyang, I'm sure many people will show their tails. However, if I'm not around, my foster son won't be able to control the situation at all. Therefore, I'd like to ask Mr. Lee to help me stay in Nanyang and lure those snakes, insects, rats, and ants out. Then, I'll catch them all in one fell swoop. After Gu Mangong finished speaking, there was some urgency in his eyes. What he meant was that he really treated his foster son as his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. All right, I'll help you. Lee Changsheng nodded. Thank you, Mr. Lee. When Gu Mangong heard Lee Changsheng's agreement, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had always revered Lee Changsheng from the bottom of his heart. From the first time he saw Lee Changsheng more than 30 years ago until now, Lee Changsheng's appearance had never changed. In the past, his strength was low, and he couldn't see through Lee Changsheng's depth. But now, he was already a finger-profound realm expert. Standing in front of Lee Changsheng, he still felt as if he was facing a vast ocean. He looked up to a high mountain, and he himself was as lowly as an ant. My subordinates don't know Mr. Lee's strength, so once I leave, they will definitely not be able to hold back and make a move. Mr. Lee, you have to remember one thing. You have to make them give themselves away, but you can't make it a complete mess. Otherwise, even if I can come back and clean up the mess, the foundation I built will be riddled with holes. I understand. Lee Changsheng nodded. He knew that this was the main reason why Gu Mangong had put in so much effort to set up this trap. He wanted to ferret out those people with bad intentions, but he also didn't want his own power to be damaged too much. He wanted to hand over a prosperous empire to his adopted son. Then, Mr. Lee, I'll set off now. I've already arranged for someone to pick you up tomorrow. I'll leave this place to you. Gu Mangong bowed to Lee Changsheng, then turned and left. The next day, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the villa. A young man in a suit walked in. He was very handsome and had fair skin, but his face was cold, as if the whole world owed him money. Lee Changsheng didn't need to think to know that this was Gu Mangong's adopted son, Shen Kui. Father asked me to come. He must have already told you his plan. Next, we'll proceed according to the plan. The other party looked at Lee Changsheng suspiciously and added, Father said that you can help me, but I don't know what you're good at. The other party obviously didn't believe Lee Changsheng. Lee Changsheng waved his fist. My strength is that my fists are hard enough. Is that so? I heard that you can dodge bullets, but in the end, you still needed Hexian to help you. Otherwise, if Song Mingli's subordinates fired at you together, you would have been shot into a sieve. After that, he gestured for Shen Kui to get in. The other party didn't bring a chauffeur and drove here himself. Lee Changsheng opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Shen Kui frowned slightly. The back seat had always been for the leaders. Since Shen Kui was driving, only Gu Mangong had the right to sit in the back. However, Lee Changsheng was left behind by Gu Mangong to help him, so Shen Kui didn't say anything even though he was unhappy. Today is the first day that father left. I've already received news that many forces have started to take action. It seems that they have been suppressed for too long. They are like hungry beasts that can't wait to bare their claws and teeth once they smell blood. I don't know why father kept you by my side. Is it to protect me? Actually, there's no need for that. I have more than a dozen bodyguards who are proficient in marksmanship. Even a professional assassin wouldn't have a chance to hurt me. If even my bodyguards can't block the attack, I don't think a martial arts expert like you would be of any use. Shen Kui's words and actions gave people a feeling of being thousands of miles away. He was as cold as a piece of cold iron, which was completely different from Jiyu Mangong's arrogance. Shun Kui didn't know why Jiyu Mangong chose him to be his successor and inherit his wealth. However, from Shun Kui's words, it was obvious that he didn't know about the existence of cultivators. Otherwise, he wouldn't have doubted Li Changsheng's strength. There will be an internal meeting later. Father won't be here, so I'll host it today. It will also officially release a signal to all the forces with bad intentions that I will be in power. This signal will make those who are already ready to take action. I call this plan luring the snake out of its hole. However, Father won't be here, so I'm afraid there will be more snakes. In fact, I don't agree with Father's plan because the risk is too high. However, I will never oppose Father's words. I believe that he has his reasons for making such arrangements. Shun Kui started the car as he spoke. He was very good at driving. The road wasn't flat, but Li Changsheng didn't feel any bumps. Shun Kui turned around and glanced at Li Changsheng. What he wanted to say was obvious. Li Changsheng was the only trump card that Jiyu Mangong had left for Shun Kui. However, Shun Kui didn't see how useful this trump card would be. However, Li Changsheng wouldn't explain anything. After this short interaction, he had some understanding of Shun Kui. At first glance, Shun Kui seemed arrogant and unapproachable. However, he listened to Jiyu Mangong's every word. Even though he felt that this plan was very risky, he still carried it out meticulously. This was what a loyal person was like. Shun Kui thought back to the disciple that he had accepted back then. In terms of talent, he wasn't inferior to Zhuang Hua, who he had killed. However, he lacked the word loyalty. Perhaps Jiyu Mangong had chosen him because of Ji Liushui. When Li Changsheng had accepted Ji Liushui as his disciple, Jiyu Mangong had been the first to object, saying that this person was rebellious. However, Li Changsheng hadn't listened to him. The reason he took in such a godson was to tell Li Changsheng that he was the right one. This Jiyu Mangong's personality hasn't changed at all. After seeing through Jiyu Mangong's thoughts, Li Changsheng only felt that it was funny. Jiyu Mangong, Kai Yu, and Xu Xiaolin were Li Changsheng's followers in name. However, they were also Li Changsheng's students. In the end, Li Changsheng had given Ji Liushui the status of master and disciple, but they hadn't received it. How could Li Changsheng not know that the three of them had some resentment in their hearts? Chapter 649. On the way, Li Changsheng sat in the back of the car and closed his eyes to rest. The car quickly entered the city and stopped in front of a tea house. The tea house was built in a Chinese style. Most of the decorations were made of wood, and the environment was very elegant. Shun Kui led Li Changsheng to the innermost part of the tea house. Shun Kui was obviously a regular here. A few waiters took the initiative to smile and greet him when they saw him. However, Li Changsheng saw a trace of fear in the waiters' eyes. As the saying went, power and status were determined by one's bottom. As Jiyu Mangong's adopted son, Shun Kui was a very popular person in Nanyang. In the eyes of the waiters, he was no different from a high and mighty figure. Everyone inside is a veteran who has been with my adopted father for many years. Today is a semi-private gathering. In other words, it's called by my adopted father's number 1 general, Pang Tai. However, everyone knows that this is my first step to the top. Don't speak rashly in case you cause trouble. Shun Kui whispered to Li Changsheng as he walked. Li Changsheng didn't say anything. When they opened the door, there were more than 10 people sitting in the room. Their average age was above 40. Li Changsheng immediately recognized Pang Tai, who was sitting in the innermost part of the room. There were also a few people who looked familiar to Li Changsheng. When Li Changsheng and Shun Kui entered, they immediately looked at the two of them in surprise. They couldn't figure out why Li Changsheng was here. Mr. Shun, as a junior, you made us wait for more than half an hour. Isn't that a little too much? Because Shun Kui was the general manager of a company under Jiyu Mangong, the other party addressed him as Mr. Shun. Before the two of them could sit down, someone had already stood up to make things difficult for them. Today's meeting didn't bode well. Mr. Ma, you must be joking. I remember that the meeting time was 9 o'clock. There are still 2 minutes left. I'm not late. Shun Kui smiled and sat down beside Pang Tai with Li Changsheng. Mr. Li Pang Tai took the initiative to greet Li Changsheng when he saw him. Li Changsheng was also sizing up Pang Tai. Among the people present today, Pang Tai clearly held an important position. However, Li Changsheng did not know which faction he belonged to. Did he support Shun Kui, or was he as ambitious and scheming as the others? Although Li Changsheng's Tao was profound, he could see through all things in the world, but he could not see through people's hearts. However, since Pang Tai had greeted him, Li Changsheng returned a smile. The old man who had spoken earlier, however, looked at Li Changsheng with hostility in his eyes. "Your boss Gu's friend. Today is our internal meeting. Isn't it inappropriate for an outsider like you to be here?" The other party was like a hedgehog with thorns all over its body. He had shown hostility toward Shun Kui as soon as he entered, and now he was pointing his spear at Li Changsheng. Clearly, Li Changsheng and Shun Kui had entered together and were considered enemies. The enemy of a friend is a friend, and the friend of an enemy is naturally an enemy as well. "Foster father asked him to accompany me," Shun Kui said coldly. Although he did not think that bringing Li Changsheng would be of any use, Li Changsheng was still on his side, so he had to protect him. "That's enough. Everyone, be more polite. We're all family. Don't be hostile." Another chubby guy squinted his eyes as he spoke. His eyes narrowed into small slits, giving people a sense of intimacy. Li Changsheng could clearly sense the deep fear in Shun Kui's eyes. Clearly, Shun Kui thought that this guy with squinty eyes was more threatening than the old man with thorns all over his body. "Boss Jin is right. Everyone should be more polite." A scholarly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke. He was the youngest and most handsome person present besides Shun Kui. Jiyu Mangong had once said that he had a scholarly general under him. He was young but very intelligent. He was in charge of managing the intelligence network established by Jiyu Mangong's subordinates. He was very loyal to Jiyu Mangong, but he did not support Jiyu Mangong's foster son, Shun Kui. They even had many conflicts in the dark. Li Changsheng finally figured out the identities of these people. The old man with thorns all over his body and the smell of gunpowder was the true elder who had followed Jiyu Mangong to conquer the world. His surname was Ma, and his name was Ma Fei. People called him Lord Ma. He was vicious and had a bad temper. He was infamous for being vicious and merciless. The chubby guy with a face full of fat was surnamed Jin. People called him Smiling Tiger. The scholarly middle-aged man was called Gong Zhu Hong. These three people, together with Pang Tai, were called the four great generals under Jiyu Mangong. However, they were different from Pang Tai. Although Pang Tai held great power, he relied on Jiyu Mangong's attention. He was like the imperial bodyguards of ancient emperors. As for the other three, they were more like officials of the border, establishing their own small kingdoms under Jiyu Mangong. These four people were the biggest obstacle to Shun Kui's ascension. This was because once Jiyu Mangong was not around, Shun Kui's experience and methods would not be enough to control them. "I asked Mr. Pang to gather everyone here because I have something to tell everyone. My foster father left Nanyang yesterday and asked me to take over the work in Nanyang. I hope that everyone can cooperate with me in the future." Shun Kui cleared his throat and spoke. "Of course. Who asked you to be Boss Gu's foster son?" Lord Ma's tone was still sarcastic. However, Shun Kui did not mind. He seemed to be used to it. He continued, "It's like this. My foster father left this time with the intention of letting me take over all the businesses under his name. The next time he comes back, he will not interfere with the company's matters." Shun Kui threw out a huge bomb the moment he opened his mouth. It could be seen that everyone's expression had become strange. This was also something that Jiyu Mangong and Shun Kui had discussed. As long as they knew that Shun Kui was going to take over Jiyu Mangong's businesses, these ambitious people would not be able to resist taking action. This was because once Shun Kui stabilized his position, it would not be easy for them to rebel. "You, Shun Kui, are Boss Gu's foster son. Since Boss Jiyu wants you to take over the businesses, we naturally have no objections," Lord Ma said coldly. The others did not say anything. Whether they were willing or not, It was obvious that no one wanted to jump out to oppose Shen Kui at this time. They were all smart people. No one wanted to be the first one to be shot. Today, in addition to announcing this matter, there is another thing that I called you here. The newly opened branch companies lack management personnel. I want to transfer some people from your companies. Here is a list of personnel changes. Take a look. Shen Kui pushed out a folder. After everyone had read it, the faces of a few people had completely darkened. Transferring people in the name of setting up a new company to weaken their strength. This was the second big bomb that Shen Kui threw out. As long as one had the intention to seize power, they would never watch as their power was weakened. Jiyu Mangong's plan was very simple. He wanted to force his subordinates to rebel. Mr. Shen wants to transfer people to the new company. Of course, I have no objections. However, Dai Xin is my top general. Isn't it a bit too much to transfer him to the new company as the security manager? One of the founding members said unhappily. Yes, Xiaolong is my nephew. He is the vice president of my company. How can you ask him to run the construction site of the new company? How can you do this? I don't agree with this list. I don't agree with it either. Once someone started, everyone's emotions exploded. The room was in a mess. In particular, several founding members stared at Shen Kui and slammed the table. Shen Kui opened his mouth several times, but his voice was drowned out. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Shen Kui finally panicked. After all, he was still too young. How could he be a match for these old foxes? Chapter 650. All of you, shut up. Just as Shen Kui was at a loss under everyone's questioning, Li Changsheng suddenly slammed the table and stood up. The table made of solid wood cracked by a finger's width, and a loud boom reverberated in the room. The messy room instantly fell into silence. Even Shen Kui was shocked by Li Changsheng's actions. His eyes were filled with doubt as he did not understand what Li Changsheng was trying to do. Everyone was stunned as they stared at Li Zhongshan in astonishment. Before Jiyu Mangong left, he had already passed the authority to his adopted son, Shen Kui. Naturally, all of you have to listen to his orders. This list of names is not for your opinions, but for you to carry out the orders. Therefore, all of you had better shut your mouths and carry out the orders obediently. Borrowing the momentum created by Li Changsheng's slamming of the table, for a moment, everyone's gazes were somewhat evasive. Shen Kui looked at Li Changsheng in surprise. Jiyu Mangong had asked Li Changsheng to stay behind to help him. In fact, he did not look down on Li Changsheng. However, when he thought about his performance just now and looked at Li Changsheng, he could not help but feel a little ashamed. At the very least, Li Changsheng was able to react in time in the face of chaos. This was better than him. However, he was also very worried. Jiyu Mangong's subordinates were all old foxes. Just now, Li Changsheng had caught them off guard, which was why he had managed to intimidate them. Once they reacted, it would be useless. Indeed, after being stunned for a few seconds, Ma Fei laughed coldly. Who do you think you are? Even if you are the boss's guest, you have no right to speak. Lord Ma looked at Li Changsheng sinisterly. He was already very unhappy that Li Changsheng, an outsider, had come to attend such an internal gathering. Now, Li Changsheng actually dared to reprimand him. He was simply courting death. After Lord Ma's words, many people reacted and looked at Li Changsheng with unfriendly expressions. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze, as if a storm was brewing. Pang Tai, who was sitting next to Li Changsheng, had a complicated look in his eyes. In fact, he was the first to have a grudge against Li Changsheng. However, after seeing Li Changsheng's performance when he went to ask for the goods, Pang Tai had some appreciation for Li Changsheng. However, he still couldn't help but shake his head. The last time he went to find trouble with Zhao Dahu, it was because Li Changsheng had Jiyu Mangong as his backer. 100 Zhao Dahus wouldn't be enough to trample him to death. But now, the situation was different. This was an internal matter of the Jiyu Corporation, and Li Changsheng was just an outsider. If he were to stand out now, he wouldn't know his place. Before Jiyu Mangong left, he came to find me and asked me to help Shen Kui. Jiyu Mangong also said that if anyone dared to oppose him, it would mean that they had ulterior motives and could be dealt with as they pleased. At this point, Li Changsheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ha ha. Dispose of them at will? Why? Do you dare to kill me? Ma Fei slammed his palm on the table. However, he didn't have the same power as Li Changsheng. He sucked in a breath of cold air and felt pain in his palm. However, a bodyguard had already stood up behind him. These people who followed Jiyu Mangong had gone through a lot of bloodshed in Nanyang. Which one of them didn't have a few experts under them? Do you think I don't dare? Li Changsheng sneered. He suddenly grabbed the chair beside him and threw it out. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They saw the bodyguard standing beside Ma Fei get hit by the chair. The chair instantly shattered into pieces, and the bodyguard was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall behind him. The entire room shook slightly. You dare to touch my people? Ma Fei didn't expect Li Changsheng to dare to make a move. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Changsheng casually grab a teacup from the table and throw it out. Whoosh! The teacup flew out like a sharp arrow and nailed itself to the wooden decoration behind it, making a buzzing sound. The next moment, drops of blood could be seen dripping down from Ma Fei's ears. When he turned around and saw the ceramic teacup that was deeply embedded into the wood, he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If the teacup had been slightly slanted, it would have hit his head. Ma Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His legs turned to jelly. Previously, he had heard that Li Changsheng could dodge bullets. However, hearing about it and witnessing it with his own eyes were two different things. Jiyu Mangong did say something like that. If any of you don't believe me, you can call your boss Jiyu to verify it. Just now, it was just a warning. If there's a next time, no matter how much power you have under you, I guarantee that I'll let you die easily. Li Changsheng's words were understated, but there was an unquestionable tone in his tone. This made everyone present feel fearful. In ancient times, a swordsman could kill a person in 10 steps and leave no trace behind for 1,000 miles. Within 3 steps, he could wipe out an entire nation. At this moment, Li Changsheng was like that. No matter how much power you had, if I wanted to kill you, no one could stop me or save you. Everyone present looked at Li Changsheng with fear in their eyes. They felt that he was a lunatic. However, no matter what they thought, in this room, no one dared to say a word. Just like that, the situation was suppressed. After a long silence, the smiling tiger with the surname Jin finally chuckled and said, "We're all family. Why are you so nervous? Since it's Boss Gu's intention, we, as subordinates, naturally have no objections. Isn't it just a transfer of personnel? When I go back, I'll let my subordinates report according to the names on the list. However, these are troubled times, and Boss Shen is still young. If all of our people are transferred away, it'll be like we're missing an arm or a leg. If anything happens, I'm afraid Boss Shen will have to bear it alone. We have the will, but we don't have the strength." The smiling tiger's words were clearly a threat. All right, Boss Jin is still the sensible one. What about the rest of you? Li Changsheng saw Shen Kui frowning and knew that this guy might have some ability to catch Jiyu Mangong's eye. However, he was still too young. Thus, he did not place any hopes on him and spoke directly. Of course we'll listen to Boss Jiyu. However, just like Boss Jin, Nanyang is not peaceful. Since Boss Shen has taken away our power, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if something happens. Another person said coldly. That's not something you should worry about. After Li Changsheng finished speaking, everyone present took their leave. They said that they would transfer their capable subordinates to Shen Kui according to the names on the list. Even Ma Fei said the same thing. However, from his gaze, Li Changsheng could clearly see a threat, warning, and a trace of killing intent. This guy wants to attack me. However, these people handed over their power so easily. I'm afraid it's not that simple. As Li Changsheng was thinking, the phone in Shen Kui's pocket rang. After Shen Kui hung up the phone, his entire face had turned purple. It was extremely ugly. What's wrong? Li Changsheng's eyes were filled with doubt. However, Shen Kui's eyes were filled with disappointment. I just received news that because my foster father left Nanyang, a few local families took the opportunity to attack him. Many of his businesses suffered heavy losses. Jiyu Mangong has been in Nanyang for so many years. How could he be so easily shaken? Li Changsheng furrowed his brows. Originally, it would not be easy for those families to work together. However, during the meeting, we wanted to weaken the power of a few founding members. Those founding members were angry and slacked off. In just a short while, they had already lost tens of millions. Just as they were about to weaken the power of a few founding members, this happened. Li Changsheng did not believe that it had nothing to do with those people. Now that the GU organization was facing a huge crisis, they could only give up on the plan. If that happened, the plan would be considered a complete failure. My foster father gave me his businesses, and now, such a huge mess has happened. It seems like I'll have to apologize to Ma Fei and the rest. Hearing what Shen Kui said, Li Changsheng shook his head. No. If you give in this time, not only will the plan fail, but your reputation will also be greatly reduced. It'll be difficult for you to do anything in the future. Li Changsheng shook his head. Is there no other way other than begging them? You don't understand. Shen Kui said angrily, it's the Lin family from Nanyang who's attacking us this time. The head of the Lin family, Lin Huang, is a terrifying person. He has a huge network in Nanyang. To put it bluntly, a third of the families in Nanyang will follow him. If the GU organization works together, of course, we won't be afraid of him. However, if the founding members don't plan to help, the GU organization will suffer heavy losses. Since Lin Huang is their core member and they rely on him to gather them, if Lin Huang suddenly dies, won't the crisis be solved? A smile appeared on Li Changsheng's face. He did not know anything about business, but killing was much easier for him. What did you say? Shen Kui was stunned. He then laughed out loud and said, Mr. Li, who do you think Lin Huang is? He has a lot of elites around him. If it's so easy to kill him, my foster father would have killed him long ago. Since even my foster father can't do anything to him, who do you think you are? Do you think you're so great just because you can dodge bullets? To be honest, Lin Huang has a lot of elites around him, and many of them know how to dodge bullets. Shen Kui shook his head. His mind was in a mess, and he did not treat Li Changsheng nicely. He thought that his foster father had given him an assistant who did not think before speaking. It was ridiculous that he thought he was invincible just because he knew some martial arts. Chapter 651. You don't seem to believe that I can kill the master of the Lin family. Li Changsheng raised his eyebrows at Shen Kui's question. Shen Kui was Jiyu Mangong's godson, but he did not like Lin Huang at all. Initially, Lin Huang did not want to fight with a kid, but Shen Kui's attitude pissed him off. I just don't believe that you can kill Lin Huang. Do you know what kind of person he is? How dare you talk to him like that? Shen Kui said coldly. Li Changsheng sometimes wondered if Shen Kui had facial paralysis as he always had the same expression on his face. Then, I'll kill him for you. He's just the master of the Lin family. Li Changsheng stood up and said to Shen Kui, let's go. Help me find out where Lin Huang is now. I'll take his life. Shen Kui was shocked when he saw that Li Changsheng was really going to kill the master of the Lin family. He shook his head and said, forget it. Stop fooling around. You're my godfather's man. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to answer to him. This kid still doesn't believe in himself. Li Changsheng gritted his teeth and said with a grim expression, your godfather asked me to take charge of Nanyang. You have to listen to me. If I ask you to find out Lin Huang's location, you have to do it. Are you going to disobey your godfather's orders? Li Changsheng knew that this guy with facial paralysis was extraordinarily stubborn. Only by mentioning Jiyu Mangong would he be able to control him. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Shen Kui sighed even though he was very reluctant. All right then, I'll tell you where the master of the Lin family is. He's hiding in the Lin family's mansion. All these years, the Lin family has been going against my godfather. He's afraid that my godfather would send someone to assassinate him. Normally, he wouldn't leave the mansion. There are many experts in the Lin family's mansion. All these years, my godfather couldn't do anything to him. So, are you happy now? If you think you're good at martial arts, Why don't you go to the Lin family's mansion? I'm afraid that you'll be shot to death as soon as you step into the mansion. Shun Kui's face lit up with delight as he spoke. In his opinion, Li Changsheng was a useless person, but he relied on his adoptive father's friend and used his adoptive father to suppress him. Don't you want the location of the Chen family's patriarch? I've already told you, but the Lin family is like a tiger's den. What can you do? When Li Changsheng saw the smug look in Shun Kui's eyes, he didn't say anything. He just walked out of the room. Where are you going? You offended a few elders at the meeting today. Be careful, they'll teach you a lesson. However, Li Changsheng just waved his hand at Shun Kui. Of course it's to kill the head of the Lin family. The person who can deal with me, Li Changsheng, hasn't been born yet. Shun Kui couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had just said that the Lin family head was hiding in the Lin family's courtyard, but Li Changsheng still said that he was going to kill the Lin family head. Shun Kui naturally didn't believe him. This guy, how could the Lin family's patriarch be killed so easily? After Li Changsheng left, Shun Kui let out a sigh of relief. Leaving Li Changsheng by his side was like having a mountain on his head. He couldn't wait for Li Changsheng to stay away from him. After leaving the tea house, Li Changsheng took a taxi and headed straight to the Lin family's mansion. Since he dared to go against Jiyu Mangong and was still safe and sound after so many years, it was reasonable that Jiyu Mangong was just an ordinary businessman who couldn't do anything to him. However, Jiyu Mangong was a cultivator. Moreover, he was a profound realm expert. In the entire world, he could enter the ranks of the top experts. If a cultivator wanted to kill an ordinary person, it would be as easy as pinching an ant. However, Jiyu Mangong couldn't do anything to him after so many years. It could only mean that there was someone in the Lin family who could fight Jiyu Mangong or something that could threaten Jiyu Mangong. Li Changsheng dialed Jiyu Mangong's number. It was noisy on the other end of the phone and there was the sound of the wind. It was obvious that Jiyu Mangong was outside. Mr. Li, I'm here. I'll be able to see the genius disciple soon. The signal here isn't good. Jiyu Mangong reported. He had always done his best for Li Changsheng. Not bad. Li Changsheng nodded and said, Is the Lin family a cultivator family? Otherwise, how could they fight against you for so many years? No. Jiyu Mangong shook his head and said, The Lin family is just an ordinary business family, but Lin Huang's grandfather once saved a cultivator. That cultivator later became a consecrator of the Lin family. That cultivator was a profound realm expert, and his strength was no weaker than mine. I once thought of directly killing Lin Huang and destroying the Lin family, but I met that old man, and in the end, we tied. I understand. Are you preparing to? Jiyu Mangong sounded excited on the other end of the phone. He actually wanted Li Changsheng to help him get rid of his biggest threat, but he didn't dare to ask. Now that Li Changsheng wanted to go to the Lin family, how could he not be happy? It was just the Lin family. Li Changsheng could deal with them easily. The taxi stopped in front of the Lin family's mansion. There were tall walls and there were two majestic stone lions at the entrance. The bronze-colored door was very imposing. Li Changsheng knocked on the door. Soon, footsteps could be heard. The door opened and a young man walked out. He frowned and said, Who are you? Why did you knock on the door? I want to see Lin Huang. Li Changsheng told him his purpose of visit. Even if other people wanted to assassinate someone, they would do it secretly. Who would be like Li Changsheng, who would openly knock on the door and enter through the front door? Therefore, the young man who opened the door did not expect Li Changsheng to be there to kill. Instead, when Li Changsheng said Lin Huang, he looked respectful and spoke politely. Indeed, there were not many people who dared to call Lin Huang by his name in Nanyang. If the person was a friend of the Lin family's master, he would be in trouble. May I know who you are? The young man looked suspicious. Li Changsheng came alone, and he didn't seem to be a high-ranking person. Moreover, he had been a gatekeeper for the Lin family for 6 years, and he knew all the regular friends of the Lin family. In his memory, there was no such person as Li Changsheng. Tell Lin Huang that he's here to welcome me personally. What? The young man could not help but frown. Lin Huang was someone who could fight with Jiyu Mangong in Nanyang and had a high status. However, the young man asked him to welcome him personally. Although the young man was confused, he did not dare to delay. "Yes, sir, please wait for a moment. I'll go in and report." Then, he signaled his two colleagues who were standing not far away to wait on Li Changsheng. At the same time, he wanted them to keep an eye on Li Changsheng. He then walked in quickly. Chapter 652. Mr. Lin, our boss Ma said that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiyu Mangong is not in Nanyang, and his adopted son actually wants to weaken the authority of the elders at this time. Even those who are loyal to Jiyu Mangong have resentment in their hearts. This time, if we work together, we will definitely be able to take over Jiyu Mangong's foundation. In the Lin family's guest hall, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa. If Li Changsheng saw this person, he would recognize that this was the bodyguard who was next to Ma Fei and was hit by Li Changsheng with a chair. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was injured. However, there was a strange light deep in his eyes. Since Ma Fei had colluded with Lin Huang, he would be the hero if they succeeded in the future. He would no longer have to be a slave and could be the master of his own family. Compared to that, the injury that he suffered was nothing. Opposite the middle-aged man was an old man with white hair. He was in his 50s and wore loose white clothes that seemed to be made of silk. He had a string of prayer beads around his neck and a pair of walnuts in his hands. It was the master of the Lin family, Lin Huang. Jiyu Mangong is cunning. He suddenly left Nanyang and gave his godson Shun Kui the power of the elders. Could there be a trap? Lin Huang frowned. He had been fighting with Jiyu Mangong for many years. He had witnessed Jiyu Mangong's rise in Nanyang with his own eyes. He was very afraid of Jiyu Mangong. If not for the high priest in the family, he would not have dared to go against Jiyu Mangong. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. The reason why Jiyu Mangong left Nanyang was to let his adopted son take over his business and weaken the influence of the elders under him. This was the same as burning the bridge after crossing the river. Jiyu Mangong pretended to hide and let his adopted son do these things just to fulfill his hypocritical reputation. However, he didn't know that he would ruin the empire he had built for himself. As the both of them were talking, a subordinate rushed in to report. "Master, there's someone outside who wants to see you. He said that he wants you to welcome him personally." This time, Lin Huang was shocked. Did he say who he is? Indeed, the master of the Lin family dared to ask him to welcome him personally. Lin Huang thought hard but could not figure out who it was. "We might as well go out and take a look." Lin Huang stood up and a servant immediately went to get his coat. "Mr. Lin, I think it's better to be cautious. What if it's an enemy? You're a precious person. You can't take the risk." One of them hurriedly advised. "It's fine. As long as Jiyu Mangong isn't in Nanyang, I have nothing to be afraid of. Didn't they say that it was a young man? It's definitely not Jiyu Mangong. Don't worry." The middle-aged man nodded when he heard what Lin Huang said. All these years, Jiyu Mangong and Lin Huang had been fighting both openly and secretly. Both of them wanted to get rid of the other, but they could not do anything to each other. Lin Huang's confidence was not baseless. At the entrance of the mansion, Li Changsheng was chatting enthusiastically with the two gatekeepers. When the gatekeeper heard the words of the young man who had opened the door, he was afraid that he would neglect Li Changsheng, so he waited at the side. However, they didn't expect Li Changsheng to be such a talkative person. He rambled on and was very familiar with the lives of people at the bottom of society. A few heartfelt words from him made the two of them completely let down their guard. "You're saying that the old man who follows your master is not in the Lin family's mansion?" Li Changsheng was surprised. "Yes, I saw President Lin's driver send the old man out of the Lin family's mansion a few days ago. Since he left, the old man has not shown himself. We opened the door every day, but we didn't see him come back." "I see." Li Changsheng looked slightly disappointed. He heard that there was an expert in the Lin family. Initially, he wanted to help Jiyu Mangong get rid of the threat. However, he could not believe everything the gatekeeper said. It was too easy for an expert who could fight Jiyu Mangong to not be discovered by the two gatekeepers. Right at this moment, a series of footsteps came from inside. A group of people walked out in a grandiose manner. "Who's here to see me?" Lin Huang walked in front. When he saw Li Changsheng standing there, he was shocked. He was sure that he had never seen this person before. However, the moment the bodyguard saw Li Changsheng, he walked towards Lin Huang and said softly, "Mr. Lin, he's the young man that Jiyu Mangong left behind to help Shen Kui. He's a martial arts expert." The middle-aged man recalled the scene where Li Changsheng had hit him with a chair. He could not help but feel terrified. "You're really here to deal with me? How dare you come here so casually? You're looking down on the Lin family." Lin Huang's eyes turned cold. However, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he signaled his men and walked towards Li Changsheng. He was not afraid that Li Changsheng would attack him. "I heard that you're Jiyu Mangong's friend. Why are you looking for me?" Lin Huang stood not far away from Li Changsheng with a playful look in his eyes. As for the two guards who were chatting happily with Li Changsheng, their faces turned pale. They felt their legs go soft and almost fell to their knees with a plop. Jiyu Mangong and the others also knew that he was the enemy that their family head wanted to get rid of the most. Since the other party was Jiyu Mangong's friend, he was naturally an enemy as well. Just now, they had almost reached the point where they could talk about anything with Li Changsheng. They had also told Li Changsheng a lot of news about the Lin family without hesitation. Now that they thought about it, if their family head knew about it, they would lose their lives. The two of them immediately distanced themselves from Li Changsheng. They hated Li Changsheng very much. "I'm definitely not here to have tea with you." Li Changsheng smiled, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. "Since I'm Jiyu Mangong's friend and you're Jiyu Mangong's enemy, I'm here to kill you." Lin Huang had already guessed that Li Changsheng was a kung fu master. However, he was still shocked when he heard Li Changsheng say that he wanted to kill him. "Aren't you being too arrogant by coming here to kill me?" Lin Huang laughed. "You know that I'm here to kill you, but you still dare to come so close to me. You're courting death." Li Changsheng retorted. "Haha. You're the one who's courting death," Lin Huang said calmly. "While I'm talking to you, there are already 3 snipers aiming at your temples. 2 machine guns are locked onto your body. If you move, you'll turn into a hornet's nest. Young man, you're still too inexperienced to dare to come to my Lin family's house and cause trouble." "Is that so?" Li Changsheng laughed too. "Didn't the kung fu master beside you tell you that there are enemies within 10 steps? Since I'm here to kill you, I'm not an ordinary person. Since you're so close to me, do you believe that I'll kill you before your men can pull the trigger? Haha." However, Lin Huang laughed again. "Of course, I know that. Moreover, since you're here to kill me, I'm afraid ordinary guns won't work on you. That's why I'm so close to you. Do you think I'm giving you a chance to kill me? No, I'm creating an opportunity so that you won't be able to escape." Lin Huang took a step forward, his clothes fluttering even though there was no wind. "Because I'm also a kung fu master. A very, very kung fu master." Chapter 653. Lin Huang found it funny that someone dared to come to his house and say that he wanted to kill him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Jiyu Mangong had suppressed the Lin family for so many years. Nobody knew how long they had been holding back. Now that Jiyu Mangong was not in Nanyang, there was someone who dared to challenge the Lin family. His aura surged as he clenched his fists and locked his gaze on the reckless young man. Li Changsheng did not move. He just looked at Lin Huang quietly. There was no expression on his face as he looked straight into Lin Huang's eyes. This guy is really powerful. The master of the Lin family is so close to him. Isn't he in danger? Ma Fei's bodyguard said to Lin Huang's subordinate worriedly. "My master is the last disciple of the old man. The master of the Black Monkey Nation, Vulture, came to visit the Lin family last time and fought with my master. In the end, he was defeated by my master. This young man will definitely die today." Hearing what Lin Huang's subordinate said, the bodyguard was shocked. The master of the Vulture sect was famous in Nanyang. "I didn't expect the master of the Lin family to be so powerful. It seems like Li Changsheng is going to be in trouble today." While the middle-aged bodyguard was shocked, He looked at Li Changsheng with pity in his eyes. Sometimes, confidence is not a good thing. Li Changsheng sighed and took a step forward slowly. The bodyguard and Lin Huang's subordinates who were far away widened their eyes. All of a sudden, Li Changsheng dashed towards Lin Huang and held Lin Huang's cheek with one hand. Then, he dashed towards a big tree by the road. Bang! A loud thud was heard. Lin Huang's head was embedded in the ancient tree. With a loud crack, the ancient tree that was as thick as two people's palms broke and fell to the ground. Li Changsheng looked at Lin Huang, who was no longer alive, and clapped his hands. He turned around and said to Lin Huang's subordinate, "If you want to avenge Lin Huang, remember to ask his master to look for me when he comes back so that I can avenge his disciple." However, Lin Huang's underling, who had extraordinary abilities, could not help but feel thirsty. Although he was Lin Huang's bodyguard in name, he knew that his master's kung fu was much more powerful than his. Now, his head was almost flattened by Li Changsheng. Perhaps only Lin Huang's master could do such a terrifying thing. "Brat, you killed our patriarch. Do you think you can walk out of here alive today?" Thinking of the few snipers who were hiding at the highest point, Lin Huang's men finally had some confidence. "Shoot this criminal to death," Lin Huang's men shouted at the highest point in the courtyard. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a few gunshots were heard. Bang bang, bang bang. Several bullets were fired at Li Changsheng from all directions. But in the next moment, Li Changsheng's figure disappeared from the courtyard. When they looked up, they saw Li Changsheng standing on top of a high wall not far away. When the few snipers aimed at Li Changsheng and pulled the trigger, Li Changsheng was like a big bird, disappearing from their sight after a few leaps. Shun Kui sat in the general manager's office in the GU organization, frowning. He was very annoyed. In his heart, his godfather had always been a scheming person. However, he could not see through the plan this time. Even if his godfather wanted him to take over the company, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. He could have slowly transferred the power to him. However, his godfather had forced the few elders under him to take over the company. He had no idea what his godfather was thinking, except for Li Changsheng. Thinking of Li Changsheng, Shun Kui looked at the direction of the door. "I have no idea where Li Changsheng went. I can't even see his shadow. Did he really go to assassinate Lin Huang? Isn't that the same as seeking death?" Sigh. Shun Kui rubbed his temples. At this moment, footsteps were heard from outside and the office door was opened. Li Changsheng was back. Shun Kui was delighted. After all, Li Changsheng was his godfather's friend. If he died at the Lin residence, he would not be able to explain it to his godfather. However, he was not going to be nice to Li Changsheng. He sneered. "What happened? Didn't you go to assassinate the head of the Lin family? Why are you back so soon? Don't tell me that you've killed him." There was a hint of playfulness in Shun Kui's words. "Yes, he's dead." "Haha." Shun Kui shook his head. Just when he was about to mock Lin Huang, the phone on the table rang. "Mr. Shun, I've just received news that the head of the Lin family has been killed at the entrance of the Lin residence. The killer is a young man in his 20s. The phone in Shun Kui's hand fell on the table with a thud. He raised his head and stared at Li Changsheng in disbelief. You really killed him?" "Yes, didn't you say that killing him would solve the problem? I've already solved the problem for you. This, Shun Kui pointed at Li Changsheng with a trembling finger. In the end, he slapped the table and said, "It's all over. It's over. What's wrong? You've solved the problem. Why do you look like your parents are dead?" This time, Li Changsheng was very puzzled. "According to what I've found out, Lin Huang has a master who is very powerful. His master is the main reason why the Lin family could rise in Nanyang. Even my godfather, who is so good at martial arts, could only fight to a draw with Lin Huang's master. Now that my godfather is not here, if his master finds out that Lin Huang has been killed, he will definitely take revenge. Who can stop Lin Huang's master now that my godfather is not in Nanyang? No, I have to call my godfather and ask him to come back as soon as possible." Shun Kui dialed a series of numbers. However, the phone could not be connected. He called 3 times in a row, but the result was the same. Shun Kui was desperate. What should I do? I can't get through to my godfather's phone. If Lin Huang's master comes to seek revenge, no matter how many bodyguards we have, it will be useless. Seeing how anxious Shun Kui was, Li Changsheng comforted him. Don't worry. Even if your godfather is not here, you still have me. You. What can you do? Do you know how powerful Lin Huang's master is? Even a rocket launcher can't hit him. He can walk on buildings as if they were flat ground. One of the Lin family's enemies once ambushed him with dozens of guns and rocket launchers. In the end, he did not even hurt him. Instead, he killed the leader of the organization on the spot. Chapter 654. The head of the Lin family, Lin Huang, was dead. He was killed in front of his own house in front of everyone. When the news spread, the entire Lin family was like an ancient beast that was awakened from its slumber. It bared its sharp fangs and attacked the GU organization crazily. In the general manager's office, Shun Kui's phone kept ringing. It was as if he could hear the horn and the galloping of horses. In the short span of an hour, the various branches of the GU group had suffered heavy losses. The Lin family had completely gone crazy. They were willing to sacrifice 800 of their own to destroy the GU group. They didn't even care if they had to sacrifice 1,200 of their own to kill 1,000 of their enemies. Shun Kui's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, and he felt as if he was about to collapse. Li Changsheng saw everything, but he couldn't help but shake his head. Shun Kui was too young and could not keep his cool. The Lin family's counterattack has just begun. This is just the surface attack. I'm afraid that Lin Huang's master is going to attack as well. But I can't get through to my godfather's phone. What should I do? Shun Kui was at a loss. He was panicking. Li Changsheng, I admire you for being able to kill Lin Huang. But things are about to change. Shun Kui frowned. He could not hit or scold Li Changsheng. Don't worry. Since your godfather has asked me to stay, you don't have to worry. Li Changsheng sat on the sofa, picked up the teacup and took a sip. His tone was very calm, as if he didn't care about the legendary master of the Lin family in Nanyang at all. The world was big and there were many powerful people. However, in front of Li Changsheng, other than the legendary Earth Immortals, no one was worthy of Li Changsheng's attention. This wasn't Li Changsheng being arrogant, but rather, the indestructible god-devil body that he had cultivated for 99 lifetimes was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that even if he were to fight across realms, he could still easily crush his enemies. Mr. Li, if Godfather were in Nanyang, it wouldn't matter if he killed Lin Huang. Although the Lin family is powerful, they can't compare to our GU organization. However, Godfather isn't here now, and the elders are divided. Once the Lin family's high priest makes a move, I'm afraid the foundation that Godfather has built for so many years will be destroyed overnight. No matter how much Shun Kui disliked Li Changsheng, it seemed that the only person he could rely on was Li Changsheng. However, was Li Changsheng reliable? Don't worry. Even if you don't trust me, don't you trust your adoptive father? Li Changsheng continued to drink his tea. Shun Kui didn't know what to say. His handsome face was filled with melancholy, and he seemed to have aged a lot. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Mr. Shen, did you send someone to kill Lin Huang? It was Pang Tai, one of Jiu Mangongong's 4 subordinates, who walked in. Pang Tai had witnessed Li Changsheng's ability to dodge bullets. However, he was still shocked to hear that Lin Huang had been killed. When he walked in and saw Li Changsheng sitting there, he could not help but feel fearful. The head of the Lin family was dead just like that. For someone like Li Changsheng, he could kill a person within 10 steps. He was the most dangerous person in the world. Sigh. You can say that I sent him. Shun Kui nodded his head. At this moment, it did not matter if he was the one who sent Li Changsheng to kill Lin Huang. What was important was that Lin Huang was dead, and he had to face the Lin family's crazy revenge. Soon after Pang Tai walked in, Gong Zhu Hong, Ma Fei, and the rest appeared. Naturally, they couldn't remain indifferent to such a big matter. Especially Ma Fei, who was known as Lord Ma. The moment he saw Li Changsheng, his eyes were filled with fear. He was different from the rest. His bodyguard had seen Li Changsheng kill Lin Huang with his own eyes. Moreover, his bodyguard had appeared next to Lin Huang, which meant that he had betrayed the GU organization and colluded with the enemy. However, the reason why he dared to appear here and act as if nothing had happened was that as one of GU Mangongong's 4 subordinates, he had a lot of power in the GU organization. Now that the Lin family was going crazy, if Shen Kui were to settle the score with him now, the GU organization would undoubtedly be in a greater crisis. Li Changsheng dared to kill the head of the Lin family, Lin Huang. He has completely angered the Lin family. The Lin family's master will not let him go. GU Mangongong sent his godson to take away our power. Now, in order to deal with the Lin family, he has to return the power to us. This chaos might be the biggest opportunity. Ma Fei, Gong Zhu Hong, and the rest thought to themselves. They had a lot of power in their hands. If not for GU Mangongong, they would have left the organization long ago. Now that the Lin organization was going crazy, they did not want to fight the enemy together. Instead, they wanted to seize the opportunity to break away from the GU organization's control and become independent. GU Mangongong was not in Southeast Asia. Once the situation was formed, no matter how powerful GU Mangongong was, he would not be able to do anything when he returned. After all, the reason why GU Mangongong was able to conquer so much was because of the help of the elders. The only thing that they were afraid of was GU Mangongong's ability in martial arts. However, it did not matter as the Lin family had a master who could control GU Mangongong. When the time came, as long as they managed the relationship between GU Mangongong and the Lin family, both the Lin family and GU Mangongong would have to rope them in. These people had been scheming for most of their lives. They knew that this was the best opportunity. It's all thanks to this Li guy who killed Lin Huang that the situation today is like this. GU Mangongong has shot himself in the foot this time. Ma Fei and the rest looked at Li Changsheng coldly. From their point of view, Li Changsheng's fate was death. The master from the Lin family would definitely come for revenge. From beginning to end, Li Changsheng sat there without showing any emotion on his face. He drank his tea as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Mr. Shen, what do you think we should do next? The Lin family is madly attacking our GU group. We also want to resist, but our capable generals have all been transferred away according to your orders. We are also like housewives who can't cook without rice. The new subordinates have not been appointed yet. Even if they are appointed, they are not familiar with the company. It's taboo to change subordinates at the last minute. Elder Jin's fat cheeks trembled as he spoke, making Li Changsheng think of a hamster with a mouthful of food. His eyes were especially round and small, but they shone with a crafty light. These people were here for power. At the same time, they wanted to see Shen Kui make a fool of himself. We asked you to take away our power. Now, not only did you not take away our power, you might even give us more power. The transfer list is temporarily invalid. We still have to rely on the elders to work together to get through this. Shen Kui sighed. He knew that the situation was beyond his control. If he still insisted on transferring the capable subordinates of the elders, the GU organization might really collapse. I don't agree. At this moment, Li Changsheng suddenly spoke. Even if you return the power to them, I'm afraid they might not help you to fight the Lin family. Instead, some of them will betray us and stab us in the back. Chapter 655. Brat, if you didn't kill Lin Huang, the Lin family wouldn't be so crazy. Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to speak here. Ma Fei said coldly. He had sent his bodyguard to meet the master of the Lin family, but he had bumped into Li Changsheng. Therefore, he hoped that Li Changsheng would be killed by the master of the Lin family. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble if GU Mangong came back. The other elders also looked at Li Changsheng playfully. From their point of view, regardless of whether Li Changsheng was an expert or a friend of GU Mangong's, GU Mangong was not in Nanyang this time. Under the overall situation, he would definitely die. It's not up to you to decide if I have the right to speak or not. You're the one who betrayed us and colluded with the master of the Lin family. Now, I'll help GU Mangong get rid of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng raised his eyebrows and stood up. He did not hide his killing intent towards Ma Fei. Li Changsheng, what are you doing? Do you know that this is a special time? If you kill me, who will fight against the Lin family? Ma Fei was panicking. He regretted provoking Li Changsheng. After all, he was the man who dared to kill the master of the Lin family. If they were to disregard everything to kill him, no one would be able to stop them. Yes, Mr. Li, don't be rash. Even Shun Kui stood up immediately. No matter if Ma Fei was betraying them or harboring evil intentions, the GU organization was in an unprecedented situation. Shun Kui could not lose the support of Ma Fei's organization. Just when the atmosphere in the room was tense, there was a noise outside, followed by the sound of dense footsteps. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the door, only to see the office door explode into pieces with a loud bang. The few elders who were closer to the door were so frightened that they fell to the ground. As the dust settled, an old man led a group of people to the door of the office. Are you the master of the Lin family? Many people in the office recognized the old man and their faces turned pale. Speaking of the devil, he didn't expect the Lin family's helper to arrive so quickly. Next to the old man was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked very similar to Lin Huang, who was killed by Li Changsheng. He was Lin Huang's younger brother, Lin Wen. Now that Lin Huang was dead, he was temporarily in charge of the Lin family. Behind him was a group of senior members of the Lin family. Although the appearance of the Lin family's consecrator was rather shocking, causing everyone in the office to be a little shocked, they quickly regained their senses. Shun Kui, in particular, said coldly, "What is the meaning of this? How dare you behave so atrociously in my GU group's office? Do you want to start a war with my GU group?" Shun Kui's words were careless and awe-inspiring, but the others couldn't help shaking their heads. The Lin family and the GU corporation were already at war. Of course we're here for revenge. Lin Wen stepped forward. My brother Lin Huang was killed in front of the Lin family's mansion. The GU organization is really something. That consecrator of the Lin family did not waste any more words. He just took a step forward, and a powerful aura enveloped the hearts of everyone present, causing them to have a kind of palpitating feeling. The consecrator of the Lin family was really powerful. I didn't expect the big shots of the GU corporation to be here. If I kill all of you, the GU corporation will be destroyed. The Lin family's helper said in an eerie voice. It sounded like the sound of iron rubbing against each other. As soon as he said that, everyone's face turned pale. Indeed, if the Lin family were to wipe out the GU corporation, the GU corporation would fall apart in an instant. Ma Fei panicked when he heard that. Elder Lin, you're wrong. The one who killed the head of the Lin clan was Li Changsheng. It has nothing to do with us. Don't forget, our boss GU is also an expert. He's not any weaker than you. If you start a massacre at the GU group today, then when our boss GU returns, he'll do the same to your GU clan. When that time comes, do you think you can protect yourself? The reason why Lin Huang was not killed in the past was because GU Mangong and the Lin family's consecrator had fought a few times. They had a tacit understanding that if one of them did not attack, the other would not attack. Otherwise, if they were to assassinate the higher-ups, who would be able to defend against experts like GU Mangong and the Lin family's consecrator? One could only be a thief for 1,000 days. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. So, my disciple died for nothing? The Lin family's helper understood that. However, Lin Huang was his disciple. How could he let it go just like that? The one who killed your disciple is Li Changsheng. Just look for him. As for the grudge between the GU and the Lin family, we'll settle it through business. At this point, Ma Fei couldn't help but glance at Li Changsheng, betraying him in the blink of an eye. As expected, in the next moment, a terrifying aura locked onto Li Changsheng. All right, I'll only kill the killer today. I don't care about the rest. Ma Fei and the rest were not the only ones who were relieved. Even the current master of the Lin family, Lin Wen, was relieved. If this consecrator really went on a killing spree, then he would be in danger. GU Mangong would definitely use all his means to kill the upper echelons of the Lin family. There were rules everywhere, and seeking revenge on Li Changsheng was not breaking the rules. At this time, Shen Kui was a little anxious. Letting Li Changsheng take the blame to appease the Lin family's master's anger, and then the Lin family and the Goose Group could be settled through commercial means was undoubtedly a good choice. However, the only one who would be cheated was Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was the person that Jiyu Mangong left behind for Shen Kui. If he were to die in the hands of the Lin family's helper, Shen Kui did not know how to explain it to his godfather. However, he had no other choice. Li Changsheng seemed to have expected what he would do. He gave him a reassuring look and walked towards the Lin family's helper. To be able to contend against Jiyu Mangong, you should be at the profound realm, right? It's a pity that you're just a pile of old bones with your qi and blood dried up. It's also because Jiyu Mangong is too young that he couldn't see through you. Although your strength is comparable to Jiyu Mangong's, Jiyu Mangong is in his prime and his qi and blood are vigorous. If he were to fight with you to the death, he might be heavily injured, but the one who would die would definitely be you. Li Changsheng shook his head. Only someone like him who had lived for tens of thousands of years had the right to say that Jiyu Mangong was young. However, the moment he said that, the Lin family's helper's expression changed. He was well aware of his own body's condition. All these years, he had been in charge of the Lin family and had never taken the initiative to attack Jiyu Mangong because he did not have the guts to fight to the death with Jiyu Mangong. However, now that Li Changsheng had pointed out the condition of his body, how could he not be shocked? Chapter 656. No wonder you dared to kill my disciple. You're an expert. The murderous intent in the Lin family's guardian's eyes intensified. The Lin family had been suppressed by Jiyu Mangong when they were fighting. Now that there was an expert like Li Changsheng, the Lin family would be completely overtaken by Jiyu Mangong one day. Kid, who are you? Who told you about my body condition? To the Lin family's guardian, although Li Changsheng was powerful, he was still too young to be able to kill Lin Huang. What he was afraid of was the power behind Li Changsheng. I can tell your body condition at a glance. I don't need anyone to tell me. Li Changsheng shook his head. I was just about to look for you. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll send you and your disciple to reunite on the road to the underworld. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped the Lin family's guardian. Arrogant. The Lin family's guardian roared. Li Changsheng's palm was light. At first, the guardian did not care. However, the moment the palm was about to touch his body, his expression changed and a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Oh no! He raised his hand to block the attack, but it was too late. The palm gently brushed past his chest, and the Lin family's consecrator was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall of the corridor. When he fell to the ground, blood gushed out from his mouth, mixed with some blood clots. He was severely injured with just a slap. At this moment, whether it was the Lin family or Shen Kui and the rest, they were all dumbfounded. Although they did not know about the existence of cultivators, they knew how powerful the Lin family's expert was. However, he was now like a piece of paper in Li Changsheng's hands. He could not even withstand a single blow. A sense of absurdity rose in everyone's hearts. They even suspected that this Lin family's consecrator was an impostor. At this moment, the most shocked person was none other than the Lin family consecrator himself. He had broken through to the Finger Xian realm many years ago. He also knew that with his talent, he would not be able to take another step forward in this lifetime. That was why he was willing to be a consecrator in the Lin family and spend his old age peacefully. Who would have thought that the Lin family would have an enemy like Jiyu Mangong? Furthermore, Jiyu Mangong was an expert who was not inferior to him. Most importantly, he had already reached the peak of his life and was going downhill every day. On the other hand, Jiyu Mangong was like the rising sun. There would always be a day when he would be like the sun in the sky, giving him a sense of danger. The lifespan of a cultivator was much longer than that of an ordinary person. Initially, he had thought that teaching the head of the Lin family, Lin Huang, the way of cultivation would be considered as repaying the Lin family's kindness. After that, he would leave Nanyang, a place that was full of trouble. However, who would have thought that he would hear that Lin Huang had been killed the moment he returned? Although Lin Huang's cultivation talent was average, He was definitely an expert in the secular world. Therefore, he decided to clear the obstacles for the Lin family one last time and avenge Lin Huang before officially leaving Nanyang. He knew that Jiyu Mangong was also preparing to leave Nanyang. Once the two of them were gone, the competition between the Jiyu organization and the Lin family would be purely commercial. However, he did not expect Li Changsheng to suddenly appear out of nowhere. I've been cultivating for many years, but it's a pity that I can't have a good ending. Li Changsheng shook his head and said, if you hadn't revealed your intention to kill me back then, I might have let you go. Li Changsheng took a step forward and appeared in front of the Lin family's high priest like a ghost. He slowly raised his palm. The high priest's eyes were filled with despair as he said with difficulty, "What level are you exactly? How can you be so strong?" "Half a step to earth immortal." Li Changsheng slowly spat out a few words. The high priest smiled calmly. "No wonder. I can die without regrets." As soon as he finished speaking, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices before Li Changsheng could do anything. He had cut off his heart meridian and died. He was indeed a proud person. Li Changsheng retracted his palm. At this moment, everyone looked at him in awe. Shun Kui finally understood why Jiyu Mangong had kept Li Changsheng alive since he could kill the Lin family's high priest so easily. He was even stronger than Jiyu Mangong himself in Nanyang. I don't want to interfere with the grudge between the Lin family and the Jiyu organization. However, if you want to avenge Lin Huang, you can do it now. Li Changsheng stared at Liu Linhuang's brother, Lin Wen. Lin Wen quickly lowered his head. Although Lin Huang was his biological brother and both of them were close, he could not risk his life for his brother who had passed away. Especially since he had become the new master of the Lin family, he had all the power, wealth, and status in his hands. "I don't dare." He spat out 2 words. "Since you don't dare, stop attacking the GU organization immediately. I won't interfere with the grudge between you and the GU organization anymore." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, Lin Wen let out a long sigh of relief. The Lin family had lost their high priest. If they wanted to destroy the Lin family, they would not be able to fight back at all. Although they were a powerful family in the secular world, they were weak in the hands of a cultivator. "Get out of here," Li Changsheng said calmly. Lin Wen immediately left with the rest of the Lin family. At this moment, only Ma Fei and the rest were left, looking at Li Changsheng in fear. However, Li Changsheng said to Shen Kui, "You heard it. The Lin family has promised not to attack Gu's group. Therefore, we don't need to invalidate the list of personnel. We can continue with the plan. Once the Lin family's executive is dead, your foster father will leave Nanyang in a few days. Whether you can suppress the Lin family and dominate Nanyang in the future depends on your own ability." At this moment, Shen Kui looked at Li Changsheng with respect. If there was any dissatisfaction before, it was gone now. Li Changsheng looked at Ma Fei, who was standing there, trembling. Jiyu Mangong said that someone among his subordinates had colluded with the Lin family. "That person must be you. Hand over your power and choose a good grave for yourself. Don't worry, your family will not be affected." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, Ma Fei's eyes were filled with anger. Li Changsheng was asking him to die. Even if he had some dealings with the Lin family, he did not deserve to die. "It seems that you are not as smart as the high priest of the Lin family." Li Changsheng shook his head and raised his hand gently. Ma Fei's body trembled before he fell limply to the ground. Pang Tai, who was next to him, reached out to touch his nose, but his hand suddenly retracted. The other party was no longer breathing. He had died just like that. At this moment, the surrounding people looked at Li Changsheng with not only respect but also fear. At this moment, they finally understood why Jiyu Mangong valued Li Changsheng so much. "I'll return to the villa first. I'm sure you can handle the aftermath." Li Changsheng glanced at Shun Kui calmly. If not for Jiyu Mangong, Li Changsheng would not have bothered to deal with a force like the Lin family. It was like a person destroying an ant's nest. It was hard to feel accomplished. Chapter 657. Li Changsheng was completely free these days. He stayed in Jiyu Mangong's villa, cultivating while waiting for Jiyu Mangong's news. He knew that other than Ma Fei who was killed, There were many people who had dirty dealings with the Lin family. However, he was too lazy to ask. He had only promised Jiyu Mangong that he would help Shen Kui. He was not Shen Kui's nanny. Furthermore, as Jiyu Mangong's successor, Li Changsheng had already helped him. If he could not even handle the remaining matters, then he would be too useless. On the 8th day, Jiyu Mangong finally returned. However, what made Li Changsheng frown was that he came back alone. He did not bring back the genius disciple who was said to have good cultivation potential. Moreover, Jiyu Mangong was injured. As if he had predicted something, Li Changsheng could not help but ask in a deep voice, "What happened? Who caused your injury?" Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Jiyu Mangong looked dispirited. "Sir, I'm incompetent. I can't even handle such a small matter. Originally, we found that child and persuaded his parents to leave a sum of money for them to bring him back to be your disciple. Who knew that another force would suddenly come and take a fancy to that child's aptitude? Snatching a disciple." Li Changsheng couldn't help but frown. "Then, he injured you?" "Yes, there was an expert in that group who was stronger than me. I told them that I found this disciple first, and I asked the child for his opinion. He was willing to go with me, but he didn't want to go with that group of people. However, that group of people took him by force. They had a lot of people, and they also had an expert. I fought with their leader, but in the end, I was injured." Jiyu Mangong lowered his head even more as he spoke. He had heard about what had happened in Nanyang. Li Changsheng had killed Lin Huang and the Lin family's consecrator. Everything was going according to his plan. However, he did not help Li Changsheng. "You don't have to blame yourself. The person who could defeat you is definitely not a nobody." "Which sect are they from?" "They are from the Forbidden Land. The one who injured me is an elder from the Forbidden Land." "Forbidden Land?" No wonder. Although Li Changsheng did not know what kind of sect this Forbidden Grounds was, ever since he woke up, he had heard many things about the Forbidden Grounds. It was a very mysterious sect. "I didn't expect the Forbidden Land to snatch my disciple. Didn't you tell them that it was I, Li Changsheng, who had chosen the disciple?" Li Changsheng was no longer a nobody. After defeating Xiao Yuncheng, he was regarded as the #1 cultivator in the world, the #1 expert in the world. No sect was willing to easily provoke him. His name still carried a lot of weight. "Of course I did. However, that elder said that it was impossible for him to return the disciple to us. If he had the ability, he would have to go and demand it from us. The Forbidden Land is indeed arrogant." Li Changsheng snorted. It was just a disciple. It was fine even if he could not take him in. There was no lack of talents in the world. However, the Forbidden Land's words were clearly provocative. Moreover, Jiyu Mangong had been injured while helping him. Li Changsheng wanted to get an explanation. The Forbidden Land is extremely mysterious. "I don't know where the headquarters are. Think of a way to investigate." "How dare they bully me, Li Changsheng? Not to mention the Forbidden Land, even the heavens will not allow it." "Sir, you don't have to investigate. The elder of the Forbidden Land has already told me the exact location of the Forbidden Land. He said that you are welcome to come and spar with him at any time. The other party is really confident." Li Changsheng snorted. The next day, Li Changsheng set off with Jiyu Mangong to seek justice. No one would have thought that the Forbidden Land would set their headquarters outside the border in a desolate place. It was also because Jiyu Mangong was powerful in Nanyang that he was able to get a detailed map. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to find the Forbidden Land. It was no wonder that no one knew the location of the Forbidden Land's headquarters after so many years. The two of them first took a plane to the border and then walked into the primitive forest. If not for the fact that the two of them were martial cultivators, the various poisonous insects in the forest would have killed them. After walking through the forest for 3 days, they finally saw a building in front of them. It was early in the morning. Under the hazy fog, it looked like a celestial palace. "We're finally here." Even Li Changsheng could not help but feel emotional. Although martial cultivators were usually far away from the secular world, the Forbidden Land had chosen such a secluded place. This Forbidden Land was really mysterious. "Who are you people? Just as the two of them were staring at the building in a daze, a dense group of figures appeared from both sides. Surround the two of them. The leader of the group was a young man with a vigilant expression. Is there an elder with the surname Wu in your sect? Tell him that Li Changxing is here for a spar. Hearing this, the other party became even more vigilant. To be able to cross so many mountains and rivers to reach the Forbidden Land, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Hearing Li Changxing's accent, he was here to find trouble with their elder Wu. Wait for a moment, I will go and report this. That elder Wu was a profound finger realm martial artist. If he dared to find trouble with him, he was naturally not someone a small leader like him could deal with. After secretly instructing a few subordinates to watch Li Changxing and Jiyu Mangong, that person hurriedly walked towards the largest palace in the building. At this moment, many people were gathered in the main hall of the Forbidden Land to discuss matters. Sitting on the main seat was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura. Below him were 5 old men with powerful auras. They were currently arguing about something. That genius disciple was brought back by me from the outside. He should be my disciple. The old man said coldly. If Jiyu Mangong was here, he would recognize that it was the elder of the Forbidden Land, Wu Quan, who had injured him. Elder Wu, although you were the one who brought him back, and according to logic, he should be accepted as your disciple. However, you're practicing a wood attribute cultivation method, and that disciple has an innate fire attribute spiritual body. If you were to teach him, it would truly be inappropriate. Another old man shook his head and said, why is it inappropriate? Who said that a wood element technique practitioner is not suitable to teach a fire element spiritual body? Let me teach him. I guarantee that he will become the most outstanding disciple of the Forbidden Land. Speaking of the words most outstanding disciple, everyone could not help but look at the man and woman standing in the corner. One was Zhong Xian, whose saber was taken away by Li Changxing, and the other was his junior sister, Yun Jing. These two were the most outstanding successors of the Forbidden Land, but they had lost the token of the Forbidden Land. That genius disciple was born with a fire spiritual body. All the elders of the Forbidden Land wanted to take him as their disciple. They had been arguing about this for several days, and Nai Lingxing, the chief, could not make a decision at the moment. By the way, Elder Wu, I heard that when you found this genius disciple, someone had already beaten you to it. In the end, you still took him back. Nai Lingxing asked. That's right. Wu Quan nodded. He is also an expert, but unfortunately, he is much weaker than me. I severely injured him. However, the other party said that he did not want to take him as his disciple. He was helping a friend find a disciple. His friend seems to be called Li Changxing. From his tone, he wanted to use his friend to threaten me. I directly told him the address of the Forbidden Land and asked his friend to come to the Forbidden Land to take him back if he has the guts. As soon as Wu Quan finished speaking, several elders beside him also gave him a thumbs up. That's right. The Forbidden Land has always been the best in the world. It should be so domineering. However, Nai Lingxing, the chief of the Forbidden Land, could not help but frown. He always felt that this name was a little familiar, as if someone had mentioned it to him before. When he turned his head and saw the strange expressions on the faces of his two disciples, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He blurted out, isn't that the person who took Zhong Xian's token? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,